Good morning. Today is 3rd of May 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Eagle Farm. This is in Queensland and the ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 430 meters. We've got 9 races today here. Some of the prestigious races are here today. The Group 1, Group 2 open races are here. And we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the winning numbers, the official winning numbers. So that's all that we have. And I have the races. I will share my thoughts and place my bets once I have a little clarity. Till then, we'll see what's going on.
1,000, so another horse that indicates to step up in triple only suit. Sifanelli is first up into the preparation. Was well defeated last prep, but the trials suggest that he can improve. And Cenotaph is open to improvement off the first start run behind Acacia, so this looks a little easier. 10, 3, 4 and 9. Okay, we move on to race number 3 on the program. This is for the fillies and mares.
5, 11, 6 and 2.
50 metres. Our favourite here is Lunaite from the Paul Snowden stable. Paul just going out in his own right now. This filly made her way down to Wyong first up, where she was placed behind Night Sky, $2.50. Blue Willow is at $3.60. Q-Star is at $5 along with British Gem. We've got Sketch there at $6.50. Haberfield is at $19. Air Kiss is at $34. And Tampa Bay is at $51. What do you like here? Yeah, I'm with Lunaite. I thought the Rumble had plenty of merit first up at Wyong, where she pulled it up outside the leader and stuck on quite well there behind Night Sky. We come second up into the preparation, up in trip, but that first run was on a soft 7 track, so it gives you a bit of confidence that you should handle the going. Blue Willow was great from first up from back in the field. I thought there was plenty of merit to that run last start here, where she was well supported in the market. The racing pattern is a little bit of a niggle on testing going. Yeah, I don't know where they settled with her. I actually tipped her that day and she got a long way back, which they were forced to do from the white barrier. So I'm interested. Yeah, and Rosie Dubai led and dictated that day. So I'll be interested to see what they do with her. Yeah, she'll take a fair bit of beating. She was report reads and she did confident squeeze up as well. So she's open to improvement and open to settling a little bit closer in the run. The 3, Cuesta, can run an improved race, and Tampa Bay was a big improver first up into the preparation on a heavy track over the 900. We step up in triple with her. 5, 2, 3 and 9. That takes us to race number 4 today here at Newcastle. It's a midway benchmark 64, run over 1,890 metres, and November Falls heads the market here and has had good support this morning. Has been 225 now into 215. General Soho is on the second line at 440. Rock Barton Angel is also there at $4.40. Bing Pooh $6. Flying Step is at $10. Banyan Trees at $16. And Avion Fury at $21. But November Falls, she's been well supported in the market. She was very good here last start. She was, and we'll take a look at that. I made her one of my best bets on the card. I know she hasn't won in a while, but she hasn't been all that far off of late. And this is last start on the heavy 8 here over the 1850, where she seemed to be really into for the fight late down the outside with Magicon. Magicon did have the wood on her late in the piece, but I thought it was a really
strong effort. Graham Buckley sticks with her here this afternoon, and if she runs up to this, I think she's going to take a lot of beating.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think she's done a lot wrong this preparation. I thought she overdid it a touch 2 runs ago at Doomben when she was given a squeeze to settle up on top of the speed, and prior to that, she was very good at Kembla, so I can certainly see why you like her today.
Yeah, I like her over Rockbart and Angel, who was good to win here on the heavy track 2 back, and then last start got a long way out of her ground at Scone. General Soho should appreciate conditions, and Bingu just took out a bit too sharply for my liking at Orange last start, but he likes it here and he likes the whip going. 4, 8, 2 and 3.
Okay, race number 5 on the program will kick off the first leg of the quaddie. It's a super maiden handicap over 1,500 metres, and Pieronimo heads the market at $3.60. Irish Jig is on the second line at $4. The Beast is at $4.60. Star Prediction is at $5. Millie DeLune $8. Backward Glance $9, and then it's Yes Glen at $17 and Marbello at $51. Bit more of an open race, perhaps this.
Yeah, tricky race. I've gone the way of the Beast without a whole lot of confidence. He's first up. He's coming through some decent form races last preparation, and he's trialled up nicely. Just first up on a heavy leaves you with a few little question marks, but we'll know a little more when we see him in the yard. I put Backwards Glance in for second. He was a steep improver last start here, making good ground back towards the inside on the heavy going. Pieronimo, I can see why the support has come for her, of him. It was a good run at Scone and probably didn't get everything going away. It was a little bit held up at the top of the straight. And Star Prediction, he comes back from midweek company to the provincials. He's been looking for this kind of trip. 1, 7, 10 and 3.
We move on to race number 6. This is a benchmark 64 handicap over 1,500 metres, and a race that's been heavily impacted by scratchings. Brutal Bowler is our now favourite at $2.20. Tapper Kick is at $3. He's first up today. Shoal Deep is at $3.80. Zambrero is at $10. Penart $14. Audited Charges at $19, and Better Explain at $21. But this race really has changed complexion now with all the scratchings this morning.
Yes, and the race done my head in by the scratchings, and I have to say, even with scratchings, I'm probably not any clearer. I probably just lost the value of my top pick, which is Shoal Deep. I don't know if she's the best horse in the race, but she gets a nice pull in the weight. She likes the surface, and she's been racing consistently. So I've gone her way over Brutal Bowler, who's handy enough in his own right, but he has a tendency to do a few things wrong. I'm willing to be forgiving of his run a week ago here, though. I just think the track played very on speed, and he was entitled not to make much ground. Tapper Kick is first up. He's handy. He's yet to finish out of the placings. First up in the past. The Niggly is heavy 10 track and the 61 kilos. But I'm sure he'll give you a good run for your money, and Penner will absolutely relish conditions. 13, 6, 3 and 4.
Race number 7 here today is a provincial benchmark 68. This one over 1,250 metres, and we are left with a field of 6 runners to do battle. First Person is our favourite at $3.20. He's had 2 solid runs back now and did cover ground last start at Hawkesbury. Nosy Parker is on the second line there at $3.80. Contributing factor is at $4.60. Edmund $5. Son of Death is at $5.50. And Queen Bess we've got there at $13.
Yeah, I'm keen on First Person here. It was a nice win first up. We'll take a look at that. This is on the heavy track at Wyong, where she settled off the speed on this occasion and loved the way she closed off late to get up in the last bound. She's had one more run at Hawkesbury, where, as you said, she was on speed, she was wide throughout, pretty much 3 deep facing the breeze, and I thought she was entitled to be a little bit plain late on the good force surface. We're back on a heavy track. She loves it, and I think this looks really winnable, and I've stood her out in the quaddie and made a lot of best bets.
Look at you.
On the card. Well, it was either, if you don't stand her out, I think you need to have 5 in. Yeah, I wasn't willing to spend that kind of money.
Yeah, she's a funny mare. I actually seen her early on in her career, and she used to get really keen after they kicked her off over a couple of 900 metre races and told her to race. But she looks to be doing things nicely now.
Yeah, and I think she'll love the surface back at home. Nosy Parker, he'll also appreciate conditions. He just had
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
Smaller field, we're back at the home track today. Contributing factor, his runs have been spaced. He's been a little bit hit and miss, but you'll also appreciate the soft surface. And Edmund will love the soft surface, and he's pretty lethal first up. I'm expecting him to run well. 9, 1, 3 and 6.
Okay, that takes us to the last race on the program. This is a Class Class 1 handicap over 1,300 metres, and we're left with a field of 9 runners, another race that was heavily impacted by scratchings. Miss Space Girl was a dual acceptor, elected to run here in the last at $2.30. Now our favourite, Reducio, is at $3.70. Lady Savannah is resuming today at $4.20. Shembretta is at $12.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Valentino Prince is at 19, and then we've got Glass Out 21 and Videlba at $34. But Miss Space Girl has been $6.50, now into $2.30.
So this is the first one here today, 1600 meter. There are certain changes which are going on, and I'm still not sure what are those changes. That is probably because of the weather and the season. So we're probably, a PC will be in a better position to explain this. I think we are getting into the season in Australia, which is the rainy season. And I mean, last year during this time, I remember all the tracks were either soft or heavy or on those lines, and that happened last year. So when PC is here, I'll ask PC what's exactly is the season and how it is working. If you have an idea, please let me know. I think we are getting into the rainy season here in Australia. So that's why there are certain changes happening, and we are facing that royally. So considering that that 5 is the favorite, all right. Now this one, number 10, is the linear. It's a 1600 meter. That's the linear. If we look through the pressure line, that's the one with the highest pressure. That's in beautiful hands. That's how it looks like, all right. But that's not the favorite. The favorite is the favorite is 5. Now 5 has beautiful management, that's there, but if we look at the possibilities that might happen, so 5 and 6, they both have about the same kind of pressure. Let's first talk about 11. 11 is 11. The pressure line is 11. It's one of the best BBs with 9 league races, out of which it actually got 2, and that's the the lowest pressure on this horse. That is the lowest pressure on this horse. And if we look at the amortization on this, I've still not worked on this. I thought we'll get Randwick to compare, but we did not get Randwick this week. We'll have to wait for Randwick of Flemington to get a clarity on what exactly, how this calculation is working. But if we take a little reference from the previous races, so double of 11 is 22. This is 24. That's 2 points here. Now the second one is here, which is 60, double of which is 120. This is 124, so that's 2, that's 4. 5 is the favorite. So it's between 11 and 6. I'm not sure which one will get through here, but talking about that, then we'll also have to talk about this one, which is here, number 13. All right. Huge amount of support on that number 13, which is gate number 3, and this is gate number 4. So I'm assuming that 5 will come third, and this will be the fourth one, the 13. If the 10 doesn't upset the entire thing, because that's the highest pressure line, that's the linear, and that's how it should work. It generally works like that. But and then we have these two horses which are here, 16 and 15, with a weight depreciation. So generally it falls back. It falls back. I'm not going to get into the first one, but 11 is good. I mean, if it goes on the advantage, then 11. Because simple logic, if it goes on pressure, then it is 10. That's the highest pressure. But that's not the favorite. That's the linear. So the 10 is not the favorite. Then it's just the opposite, which is here. That's the lowest, probably. That 4 is with 0, but that BB doesn't work. So that's God knows what will happen. That's 0, but 11 is 11. So we'll take a look. We'll take a look. This is 132. That's 158. This is 156 with 60, and that's 158 with 0. And if we look at how this is, then that 4 is there with that advantage. So it's here, here. Probably 11 is, the body weight of 11 is kind of, we are a little clear on that. It's a heavy horse. The ground is soft, and this one, the 4, which is gate number 2. So if but the 5 is the favorite, I cannot discount the 5 because the 5 is with beautiful management. The 5 will get in, but will it be winning? Logically, it doesn't make sense, because if that's 60, then we have 97, right? The amortization here is on 6. And this one is there. I am not sure how this will work, because it'll go on pressure line some way or the other. So the 6 I like. It's that's 60 multiplied by 2 is 120. This is 124. 124 minus 120 is about 4 points. Here it is 11 multiplied by 2 is 22. This is 24. 24 minus 22 is 2. So this is in a better position. So 11, 6, 5. 5 probably third, but what will happen to 13? I don't know. What will happen to 10? I don't know. We'll watch the first one, because if it goes here, then it goes here. And then the 4 is also there here. But the amortization is a little weird. This one is better amortized. This is 0 on 6. We'll see how it works. I like 11. 11 should be able to win. Then probably it is 6. 11, 6, and 5. We'll see how it works. And if it goes to the pressure line, then we have the 10. We have the 13 is a check. 13 is definitely a check. That 13 is with a lot of relaxation. It's the best jockey.
Old filly with a lovely bit on today. She wasn't bad in town on the Kenzo on the soft last start. She gets a nice pull with a weight here, and just another one. Just if anything, a query running 1500 right now.
She's a narrow type. She doesn't carry any extra condition. She's just starting to get that sort of wintry look about her, but no real knock at this stage.
Kotaishi, number 6. Matthew Kelly, the trainer down in Canberra. Kieran McAvoy in the saddle.
Yeah, ex-Kieran Mar galloper, whose 3 runs for the new stable are quite good, although Kraft beat him pointlessly last start, so can't see him turning the tables on that horse.
He's paraded well so far. I couldn't really find a negative for him. He's walking out well. His attitude seems to be good.
Ferrazano, number 7. Molly Burke and Cam Crockett.
Yeah, seems to be up forever, but keeps hitting the line well. There's some hope.
Another one deep into the prep, but still looks well enough.
Another one that's been spec'd is Straight Fire into second favouritism. In fact, now equal favourites. Canadian Ruler and Straight Fire are $4.80. each of two as they parade. Straight fire is Tom Sherry on for Todd Smart.
Yeah, I get this one. Yeah, he's a horse, or she's a mare that has always had an opinion of. I remember her late last year, she ran third in a highway there and ran on very, very strongly. So she did enough first up to suggest she's come up stronger. The stable's in good form and has to be respected.
Yeah, it looks terrific here in the yard. Couldn't find a negative for the horse. He's just starting to get a little bit agitated now as he's walking past. He's obviously feeling very fresh and bright. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, the trainer Todd Smart's gone over to lend a hand. Now here's Faimazu, number 9. Clayton Gallagher's on for Alison Smith.
Very honest mare. Form out of the last start at Orange looks strong with 4 winners out of that race already. So that has to count for something at the price. So I'm not going to say no.
No, not from mine, Ronnie. Just starting to get that wintry look. She's a big rangy type of horse. Doesn't carry any extra condition, but yeah, no negative.
Okay, second runner for the Cam Crockett yard is Call Me Terry, Jason Collett.
Nose roll on, tongue tie on, busting to win another race. Just back in, with a little in distance here with a big weight, dropping to a big weight last time. So in the mix for sure.
Yeah, looks well. I've never laid eyes on the horse before, but he's in there tight. It's good condition. Looks nice and bright.
Okay, next is number 11, Midnight Affair, Rachel King on for Nick Olive.
Well, the thing I like about her is at least she's from an acceptable run at this level in a Randwick highway last time where she finished off really, really well. Should run well again.
Yeah, she looks really well. Well, Ronnie has grades past me now. She's doubled up over the hind quarter. Yeah, looks fit.
We go to French Garden, number 12, Chad Lever on for Peter Stanley.
Yeah, big improvement. Winning last start when well tried at good odds. Look, she's only a 3-year-old, so she's earned a chance for a crack at something like this.
Looks nice enough in the yard. I was expecting where they come from. Looks a little bit more woollier in the coat, but looks well.
Okay, a few of these got out a little bit early. We're going to Tommy's Girl, number 15, Regan Bayliss and Angus Stewart.
She's honest, but doesn't win often.
I couldn't find a negative for the horse, Ronnie.
Okay, 2 to go. We've got Liquor Talk, number 17, Winona Costin and Jeff Crothers.
Yeah, went out early. Unlucky 2 runs back at Gundagai, but just fair last start, preferring a few others.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the horse, sorry.
An airline has gone to the gates as well. Zach Waddick on for Terry Robinson.
Yeah, he's just struggling to win another race.
Okay, let's go to Corey for his pick of the yard, then I'm going to have a chat to Cam Crockett.
I end up settling with number 4, Craft. I thought this horse paraded really, really well. Very nice type. Did go with the pony. He's one of those horses that gets a little bit worked up, but was super relaxed with the pony. So, yeah, number 4 for mine, Craft.
Okay, Cam Crockett with a couple of runners. The more fancied is Call Me Terry, who's going well.
Yeah, we'll just watch the first one to know.
Hasn't lived up to his ability just yet. He's got a few head noises and he's very immature, so we've just been poking along with him for a while. Always wanted to put some gear on him, but been hesitant, didn't know how he'd handle it. But he's got the nose roll on today and the tongue tie, which we wanted to do for a while. Alicia wanted to close him up with blinkers last start. Just thought it might be a bit too much for him, so the nose roll just to help him concentrate, give him something else to think about. And the tongue tie, he galloped in it on Saturday, and you wouldn't see a Class 1 horse in the country work as well as he did.
Okay, and you'll get through this, won't
He loves it. In saying that, you wouldn't see a horse work as good as he does always, and he's sort of struggling at that maiden level just because he's still thinking a bit. Whatever happened today, I said it last time, he's got a big future. We've just got to be patient, just let him come in his own time.
he? What about your other one, Ferrazano?
Well, he's the opposite. He's wouldn't have the ability Call Me Terry's got, but he has beaten Call Me Terry, and that's just purely because he's straightforward. And he does everything right, he tries. He's the sort of horse, if everything went his way, he could bob up in the first 3. Call Me Terry, if he did everything right, I'd say he could win. But it's a flip of a coin what he's going to do. It looks like the gears worked at home, but it could end up being a hindrance here. You just don't know with him. He's just one of those horses you just never know when you got him. And we still don't have him yet.
We'll have to find out.
Thanks, mate.
Good luck, Cameron Crockett. Okay, well, that's the summary of these 2 runners, hoping the gear works with Call Me Terry. It's third favourite. Ronnie, who do you like?
Yeah, I think this is very tough. Staying with 111, 8 and 10. Staying with the Canadian ruler here. Just the setup looks good. It's off a win. Still early in the prep. Lovely racing style. gets the claim which he needs here with 62.5 on his back, carries 60.5. And a little query at 1500, if anything. So, but stay his way. I think double figure odds is over the odds Midnight Affair, coming out of a Saturday Randwick highway last time. Straight fire, the writing's on the wall that he's well fancied today and can put his best foot or her best foot forward. And Call Me Terry, best of the rest. I like the talk up there from Cameron. So 111, 8 and 10. Each way onto the field here, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Duff. Call Me Terry is now your new favourite. Went up as much as $15 earlier on in the week, subject to 24 cents worth of deductions. But if you were sharp enough to take the 15, you're sitting on a ticket worth $11.40, and it's now $5 favourite and holds about 20% of all investments. So a big firm on the favourite now. Call Me Terry. Canadian Ruler, who was favourite for much of the week, very soft today, $4.20, now $5.50. We might not stop there. Straight Fire was very popular as well, $15, bottomed out at $4.80, just back to $5.50 at the death, but the second most popular runner behind Call Me Terry. Then we've got Craft, who was as much as $26 earlier on in the week. It's at $6.50, and a longer odds Midnight Affair, 9, and Ferrazano's at 13. So Call Me Terry, very, very popular. Straight Fire and Craft, three most popular Canadian Ruler soft.
Okay, the moving in. Let's get up to Luke Marlowe for race 2, the highway.
Terry about to walk forward. He's got the nose roll on today. Goes up into the stalls. And we've got about a half dozen or so left to come forward. That includes Fancy Garter, which is walking up now at the 1500 metres. Craft coming in. Blocked away. Straight Fire, Marinaro, Canadian Ruler, and Liquor Talk. The runners out the back of the gates. So no change at the top $5 about Call Me Terry. Just as though he's settled there for the off here. And we're just about right to run for the Tab Highway. Last runner coming forward is Liquor Talk. Ready to go. Stand by. A little bit of movement. Red light still blinking away. And they're racing this time. Famous Zoo was out the back shortly after the start. Canadian Ruler gets some fun showing speed. Ferrazano's also up there on the premises. Kataishi Handy, followed by Craft looking for a spot. Being dug up is Midnight Affair. As Liquor Talk now breaks out of the pack and goes clear. On settling, it's Liquor Talk, 2 lengths in front of Canadian Ruler. Craft working. Behind those horses on settling into stride was Get Some Fun, Kataishi, Ferrazano, Midnight Affair, Straight Fire. Tommy's Girl being steadied on the rails, followed by Airliner. Call Me Terry around the outside from Famous Zoo, Marinaro. And the last one, Fancy Garter. Liquor Talk half a length in front of Craft at the 700 metres. Kataishi caught 3 wide. Strides up on the outside, being followed then by on the rails is Get Some Fun. Canadian Ruler, Midnight Affair. Getting on the approved was Ferrazano, Straight Fire. Tommy's Girl, Call Me Terry's off the bridle before the bend. Up to the home turn, Liquor Talk headed by Craft on the outside. 3 wide Kataishi, Ferrazano, Get Some Fun stays near the inside. So does Canadian Ruler trying to force through, then Midnight Affair, Straight Fire. Airliner back behind those, and Call Me Terry's coming down the middle of the track. Canadian Ruler slips through with Ferrazano. 150 metres to go. Canadian Ruler kicks away from Ferrazano. On the outside, it's Canadian Ruler holding Ferrazano, and Canadian Ruler's beaten Ferrazano. Craft and also Midnight Affair in a photo for third. Craft will get that clearly, in fact. Behind them, Airliner, Straight Fire, Call Me Terry. Behind those runners, Tommy's Girl, Famous Zoo. Then Marinaro toward the end of the field when they pull up was Straight Fire, if I haven't got him, and Liquor Talk.
First 2 to Brace Knock. Wins the Midway Highway double. Number 1, Canadian Ruler, Brace Knock and Matthew Dale. Holds out Ferrazano. And third home will be Craft, number 4. And it looks like number 11, Midnight Affair, will be back in 4th spot Numbers are up, 17411.
Yeah, look, he's just too good, this kid. He just given that another beautiful ride. He read the speed of the race nicely. He let the couple of leaders go. He counted to 5 and off he went. He ran the 1500 right out. So really good win. Honest Ferrazano again. Craft had his chance, and Midnight Affair battled on well. I'm not going to tell you the time here again, so we'll just wait another minute.
You don't believe the last 632.75?
No, I think they start clocking at about the 300.
Corey, he goes to 23 wins now, so he's in front in the Apprentice's title. He's one in front of Molly Burke with his double already today.
Yeah, I don't like to say that it's all over because, the other kids are riding well. Molly runs second there and, the other kids have got some good rides. But he's doing nothing at all wrong. As Ronnie said, he's positioning up really, really well. He's got great hands on a horse. And he's not one-dimensional. He's not just out on leaders. He's not just midfield. He's back. He's in, he's out. So he's covering all bases. He's riding terrific.
Yes.
I think that win may take him to the front, actually.
I think he's in front. He's 23. Yeah. And fittingly for Braith, he's beaten Molly into second spot, who he now goes past in the premiership. It's Braithnock on 23, Molly Burke on 22 with that double. We're off to Brisbane.
Eagle Farm Racing here today. We've got horses in the yard for the first. A Class 3 plate. It's over a mile, and Piraeus is your favourite. So let's take a look at them from the top. Maxie starting with Downey. Mark Curry trains this fellow. Looking for the picket fence today with Noel Callow.
Yes, he's a genuine Class 3 horse, and his 3 wins have been in Toowoomba, so he's going to find it a little bit harder here, but he did blitz them last start at the benchmark 60 on the Downs.
Ludovisi is number 2, the first of the runners from the Golden Stable, Craig Williams.
Has won over this trip in the past. He's third up today, and the 2 runs back have been good enough to give him a chance.
Jack Bruce trains the 3, More Trouble with Emily Lane.
Not sure where he's at the moment, this horse. He shows promise. However, his last 3 starts have been only fair.
Noble Conqueror is the 4, Chris Waller and Cody Collis.
There is a change of tactics to be handier today from the good draw, and his last few runs have been quite good without luck. I think he's got a great chance of running top 3.
Here's the favourite, number 5, Piraeus, from the Richard and Will Friedman stable, Tim Clark.
Hasn't won for a while. In fact, has to snap a run of 12 outs, but comes here off the back of a good run at Rose Hill and Randwick in Midway. His latest at Randwick came home strongly right down the outside.
Here's Voracious, Tony Golan, Ant Jones.
Big unit, isn't he? He's fully fit, this guy, and he has won over 1,600 metres, and he'll settle in the first 2, give you a good sight.
Pacamo is trained by Sean Dwyer and Tiffany Brooker.
Up a little bit in grade, but not beaten far at his past 4 starts.
Rex Lip trains Al Pensador with Carl Wilson-Taylor.
He was okay first up here over the 1,400, following a couple of nice barrier trials. I think the 1,600 suits.
Here is the first of the Kiwis today. Number 10, Croupier, Andrew Campbell and Mark Duplessis.
Versatile, he can sit back or he can position a little bit handy. He's only had 3 starts, a little bit unlucky at Trentham at his first start, and then 2 solid wins. Tricky to measure that form. We'll know a little bit more about him. Keep an eye on the market in the last few minutes of betting.
French Endeavour, CJ Graham rides for Billy Healy.
Blinker's offer, she goes to the 1,600. She's had a couple of goes over the trip, gone okay, but gee, she finds the right race, doesn't she, at Class 3?
Chris Waller trains Liberty Park with Ryan Maloney.
He is back in distance. I'm not sure how he's going to handle that because he got to what we thought was the right trip 2000 on a rain-affected track and he won it well. So a bit of a challenge for him back in trip today.
Clara Thierry's one of our leaders, Scott Morrissey, Robbie Nolan.
You're just not sure whether she's up to it, but she's the likely leader.
Strike the Heart is a lightly raced Fastnet Rock mare from the Peter Will Holbert stable, Bailey Willer.
Won the maiden over this course and distance. The return run was okay. This is a fair bit harder though.
Alrighty, that's how they looked. I'm with this 3-year-old on air now. He's just getting, I don't know, he's just not wanting to go up to the gates there, Maxie, but physically a stunning looking animal by Ace High. Mark Duplessis rides for the Kiwis. Andrew Campbell here today.
Yeah, Andrew, he had Werther campaign here a few years ago. He ran second in the Derby. Then he went to Hong Kong and was a wonderful horse in Hong Kong. Yeah, so got a nice horse here, but you'd like his attitude to be a little bit better. Look, I'm with Noble Conqueror. He needs everything to go right. They're going to try and use the gate and have him a little more on the handy side. I think it's a good race for him. The tempo should be solid and he'll get his chance. So Noble Conqueror to beat number 10 Croupier. You just like to see him a little bit more relaxed and switched off.
The barriers, Maxie.
French Endeavour, and then I've got Voracious, who sets up on the speed.
Yeah, Voracious is the other one that I thought looked outstanding in the yard. He'll be fitter for his run last start. There is Ludovici loading up for Craig Williams. Let's get upstairs to David Fowler for the call.
Just to complete the field. We said for the first race, it's an open betting race, but it's a keen betting race, and number 6 Voracious is our tab favourite. $4.40 at the offers. It comes up to its outside gate, but likely to go forward. Voracious moves in. The field of 13 locked and loaded for the first at Eagle Farm. Ready to begin. All set. Racing. Jumped at a good line. More trouble in the centre of the line. One of the first to go. Voracious and Aratiri show their customary speed. And Bekamo, he's fourth away. Croupier and Ludovici go forward. Downey about midfield on the inside on settling down. By El Pensador, who just got tightened there. Strike to Hearts midfield off the track 3 and 4 deep. Then Liberty Park, Piraeus, given ample time to settle down third last. Noble Conqueror second last, and French Endeavour, she's 2 lengths away in last position. 1,100 left to run. They sort themselves out, and Aratiri bowls to the front. Leads Voracious, happy to let it go, and Voracious trails by length and a quarter. Croupier found the inside in third, Ludovici fourth the outer. Just behind that pair was Strike to Heart. 2 lengths away, then a line of 3. Bekamo 3 deep. Around More Trouble in the centre, and Downey inside the pair, being followed by Liberty Park. El Pensador between runners. Piraeus 3 wide, but has cover, and still the last pair. Noble Conqueror and French Endeavour, but now closer to the leaders, about 8 lengths top end to tail. By the 600 metres, they travel towards the home turn. Aratiri along Shotman narrowly. Voracious almost level, and Strike to Heart. It's had a wide and tough run, trying to come after the pair. Croupier just behind them, needing a run. Ludovici gets a gap to run on. Then Bekamo, and here's French Endeavour and Piraeus. They're putting in strong runs right down the outside. Voracious reached the lead briefly. Croupier gets up on the inside. Then Ludovici. Piraeus and French Endeavour still running on. There's nearly 5 in line. It's a keen finish for the opener. On the outside, Piraeus might be coming home the best. Piraeus on the outside got to the lead and won from Voracious and Ludovici in the centre. And Croupier not far away. Liberty Park, best work late. French Endeavour looped but peaked. Then Downey, followed by More Trouble. Well back was Noble Conqueror, Bekamo, Aratiri, Strike to Heart and El Pensador, out towards the tail.
Well, Richard and Will Friedman here with Piraeus. They've just got the key to finding the right races up here.
They do.
Didn't have a lot of luck last week. But today
5,
they've got the
2,
cash
10, 11.
with this guy who broke a run of 12 outs. It's tight for second, Ludovici and Voracious in that photo.
And it looks like we might have the 3-year-old
5, 2, 10,
Croupier
11.
back on the fence.
Yes, he sort of got himself into a handy position, a little bit tight for room, but coming right up the middle, Piraeus, ridden by Tim Clark, takes out the opener here at Eagle Farm. So we're just waiting for the official placings, and we'll flash those numbers as soon as they become available.
Welcome to Newcastle for race number 1 of 8. We are kicking the day off on a heavy 10, and this is a maiden plate to be run over 1,890 metres. 12 horses to do battle here, and the first horse we are looking at is the one, Black Bugatti for Gary Portelli and Kariah Keatings. He'll carry the 55 kilos after the claim today.
Yeah, he's a beautiful geldie, and that claim's a big positive here. He's had 3 runs back, where all 3 runs indicate he's looking for further. I think this suits today.
We move on to the 3, Dwayne for Chris Waller and Mitch Stableford claiming 3 kilos. Blinkers come off today, and we've just had notification with a change of tactics to be ridden more conservatively.
Yeah, I hope not too conservatively. I'd still like to see him within striking distance. He's had the 3 race starts where he hasn't been all that far away. I think this looks a bit easier than last start. The blinkers come off. The big tick for him is the claim. He's only tiny.
First thought is the 4 for Karen Marr and Keegan Lathan.
Yeah, only had the 1 race start where she was a little new, or he was, in a $100,000 super maiden behind Sacro Catino. He'll be better for it, and the step up and trip looks ideal.
The Archibald stable combine with Heavy Vanderhoven here with the 6, Pierrot. He's had about 5 runs back now. He's been placed his last 3.
Yeah, he's deep into the preparation. Those 3 placings have been at Country Grey, but last start was in a benchmark 58 at Armadale behind Descending Mist. who is a 3 times winner. So that form line could hold up a little bit stronger than you'd expect.
The 7 is So Suave for Chris Waller and Mitch Bell. He's had the 2 career starts.
So yeah, he's hasn't been all that far away. He's a nice enough type in the yard. He gives every impression the deeper he gets into his career, the better you'll see of him.
9, Still Believin' for the Archwood Stable and Jean Van Overmeer. He's second up today.
Yeah, he's a beautiful gelding by Castelvecchio. I thought there was plenty of merit in that first up run behind Sacro Catino, who's subsequently come out to win again. He's a nice enough type. I think he can run a big race here.
We move on to our current favourite. This is the 10 Golden Smile for Andrew Gibbons and Chris Lees. She's a genuine on-speed mare.
Yeah, she is. She's only lightly framed. She's started hard in the market the past couple. Although she's only little physically, she's nice and healthy in the coat, and this is the kind of race she could bob up in.
11, Can't Fail. John Sargent and Louise Day gets the addition of visors for the first time.
Well beaten last start here on the heavyweight track. Immediately the first and second horse got right away from him, so he's on notice on the heavyweight surface, or heavy 10
Tempranillo is the 12 for Chris Waller and Grant Buckley.
Yeah, it kept coming late last start here. That was only her second race start. She's a filly by the order of the sun, so the step up and trip looks a big positive. We've seen form out of the race with Cicero Spirit going on to win again at the provincials through the week. So she looks a clear danger to my top pick.
Here's Mickey Vane, the 13 for Ross McConville and Will Stanley, claiming 3 kilos.
Yeah, yet to really figure. Beat 8 legs here behind El Paso last start. I was looking to others.
The second of the Ross McConville runners is the 14 Star Tory with Robbie Down. Loading process is well underway. How'd you want the first one?
Yeah, 3, 12, 9 and 10. Dwayne on top from Tempranillo, Still Believin' and Golden Smile.
Tempranillo is our favourite here at $4. Taken over Golden Smile, who was our earlier favourite, now at $4.40. Good support for So Suave coming late now in the third line at $7, and Dwayne is currently a $7.50 chance. Phil Roberts calling all the action here today. Here's Phil to call the first.
Nickers about to take its spot, the outside gate. So Suave just made a little lunge as the red lights turned on. Starter has them. So
That 11 was tricky.
Starter lets them go.
Yeah,
Getting the best again. Taken on by Can't Fail and pushing up on the inside.
Figured that.
In the early stages. And making ground as first thought, so it's coming up 4 wide and Golden Smile is 5.
That's why I step out on the first one. You need to figure out how the track is playing. I mean,
then came Still Believin', who's back in the second half of the field. That third, fourth last in actual fact. With Star Tory, Rufus Atticus and So Suave on its inside, back at the tail. 1400 or a little bit less left to travel, and Golden Smile takes up the running. First thought, a length away in second spot, but 2 lengths in front of Mickey Vane, who's third, back on the inside of Can't Fail. A length and a half to Dwayne on the inside of Black Bugatti. Then a length and a half back to Tempranillo. It's on the outside of Still Believing. A length and a half to Baron. So Suave was next. Rufus Atticus second last, and Star Tory is last. A good dozen at least off the leader as they leave the back and run down the side 900 metres out. It's Golden Smile. Seems to have been a fairly genuine tempo, led by a little over a length. Second it's outside now is First Thought, just edging a little bit closer. Back on the inside is Mickey Vane. It's had a nice run, as has Can't Fail. Dwayne buried away 3 back along the inside. It's being covered up by Black Bugatti, a length and a half to Tempranillo. It's yet to ease out of that 1 out line. Next then, Still Believin'. Perront starting to make its run. Still about 8 lengths off this leader, though. Well back is So Suave with Rufus Atticus, and Star Tory is still last. Around the bend, and Golden Smile has a kick. Golden Smile kicked away here by 2.5 lengths. Dwayne gets out, runs on. Black Bugatti to the outside. Still Believin' makes ground, and Tempranillo is only battling away, but Golden Smile, as they run to the 200 metres, is still well clear. Over Dwayne, Black Bugatti, Still Believin', still makes ground the inside, but it is Golden Smile travelling boldly inside the last 100 metres, and Golden Smile leads all the way. Golden Smile first, Tempranillo got going late to get second, Dwayne gets third, Photo fourth, Still Believin' or Black Bugatti. Then So Suave, a break in the field to Mickey Vane. Further back was Can't Fail with Star Tory. Well back Rufus Atticus. Perront.
Eagle Farm 5 to 6 and 10.
Number 10, Golden Smile, gets out of maiden company here this afternoon at start number 7 for Chris Lees and Andrew Gibbons. Rated beautifully out in front. She gave a good kick at the top of the straight, and she's really put pay to her rivals. Tempranillo winds up in second position there. She come off the bridle a long way from home, but she's batted on nicely. The best part of her work was certainly late. I thought Dwayne had his chance. Looked the winner at the top of the straight, and it's very close for fourth, but it will go the way of the 9. Still believe in 10, 12, 3 and 9.
Yeah, nice win from Golden Smile there. She's been hard in the market, her past couple, and she pays the punters here this afternoon with a nice win, ridden positively by Andrew Gibbons at the home track. I thought Tempranillo's the one to follow. She really dropped the bridle in the mid stages and got going again late, and Dwayne had every conceivable, loomed as the winner and was just found wanting over the concluding stages. That could be a sign that he'll be a better horse next preparation. But nice win to the local galloper, and a nice way for the Lees stable to start off the afternoon.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think we've got Kieran Forbes on track. If we can get our camera crew to make their way over to have a quick chat to Kieran Forbes. He's here for the Chris Lees stable. We've got a nice string of runners in here today, and this horse, this mare, I should say, had been knocking on the door this preparation. We'll see if we can catch up with Kieran. Can we have a quick word?
Yeah, right.
He's not impressed about it, but we'll get our camera crew. Well done. This mare's, she's been promising to do that.
Yeah, she's been knocking on the door. Suited today, she got her own way in front.
Okay, so what happened here? The 5 won, then the 2, 6, and finally the 10, which was the linear. Now, this one was with good management. The 5 was with good management. That's there. And it was one of the lowest BBs with one of the highest weights. 42.60. Plus, it was on appreciation. So here it did not go. It went here. The 10 was a linear, which was which had a very hard time to get through, and it went through appreciation. So 5, then 2 with a jockey. And then finally again back to 6, which is here. This one. The 4 was absolutely disastrous here, so that's not a question. So it came here and then back here. If we look at this one, this is a 1200 meter. That 4 is the favorite. So if it's a 1600 meter, this one is a 1200 meter, right? That 4 is the favorite. If we look through this, then 4 is the lowest BB with the highest. But the highest is here. And now we have appreciations, weight appreciations. All right. If we go through that, then this is 3 kilos overweight. This is 3 kilos overweight. 48.50. The 2 was 39.48. 50, 103. It's a soft ground. It's a 3 kilo overweight. That 1 is, the 4 is the favorite. This is basically a thing. 3 is the linear, which is half a kilo overweight. This is half a kilo overweight. This is 3 kilo overweight. Here it went on, here it went on the appreciation. It went on the appreciation. It did not get to the depreciation model. So 1 is a check. That's the highest weight that thing is carrying. 1 is a 5-year-old mare with a dedicated jockey. 4 is here with a depreciation. This is a depreciation, 12. And 2 is okay. That's 2 kilos. This is the linear. That's the highest weight with one. This is a good team. This is a moderate team. These people are definitely suffering. They are also suffering. Majorly. Where will it fall back? 416. Falls out. 6.54 is the largest weight within the BBs. All right, 4 is the largest weight within the BBs. Largest pressure, not the largest weight. The largest weight is with 1. And 3 is with management. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock. That one is a check. PC, welcome back, PC.
Looking for a treble. Paul Massara and Leah Gavranich.
Yeah, well bred. 2 runs at home are very good. A touch more depth here on paper. They're yet to prove that it is depth. So, considering he's had the setup with 2 runs and a 1,400 metre win, he has to be over the odds.
He's a big, sort of leggy type of horse, very, very athletic. Yeah, he's quite impressive to look at as well. He's got a little bit of filling out to do, a bit of growing up, but it looks well.
First starter, Harewood, number 4, and a roper and David Payne.
Yeah, 2 trials, won this preparation. He won that trial quite nicely. So, with this stable, I was respecting any positive push in the market, which hasn't come yet.
It's still quite new. He's having a good look around as he parades. Not doing anything wrong at all. He's got a bit of growing up to do, but yeah, I couldn't really knock him.
Irish Sinner, another first starter. Dylan Gibbons on for.
Lewis Sunshine
Yeah,
1,
he's got
10
3
more.
today, but this gelding's had 2 trials. This gelding's had 3 trials. His best one was running second at Rosehill last time. I'd suggest he's more of a later on middle distance type.
He looks like that as well, Ronnie. He's got a fair bit of sort of growing up to do compared to a few of these others, but I couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks healthy enough.
And another one for David Payne is Serpico, number 6, Ash Morgan.
Yep, he's up at least, he's up and running. Aerodrome last start, but still has 5 lengths to make up on that horse.
Yeah, he's quite an immature type of horse. He's got a bit of filling out to do. Yeah, so maybe next time around.
Here is Wentworth Falls, the Godolphin runner for Anthony and Sam Freedman. Chad Schofield.
I'm interested in him. I think he's got something. He was very good charging late at Kembla when dragged back from the wide draw. Nice grounding. I think he's some threat to the favourite.
He's a powerhouse looking type of horse as well. He's very strong. Another one with a massive big hind quarter, very deep shoulder on him. His appearance is good.
The second Godolphin runner with James Cummings this time, Zebra Finch, White Cap, Kieran McAvoy.
Made some ground at Warwick Farm, but still rather assess him after today, considering the beat margin.
He's a really nice style of horse to look at. He's well put together. Attitude seems to be really, really good. Yeah, no negative for mine.
Explicit, Tyler Schiller for Ryan and Alexio.
Yeah, you can't doubt how well the 2-year-olds are going from the stable. Would have liked to seen a touch more at his first start, but a set of blinkers go on today.
I couldn't find a negative for him so far. He's paraded really, really well. He hasn't got a beat of sweat on him. His demeanour's good. Yeah, so no negative.
One step closer, Zach Lloyd, O'Shea and Charlton.
Nice horse. Staying tight, but a nice horse. He was a beaten favourite in that lead up at Kembla. I like the way he's stuck on there late. Just whether he wants a mile, but I'm not saying no to him. He's pretty sharp today.
Yeah, he looks nice and sharp as well in the yard. He's paraded good so far. He has been slightly up on the toe, but yeah, no negative.
Here are the roughies. She's a diva. Winona Costin on for Mitch and Desiree Kearney.
Yeah, blinkers off her today. Yet to place in 5 starts, but preferring others.
She's a wiry, busy little type of horse. She's got a fair bit of sort of maturing to do. She's quite up on the toe, as you can see. She's with the clerk of the course. Yeah, so not today.
Villa Castina, number 12, Jay Ford for Annabelle and Rob Archibald.
Yeah, another one out of this Kembla lead up. She's stuck on well and strong through the line there, so a possible improver.
Couldn't find a negative. Looks nice enough in the yard, has paraded well. Slightly up on the toe every now and again, but no negative.
All right, they're going to the gates for this 2-year-old Clarendon Stakes, a race that has thrown up some handy ones in the past. The likes of Zardozi, and what about Zoostar? Corey, who do you like?
Yeah, number 1 for me, Aerodrome. I just think he was a real standout, this horse. He's a big powerhouse, strong horse, and looks like he gets total control for Regan Bayless here out in front, stepping up to the 1400. So number 1 for me, Aerodrome.
Yeah, I'm 1, 7, 2 and 10. Close watch on this race. As we do know, it can produce something that can go up to Brisbane and be very, very competitive with the timing of the race. And Aerodrome, from a strong 2-year-old stable in Michael Freeman, he's had a marvellous couple of years, and this might be the one he's held back because he did create that really good impression at his debut. I think Wentworth Falls could also be a candidate, maybe for the mile in Queensland, if he can run well here today. Damien looks an improver, and likewise with number 10, 1 step closer, it looks a miler in his own right. 1, 7, 2 and 10, Anthony.
Yeah, market agrees, Aerodrome. Just out 175 to 185 in the last few minutes, but still holds 50% of all bets on this race, and the most popular runner. Damien, $4.80. Wentworth Falls, just a little soft today. Got into as short as $7.50, got back to 9, now $8.50. If you are keen on one at longer odds, Fortissimo, $21 this morning when I got to the races, now $16, and there's just continued support for it outside of the favourite. So Aerodrome's going to run 190 right at the death here. Fortissimo at longer odds, best back to beat.
Okay, now saddle adjustment taking place with Serpico. David Payne with 3 2-year-olds entered here. Serpico with the race experience. The other 2 are first starters. Aerodrome, the winner on debut and making an impression at Warwick Farm, albeit a narrow margin. The stylish win. Damien's won first up at Newcastle. Fortissimo won on that very heavy track at Scone, Ronnie. It was very heavy rain we were getting in the lead up to that race, Fortissimo, and on debut to win on a heavy 10 was a pretty good effort.
Yeah, then goes to 1400 and runs well. So I can see why they're specking him, because, he's well bred, he's had a better grounding than most for a race like this. He's been toughened up with 2 hard runs. And where, you've got Aerodrome coming off 1 run, Damien off 1 run first up, and a few others there as well. So I get it that he's had the specking at the big odds. I think he's been underplayed in the market for sure.
Godolphin with 2 runners, Wentworth Falls with Anthony and Sam Freeman, and Zebra Finch with James Cummings, who will start to scale back the operation now with his move to become a private trainer. And Godolphin are going to have horses with a number of trainers, including James, including Anthony and Sam Friedman. We're going to see a new look Godolphin here in Australia very, very soon, with not just the one trainer training the bulk of them, Anthony and Sam, of course. The Friedmans have trained for them for years, Ronnie.
Yeah, they've had a lot of success for them. And I think the next move we're waiting to hear is what's happening with the big place out here, which is a marvellous complex, Agnes Banks, and obviously they've still got that beautiful place at Warwick Farm, Crown Lodge. So I don't know how that all unfolds. So that might be part 2 of the story.
Well, they've already had a very, very good day, Godolphin, because they won the Kentucky Oaks at Churchill Downs earlier this morning with a horse, a filly called Good Cheer, who has now won 7 of her 7 starts. 7 starts, 7 wins, and Godolphin win the Kentucky Oaks in Louisville, Kentucky earlier this morning, ridden by Lewis Sayers and trained by Brad Cox. Okay, Anthony, final check on this market. Any late changes?
Aerodrome just out at $2 right at the death, and Fortissimo firm to gain another roll into 15.
Braith Docs won the first 2, Corey.
Yes.
He got out of trouble in the first, and then won on Canadian Ruler.
Like Ronnie and I have always said, he's a great young rider. He's well beyond his years. He's got a really good head on him. He thinks very well in the race. He's very balanced. He's got terrific hands. But I just love the way he positions up and he gets the horses to travel and then extending off the way that they travel. So he's in for a bright future.
He leads the Apprentices title now on 23 wins, 1 ahead of Molly Burke. And he rides Fortissimo here for the Scone stable of Paul Massara and Leah Gavranich. Replaces Aaron Bullock, who's ridden it at its previous 2 starts. It's only 2 starts. Up comes Zebra Finch with a white cap for Godolphin, James Cummings, and here's Luke Marlowe.
One to move up will be She's a Diva, favourite Aerodrome, barrier 5. Ready to go now for the Clarendon. They're all set. And they're racing. Serpico missed this start, looking for Aerodrome. He's in the bunch, looking for a forward position. He's going to have to do a bit of work, though. Hereward was away very quickly. And Spears to the lead, 2 lengths in front of the favourite Aerodrome up there now. Just behind them was Irish Sinner. It's racing third. A length away, Wentworth Falls. Then Damien Explicit. Further back was Zebra Finch, followed by Villa Castina, Serpico. 1 step closer for Fortissimo, and She's a Diva, the last one. Hereward, the first starter, went to the front, 1.5 lengths on the favourite Aerodrome. Third, the inside was Irish Sinner, being closely followed by Wentworth Falls. Now, Damien's been post-track, then Explicit, followed by Zebra Finch, Villa Castina, Serpico, 1 step closer as they make the home turn. Hereward's been running in front. It leads by 1 length on Aerodrome. He's a clear second, the favourite. Being held together on straightening. Behind them was Wentworth Falls coming off the bit. Damien hard ridden the outsider. Early in the straight, and Hereward running a mighty race in front. Aerodrome given the question now by Bayliss, and he's starting to loom quickly. Aerodrome goes to Hereward at the 150. Explicit boxes on. Aerodrome's hit the front. Hereward stays with him the inside. Aerodrome doing best though. Good tough win. Aerodrome too good for Hereward. Great debut. Behind them with Zebra Finch and Explicit sorting out 3rd and 4th. Then Wentworth Falls, Serpico. 1 step closer, Fortissimo. Damien didn't appear to handle the ground, and he had a wide run, possibly a few excuses there for him, the second favourite. In behind those runners was She's a Diva and Villa Castina. He's 2 for 2.
Yes, this 2-year-old by Ole Kirk. He's a gelding Aerodrome. Warwick Farm on debut. Hawkesbury now in the Clarendon Stakes. Michael Freeman and Regan Bayliss. Second home is Hereward and a Roper, and David Payne gave some cheek, and Zebra Finch, Kieran McAvoy and James Cummings.
Nice horse. He had to dig in, and he did dig in. Second start, 1400, wet. Lovely racing style, good scope. Yeah, mark him down. He's a force. that was he made him work, Hereward there. He went out hard and really stuck on in the stable style. So a lot of merit in that performance. I think that Zebra Fitch poking up there through the middle late there, running third. So yeah, he's one to follow for sure going forward. No doubt about it.
Yeah, Ronnie, I reckon with Hereward and Aerodrome, I reckon if they had to change positions, I reckon Hereward nearly gets home because he was very, very lost there in the straight. Took a lot of running down, got plenty of upside, but all honours with the winner. I thought it was a tough win. Like you said, he had to do the work and chase and run down that horse. Second up over 1400 on a heavy 8. He's a really nice horse.
All right, he remains unbeaten after race number 3. Aerodrome, Regan Bayless and Michael Friedman.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. We have horses in the yard for race number 2 on the card. This one is for the ladies. It's a fillies and mares benchmark 78 handicap, and it's over 1,200 metres. Short price favourite is Floozy, number 4 from the Tony Gollan stable at about $1.60. So let's take a look at them from the top. Kicking off with 1, Heroic Miss from the Chris and Corey Munt stable, Maxie, with Talia Fenley.
A lot of tempo in this race, and she's one of them that'd like to get up on the pace. The last couple of starts here have been very good. She's just got to be able to carry the big weight. It is a bit of a hike in the handicaps.
On point will be number 2, Rob Heathcote, Emily Lang.
She's back in really good form. Just looking at her last 2 starts, second to Swiss Exile and third here behind Exotic Miss. Is solid form for this.
Here's Hermanita from the Chris and Corey Munt stable and CJ Graham.
Blinkers off, and Visor's first time on her. She's very genuine. Another one that likes to be handy. From gate number 1, she'll be able to pick and choose where she settles.
Here's your hot favourite, number 4, Floozy, Tony Gollan, Ange Jones.
Looks the part. She's a lovely looking mare by Zeus Star. Just the one start up here. She dominated this course and distance. This is a little bit harder, but I don't think they've got hold of her at the handicaps yet. I think 58.5 is achievable.
Girl is number 5, Jack Bruce, Damien Thornton.
Only the one start since coming up here to Jack's stables, and it was eye-catching at a recent midweek at Ipswich, running second to Twyford. Again, a lot more depth to this.
Field of Myrtle will be hitting the line strongly, I would imagine. Matt Dunn and Craig Williams.
I think so. I think she'll be watching it all unfold and run on okay.
Lady Waddell's at $21. Robbie Dolan rides for Stephen Lee.
Ultra consistent mare who's been racing well, but this is a bit of a jump up for her.
Matt Dunn trains the 8 Yendi with Andrew Mallion.
It was okay last preparation when trained in the south, just the one run. This prep was a win at Port Macquarie. So obviously goes nicely, but takes a bit of a hike in the competition.
And number 12 is Fearless Thinking, James Healy and Tiffany Brooker.
Second at Durban, first up behind Adiella. That's certainly good enough to give her a place chance.
All right, $1.45 for Floozy. Oh, my apologies there. $1.45, Maxie, for Floozy here. Good price.
Yeah.
Good price of Floozy, Maxie.
Amazing, isn't it? How it just keeps on dropping. So obviously, no problem at all with the parade, because in the last 10 minutes she's been absolutely hammered down to $1.40. I just think everything works out perfectly for her, the tempo. And just got gate number 2 just to let her be where she wants to be. Sure, it'll be in the first half dozen and then give her a head. And if she repeats what she did 2 weeks ago, this is a little bit harder, but it was a blitz when she was first up. I think she's too good for them at the weights. To beat number 3, Hermanita, 2 on point, and number 1, Heroic Miss. So looking at the top weights here, 4, 3, 2 and 1.
Just a bit short for me at $1.40. I'm with a horse that there's no money for at all. Heroic Miss, great parade by her. And for mine, she's been measuring up in deeper races than this. So I'm with the top weight at big odds of $17. Let's get to Anthony Manton for a quick market update.
All about Floozy here, Bernie. So 160 earlier today, now $1.40. That is as short as Floozy has been. It holds 80% of all money on this race. Field of Myrtle at $7, 1 points at 15, Hermanita's at 15, Heroic Miss 15, and Yendi also on that $15 line. So Floozy, yep, by far and away your most popular runner in the second.
All right, let's have a look at the time they ran in the first, Maxie.
I want to go with the 3.
Last won it. She was the rear, wasn't she?
That's the linear.
Head start, came up the middle of the track. The overall time was 1:35.95, 34.6. And he scored a really solid win there, getting to the line strongly in the home straight. Now, that time of 1:35.95 puts him
Probably 3-1-4.
track record.
Okay.
Freedom Rally. So it's probably as close as you're going to get to a good 4, isn't it? But they've kept it at the soft 5 after the win of Piraeus in the first.
Yeah, I would have to say those times generally we are a good 4, Maxie. So stand by, something could happen maybe if they run a nice time in this race. All right, there's On Point about to take
Did
her
you
spot.
watch all 3 seasons? Deadwood. No PC.
55, number 4.
I watched the first one and partially the second one.
Position on the line is right for the second. There's
Not
the
all
line.
3 seasons.
Ready to break. Lucy just made a slight run to the gates. Off and racing now. And Floozy came away about 3rd or 4th. The Months pair were 1st and 2nd in the stride. That's a Hermanita and Heroic Miss. Heroic Miss going to the lead, but not for long. Look at On Point with high speed. Dashed around the field and went to a clear lead. On Point down the side, 900 left to run. Led by 2.5 to Hermanita, or to Heroic Miss. Hermanita in 3rd. Going up 3 wide with Lady Wardell, but no cover, she's exposed. Followed then by Fearless Thinking. Now Floozy, she's about midfield, one off the fence between runners as the pace slackens mid-race. Then came Girl over on the inside of Yendi, and the second favourite, Field of Myrtle last, 6 off the lead. Travelling up to the turn, 500 left to run. On Point, her favourite roller. Straight from Heroic Miss on the outside. Lady Wardell's done it tough. Going back to the inside now was Hermanita. Floozy looking for the way clear and about to get a gap, but the others were headed by Girl. They go down towards the 200 metres though. On Point led. Floozy claimed it. Still there on the outside was Heroic Miss, but now Floozy goes into another gear. Heads for the run of the judge. A widening margin.
4.
She's not cheap, Floozy. She's classy. Floozy first. Beat home Heroic Miss, Hermanita, and On Point. Then Field of Myrtle, followed by Yendi, Girl, and the last pair, Lady Wardell and Fearless Thinking.
So 4-1, 3 and 2. 4-1 up on the frame. Floozy, written by Ange Jones. Nice ride by Ange too. The tempo was pretty quick. You can see On Point.
4-1, 3-1, 4-4-1, 3.
Did zoom around the outside to take up the lead. And Ange was able to get off the rails, keeping Lady Waddell, it was, 3 deep on the track. And she had beautiful cover there, travelling strongly. It looked like she wanted to get around heels of the horse in front at the top of the straight, then had to shift back because there was a gap there that you could have driven a semi-trailer through. And Ange sits up on it close to the line, and that is why she was $1.45. Heroic Miss has held on to get second under that 60 kilos, so top performance. On Point is just holding down 3rd at this point with Hermanita on the rails, closing off. And there we see Field of Myrtle from back, finishing around about 5th. But all honours with the winner again, Floozy. She's a good-looking
No
mare,
PC, they're
Looking
tricking
at
it.
her turning into the straight
4-1,
here.
2
She's
and
right
3.
behind,
I'll show you what happened.
Heroic Miss at this point.
So the 4 was the favorite. The difference between 4 and 3 is 1 kilo. All right. The difference between 4 and 3 is 1 kilo, and this one went through. Then it straight went to 1, which is 3 kilo appreciation. Then it is 2, and then finally 3. Six is a good horse, but it had one of the best jocks, but they're tricking it today. We'll play again the next one. Switch and it's a good way to hear God love. True, Fizzy. Man proposes, God disposes. 9, 5, 8, and 4.
We are starting with, he was beaten 2.5 lengths first up at 1.
Yeah, I've done a good job there. It's funny, he jumped well. Then from then on out, he just never really found the bridle. The best bit of his work was late. The step up and trip appears to suit. He's a real athletic type. He's very strong, and I can see why there's money for him.
Sifanelli is the 4 for Gary Portelli and Alan Bullock. He's first up off 2 trials.
Yeah, looking at him physically, this looks a nice start point, but he may get out over further again. He was well beaten last preparation, around 10 lengths behind Bird, but he was slow to begin on that occasion, and the trials this prep suggests he's come back a better galloper.
5, Terra Australia for Angela Davies and Jeff Penza is resuming. Former Jason Deemer galloper having his first run for the new yard.
Inclined to just draw a line through the first preparation where he didn't have much go his way, and second up into the preparation he was found to have made a respiratory noise. He's had the one trial 4 lengths behind Harlex, who come out and won here on debut over the 900. So hard to get a real guide on that, but in saying that, maybe not today, but we'll learn a bit about him.
We move on to the 9, Senator for James Cummings and JVO. He was beaten 7 lengths first up.
Yeah, that was behind Acacia, who's come out to run well in town thereafter. So that looks a pretty strong form reference. Obviously, he may need to improve a touch, but this looks much easier.
And to round out the yard is Rustimo for Chris Lees and Andrew Gibbons. This colt by Russian Revolution is one of the 2-year-olds taking on the older horse, and he gets the addition of blinkers today.
I thought there was plenty of merit to the first up run at Hawkesbury. He jumped well enough to hold some kind of spot, but from the draw they took him back. They found the fence, and he made good ground back towards the inside over the 1,000 metres there in the worst section of track. He comes back home. We get a step up and trip with the blinkers on. I think this looks a very winnable assignment for him. And physically, he's mature beyond his years. There's plenty of him. He's lovely and relaxed in the yard. I think it looks pretty hard to beat here.
That's how our runners look in the yard ahead of race number 2. Chiba is our short price favourite at $1.90. Rustimo is on the second line at $3. Sipanelli is currently a $6.50 chance, and Cenotaph is currently $7.50 with the tab. Belinda's with Darren Beeman representing the James Cummings team.
Yeah, well, Cenotaph had one run back, well beaten there, but looked a pretty strong form race.
Was both first and second place, or second place getter come out and won here last Saturday, Beeman. And so, look, he's come on since that run. He's a very laid back, really laconic type of colt. You wouldn't think he's a colt, but well, he made nice ground in the home straight at Kembla, but it was obviously good improvement in him. I guess the key here is whether he's going to be able to handle the ground, but he's certainly forward enough and well enough to be able to handle the soft conditions, and the family gets through it. Photograph one on Wednesday, half sister, so, and commemorative, so they all get through it, so that's a plus.
That's a positive. Race 3 you have 2. First of all, Blue Willow, big run last start, but obviously things didn't go right the first half of the race.
No, exactly. Drew a bit sticky, and she's not a real running type of filly, and to wake her up and get her into the race was probably not the right move. So just try to get a little bit of cover, and that sort of didn't work out too well either. But she did make up nice ground in the home straight, and she's Adamo's half sister, so there was a lot to like about her run, and she's a lot more settled here today with the benefit of being here last start.
What do you made of Sketch?
I thought Sketch's run was very good at Warwick Farm. Was probably on the wrong part of the track, and the form out of that race is very good. I think Forbidden Love come out and won on Wednesday, which only finished a length and a half in front of her. So she's I think the key with her is whether she's going to be able to get through the ground, but she seems that she's very genuine, so I think she's going to be right there.
And in the last you have Reducio. Can it get through the ground?
Ran on a soft 7 the other day at Wyong, so, and she wasn't too comfortable in it, so getting into this and by the last race we just don't know how it's going to be, but I'm tipping she's probably one horse that you'd be able to get towards the outside because she's quite experienced. I think the outside of the track's probably the better part of the track, so by then she might be on the better part of the ground, but she's very fit, very forward, and Yeah, third up. I think she's ready to win again.
Good luck with the team.
Thank you.
That's a question mark with a number of these runners. Will they handle the heavy surface? We've had a lot of washed out meetings, so these horses need to run. How did you order the first four?
Yeah, I've got 10, 3, 4 and 9. I'm keen on the local galloper here in Rustimo. Combination have already had a winner in the first race, and I thought there was plenty of merit to his first up run. So he comes to the 12.50 with the blinkers on. As soon as I said he was nice and relaxed in the mounting yard, he wanted to get up on his toes and gave Andrew Gibbons a bit of cheek on the way out. But he's off and he's behind the gates now, and he seems to have relaxed down nicely. The 3 Chiba goes around hard in the market and deservedly so. Sifanelli can improve off last preparation, and Cenotaph should find this a little easier. 10, 3, 4 and 9.
A little bit happening with the market. Anthony Merton, can you give us any more information on any flux?
Cheaper's your favourite, 190 and very solid. And Rustimo has been a massive drifter in a small field. There's only 5 in this. This was $3 about 3 minutes ago. It's now $4.40 and we are laying it. So Cheaper's going to run your clear favourite. Big drift on Rustimo.
Yeah, I couldn't find much wrong with him in the yard. The 2-year-old colt by Russian Revolution, and he's quite a good size, a little fellow.
Yeah, he's beautiful, really nicely put together, and he had to make ground back up towards the worst section of the track there first up, and condition probably gave out, but they throw the blinkers on him, he'll be better for it, and I like him at the home track here this afternoon. I suppose the question mark is, does he get through the heavy track? But that's the same question mark we have on a number of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Looks as though we've just got a couple more to line up. That's Cenotaph there in the Godolphin colours. He'll make his way. He's the other 2-year-old of the field. So short price favourite, shortest price favourite of the day, Chiba. We'll start here at $1.85. Here's Phil Roberts.
Set to go. Ready. Finelli made a little lunge at the gate. Aaron Bullock, not happy with something, was motioning to the attendants behind the gates. Starter's back down off his ladder. Got a lead strap going in the vicinity of Sifanelli, and Aaron Bullock out of the saddle. Maybe that Sifanelli has got a leg up here. The gates. Get word through from the assistant starter momentarily. Aaron Bullock out of the saddle. Sifanelli looks like it may have become cast here. A somewhat dejected looking Aaron Bullock jumps down from the back of the gates, leans against the running rail, watching attendants trying to distract Sifanelli from the barrier stalls. We may well be back to 4 here. Looks like they may attempt to get Sifanelli up front of the stalls, and they have. And word about to come officially. 12:51. Train casting the gates. It's a late scratching Sifanelli. So Sifanelli out. And the starter heading back to his position to let them go. So we're back to a field of 4. Sifanelli's safely out.
It seems like you are having fun with that. You're having a great time.
Slowest to begin, and Cheetah takes up the running after the first 150. Over in second spot is Cenotaph. Terra Australia was in third, but it just allowed to drift back somewhat. And Rustimo, with a really sweated up neck, is now going into third spot and about 2.5 off the leader. There is the well-supported Chiba as they run down the side towards the 800 metres. Led by 3/4 now on Cenotaph. A length back the inside was Rustimo. And a length back on its outside is Terra Australia. And Sifanelli, a late scratching at 12:51. Coming up towards the home bend, 600 metres out. Chiba bowling along in front. Led by a length over Cenotaph. Rustimo looks to be travelling back on the inside in third. And a length back to Terra Australia, who's at the tail.
Around the bend, Cheaper is the leader over Cenotaph, who's called upon. Plenty of room for Rustino to come between them or go up on the inside if it wants. It's looking to come between those two runners now. Terra Australia is back in third spot, but Cheaper is still travelling strongly with 150 metres left to go. Rustino picking up, trying to get to this front runner, but it's Cheaper in front. Rustino is making a late lunge. Cheaper in front. Rustino dives, missed. I think Cheaper narrowly over Rustimo. It got close on the line. A margin back to Cenotaph and Terra Australia well back at the tail. Late scratching Sifanelli.
Has he done enough? Chiba, the colt by Exceeding Excel, he led everywhere. The second horse, Rustimo's made a last lunge with those blinkers going on for the...
All right, so they're tricking it. Here what happened, the 4 went through. There was a 1 kilo difference here. And then the 3, then the 1 got in. Then 2, then finally 3. This is again the same distance. The 9 is the favorite. Okay. But now 9 is depreciated 1.5 kilograms. There's a neutral, which is 5. The highest weight is on 2, which is 3. So if we take 2 as the second horse pool, that's the highest, right? Two is the second horse pool. That's 6. This is 5. This is 133, 74, 16. 9 is 61. So this is more pressure, more weight. This is second. 33. This is 89, 16. 5, 2. 5, 2. There are 2. 3. And 4 with the league races. This is here. 3 is 33. 45, 33 for 27, 49, 27. I don't know if we take this as the second horse pool, 2 probably is the second horse pool. That's the weight. The thing is between 9 and 5. 9 and 5. So 5, there's no pressure. 9 is 61. 9 is 61. 5 is through the rails, which is a neutral. 9 is depreciated. Here, this one was a difference of 1 kilo. Here it is 1.5 kilo. This is 1.5 kilo. This one did not win. So 9. This is 1.5 kilo. Is there anything else? 8. 8 is the largest inner drift, which is again a 1.5 kilo. 61, 53. So no, that's not happening. So 9, 2, 9, 2, and either 3 or 4. 4 is there. There is no pressure. 3 has pressure. But 4 has a lot of advantage. 4 has a lot of advantage. 360 0. Nine and 2. 9 2. And then what? 2. Then 5. 9 2. Then 5. 9 2 5 2 5 3. It's 2 kilo overweight, 2 kilo overweight. This one is tricky. 4 probably is tricky, but the odds are like this: 9 5. So the one in between is 2. 9 2 5. We hit a try. Morph I don't have, bro. Araman, welcome back. This is the only feed that I have.
Here with Iron Man. And you look at the form, Iron Man was beaten by a horse called...
If they're showing, they're showing.
Yeah, we're pretty stiff that day. We just had no clear air. And he's a horse has to be really hard ridden before you see him let down and turn, have that turn of foot. We started last couple of runs at 12. He's been a bit stiff, not enough speed in the races. So I think we get here today, plenty of speed. The track you should like, the heavy 8. One going, he's 1 on 2 soft 7s, so that shouldn't be an issue. Drawing the bit out, so you could get clear air, which we want, and fingers crossed he can be there fighting it out.
It looks like he's come back great because he had such a great prep last time, didn't he?
That was a fantastic prep. We put him to the sword there. We gave him plenty of racing, and he's all services. He's ultra consistent. So he's come back really good. I can't fault him anywhere at home. It's up for school on Tuesday morning. So yeah, super happy with the horse.
Good luck.
Thanks, Greg.
Zeddo Raw. Corey, who do you like?
Yeah, I'm with him as well. Iron Man, he just outstanding the yard. He's obviously second up. He took good improvement out of that first up run. And like Ned said, it should be run to suit. There's good speed on paper. He's a back marker, but it just allows him to get back and get home over the top of him. So yeah, number 3 for me, Iron Man.
Grade 3 and 6, I'm going with World Alliance, being very forgiving for his last start. Fresh and trial since, ready to go. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more support for Epic Proportions here, which hasn't happened. So I'm still going to leave him there because I think he's just that fresh form that he does have. It sort of reads well on paper for me where he's going to be here. Iron Man picks himself as running well again. He's just going to stick his nose out in front. And best of the rest, I'll throw in the Victorian Randwick, who has jumped out quite nicely. 4 8 3 and 6.
Punters got it down to 2. It's either Iron Man or World Alliance, the way the money is trending. Iron Man, $3.10. That's as short as he has been throughout betting. And likewise, World Alliance, $3.60, as short as that horse has been. And in terms of the hold, very little between them. Randwick's been soft. He's found his place in the market. He's a hard horse to lay at the moment. He's $7.50 and doesn't hold hardly anywhere near the first 2 in the market. Spanish Fox, $8.50, and it's had its support of Spanish Fox was as much as $11 or $15, in fact, earlier on in the week. Now $8.50, but was $6 earlier today. One Destiny's at 9, Open Willie's at 10, Epic Proportions 15, and Julie Dream 15. So, yeah, the way the market's trending, they've got it down to Iron Man and World Alliance. They're by far the 2 most popular riders here.
Okay, so Iron Man and World Alliance, the best 2 backed and at the top of the market. Matt Laurie sends up Randwick here to this meeting. Now, of course, at the championships and the Golden Slipper Carnival, he had Treasure the Moment win the Vinery and the Oaks. He had Vinrock win the Sires. And then last Saturday, he set up a couple of runners and went home with a winner. And that was Miss Icelandic, who's got a similar profile. Ronnie. They attacked that race first up off some good jump outs, and here's Randwick coming up first up off jump outs.
And the other one he brought up last week ran really well, running 3rd or 4th as well. So yeah, he's bringing the right horses here. They're here in order. you know, especially when you see him first up, you know he's happy with them because there'd be other options for these, you know, benchmark horses in Victoria, but he's just singled out the right races at the right time. So it'd be interesting to see what this horse does. He's been, you know, he's not really soft in the market. He's held his place around that $7 mark all the way through. So I think he's here to pounce if they make a mistake.
But an unfamiliar name to us here in Sydney is Matthew Hahn and Milos Bunjevac, who have come out of nowhere to join us here today.
Well, you could easily mark it. I'm not being disrespectful, but you could easily mark it 200s here, and she's $15. So, as I say, you respect the market. They must think she's got some talent, but the form does look pretty well exposed to me. You know, she had a heap of runs last preparation, won a couple of races, second prep now, picked better each time. So, yeah, I don't know what to think of her. It'll be a story that wins.
Here's Anthony Ment for a final market update before we go to Luke Marlowe. Any change here with these two favourites?
Yes, there is. Well, World Alliance is just back out to $4.20 in the last few minutes. Was $3.70 to $4.20, and the very late money is with Iron Man, who went $3.20 to $2.90. So Iron Man, he's going to run favourite in front of World Alliance, and as I said, Randwick was $7.50, but just into $6.50 there late. Spanish Fox $8.50. So Iron Man, anyway, he's the best stacked.
Iron Man, they've come for late. A late flurry of money for Iron Man. Tyler Schiller and Ed O'Rourke trained on the track. And World Alliance just getting out again. Anna Roper and Matthew Smith. Let's get up to Luke Marlowe here. This is race 4.
Comes up, Matt Laurie. A bit of success travelling horses to New South Wales of late. The last few runners have loaded up pretty quickly here, and I think we've only got one out. In fact, they're all in. Set to go here. Off and racing now. World Alliance jumped awkwardly. Iron Man was away on terms with the field. One Destiny's going for speed, and he's looking for the top. On settling down, One Destiny leads Patchouli Dream the inside. Spanish Fox Handy, then Epic Proportions. 2 lengths Iron Man. Randwick the outside from Able Willie, and World Alliance can see them all. It's One Destiny away from the rails, showing the way at the 600 metres. Patchouli Dream parks in second. Spanish Fox travelling third, followed by Epic Proportions. Able Willie. Iron Man's just in an awkward position here between runners. Randwick and World Alliance hooking out. Coming for home, One Destiny led in the straight. He's 3 lengths in front. He boots away here, One Destiny. Epic Proportions trying to come out of the pack. Able Willie's up the inside from Spanish Fox, Iron Man, World Alliance. One Destiny the leader. He's out in front at the 125, but Able Willie's coming. So's Epic Proportions. Able Willie surges up on the inside, and Willie's too good. Able Willie gets home from Epic Proportions, One Destiny. Then Iron Man fourth, followed by World Alliance. Behind them, Spanish Fox, Patchouli Dream, and Randwick. He's good, fresh Willie.
Able Willie, number 5. Nashra Willer and Chris Waller have scored. Yes, first up today, Able Willie has got the better of Epic Proportions and One Destiny.
Well, Nash gets on so well with him. He stands over him. He's got a few tricks, Able Willie, but he certainly pulled out the big one today off one trial leading into the race. Nash was happy to stay, it's 3 off the fence. I don't know whether usually it's right down the outside. They're hitting it, a bit of a slush there, I reckon, because just a few off the fence you've got to be. He saved ground, and he was just too strong for him. Epic Proportions was really good first up there. He did the side One Destiny. The back markers never got into play there, so it looks like if you're going to make ground, you may have to just rail up, or not rail up, but just come a couple off the rail and hope they overdo it out wide. You can just see those couple out wide, and they are the 2 favoured runners. They're not running through the line as you'd expect after doing no work early.
Yeah, you can tell Nash has obviously walked that track there, Bronny. And at the top of the straight there, you see the boys that expose early, like Tyler on Iron Man. their wheels seem to spin for a good 50 to 100 metres out there, 8, maybe 10 off the fence. But Nash cut the corner. It definitely looked better when you're seeing the head on there. He was not kicking up anywhere near as much as what the horses that were out wider were. So they might have found a bit of a lane there on the inside, just at the top of the straight.
Time posted 64.12. Numbers 5, 8, 7 and 3.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It's time to check out the horses in the yard for the third, a benchmark 78 handicap, this time over 1,200 metres, and it is for the boys, the Colts, Geldings and Entire. So Joe is your $3.50 favourite. However, there is a push for Deep Respect here, $5 into $3.90. So we are still waiting on a couple. Actually, I do see number 2, Maximum Vortex, about to make his way into the yard. So we will start on the 2. He's trained by Ethan Ensby and Courtney Bellamy to ride, and you like him a lot here, Maxie.
I do. A bit surprised that he's such a big price for a horse that's so consistent. You'll see that he ran 13th at Doomben 2 ago, but he had genuine excuses. He was up running 2nd or 3rd and cramped up against the rails with no room at all, so it was a bit inconclusive. And then he ran a great race here a month ago when 3rd to Euroborus. He could go around in the lightning or something.
He could, yes.
And this fellow was quite good, in particular the last 100 metres. So I think he positions probably a little bit closer without as strong a tempo this time. And I think he's got as good a chance as any.
Remy Cash is well down in grade here today. Stephen Lee, Talia Fenlon.
But up in distance, so there's got to be a bit of a query, 1,200 metres. He could take the lead, spit the bit out, relax and give a good kick. Blinkers off and the tongue tie on. Blinkers off just to try and help him run the trip.
Number 4 is He's Heaven, in a point to $10 and looking fabulous. Desley Forster, Justin Huxtable.
Well, his form's pretty good, except for last start when he was naughty He's Heaven. He made it very difficult for his rider, over racing badly. So lots of gear changes. He needs to switch off today. Looks really well. He can improve on that.
Number 5 is Deep Respect. I mentioned the move for him now into 370. At this rate, he could start favourite. Kelly Schweida, Jacob Manchester.
He was very good first up last preparation. He was only 1.3 on pay line, giving him 3.5 kilos head start. So if he runs as well as that here at Eagle Farm first up, goes very close to winning this.
Lauren Abbott trains the 7, Cooled for Noel Kello.
Yeah, he was good first up there at Grafton.
Danny W.
He made a bit of a mess of a start, but waiting for something.
Dan is the linear PC that ideally should win if this was a good ground.
He led last start in the race won by Floozy, so I think with the blinkers off, they're probably going to try and tuck in with him. He could certainly run in the top 4.
Here's Sir Joe, looking fantastic. Rob Heathcote, Tim Clark.
Yeah, he put together back-to-back wins here and over the road, and then he ran 9th here last start in the Floozy race, but he drew 12 and he had 61.5. He's much better suited here today.
Here is Hiker, the 10, Matt Dunn, Andrew Mullion.
Well, he certainly has the right form to run well. He's won 4 of 8. And his recent barrier trial was just for practice. He was up on the pace and did nothing on him in the straight. So keep an eye on the market when we get close to start time.
Matt Hoysted trains Shot of Whiskey with Justin Stanley.
Just the 2 starts last prep and a little down on form. Maybe he didn't come up, so he's back fresh. No public trials, though.
Chris Anderson trains Starry Eyes with Ron Stewart.
He wasn't beaten far by Liquor in a trial a few weeks ago. He's pretty competitive for around about this level.
Super Duck.
Requires a touch of luck, though, from the gate.
Sorry, Maxie. Super Duck is from the Michael Hemmings stable, Bailey Wheeler.
Needs something a little bit easier.
All right, then over the page to Fighting Idol, Neil Hocking and Ange Jones.
Yep, he won at the Sunshine Coast last start. Good to see him returning to some better form. Up a grade again on that, though.
Mio Sorrento, James Healy, Tiff Brooker.
Look, he was ran 8th last start here, but not that far behind. Hurt so good. He gets a nice soft time of it.
Eagle Hawk Star is at $19 for Jordan Lee and Alicia Collett.
Well, he was an eye catcher at Doomben last start behind Savaldi, but that was back on the 19th of March.
Alrighty, that is how they looked in the yard. We have a new favourite. That is number 5, Deep Respect, now at $3.40. This is on the QOP, but $3.30 on the tab, Maxi, ahead of $3.60. Sir Joe, who had been the favourite since markets open. So new favourite here, Deep Respect.
We're on him over there. I think that's Damien. Is it Damien that's got him on the move? I'm not sure.
Okay.
The attendant.
sorry.
Yeah, I thought it might have been. Yeah, because
Damien Mayford's
I'm not sure.
SHP.
Look at him, but anyway, the barrier boys know him.
Second horse pool.
Trick to get into the gates, and he's been pretty good. So if you've backed
The
him,
two needs to
he's
come
not straight.
second
Look at that.
for me to
Jag
make
just settling in the gates.
some sense out of this race.
Maximum Vortex number 2, but definitely Deep Respect. If he turns up today and he's on song and handles this track, he probably wins. Then Acres Away and Sergio. 2 each way, 5, 8 and 9.
Yeah, I have him on top, Deep Respect, mindful, and just liking the firm for him in the market. Now just out again to 360 equal favourite. So with Sergio. So always had a lot of talent and obviously ran behind some pretty talented horses last preparation. Let's see what Anthony thinks.
Deep Respect, best back burn. He got into 330, just back out to $3.50 now, holding about 31% of all money, compared to Sergio, who's 360 now, and about 28% of all money. So there's actually very little between them, but Deep Respect's been the bigger firmer of the two. And at longer odds, Maxi's on top selection. Maximum Vortex got into as short as 15, just back out to $16, but there's been good support for it. So good betting race. Not much between Deep Respect, Sergio, Maximum Vortex at longer odds.
All right, last one about to load. Let's get up to David for the call of race 3.
Displaced by Deep Respect for favouritism. Deep Respect 350, Sergio 370. They're all in. The line is on. Ready for the third at Eagle Farm. Right. They jumped at a good line. Deep Respect, in fact, was one of the first to go. He's Heaven's got good early speed. Driving up there, Maximum Vortex soon after the start, and Shot of Whiskey rushing across from a wide alley. Acres Away about 4th or 5th away, then Super Duck. A few lengths to Sergio. TC's got a midfield outside of Bring Me Cash, 2 to Hika. Then came Cool, Mio Soretto, Starry Eyes, Fighting Idol, and Eagle Hawk Star. They're spread it over 10 lengths, 700 left to run, and a good and genuine gallop. He's Heaven, 3/4 Shot of Whiskey, and Maximum Vortex, 2-way third, the box seat. Deep Respect in a good 4th, then Super Duck, Sergio on the improve, making Acres Away go wider as they round the turn.
I don't know.
Then came Bring Me Cash, Hika, Mio Soretto, Cool Hook wide, then Fighting Idol, Starry Eyes, and Eagle Hawk Star. He's Heaven with a fair kick, 300 left to run. Try hard, Shot of Whiskey, then Deep Respect, Sergio. He starts to dig in deep and chase hard, and a gap to Acres Away. He's Heaven in front, trying to grip on, but I'd say they've got him now. Deep Respect and Sergio. The favourites pull away. They pair off. Who wants it more? Photo, Sergio or Deep Respect from He's Heaven in 3rd. Possibly Super Duck 4th, Fighting Idol not far away, then Maximum Vortex, Bring Me Cash, Acres Away, followed by, at the head of the others, Starry Eyes, Mio Sereno, Cool Shot of Whiskey, Eagle Hawk Star, and Hika last home. Sergio, has he got the bob in on the line? He may well have.
It looks like a nose margin over
9 and
Deep
5 and
Respect,
4.
and about a further length away to He's Heaven, who led and gave a really good kick, but you can see the other two coming after He's Heaven, and they're forwarded out. Maybe Sir Joe on the outside, but nothing is on the frame as yet. Sir Joe, trained by Rob Heathcote, written by Tim Clark, and Deep Respect is Kelly Schweder and Jag Gutman Chester. You see them pairing off at this point, and number 9 gets up Sir Joe. Sir Joe on the outside, number 9 is the winner.
All peaks came last.
He's Heaven back in 3rd. 4th, there is a further photo. Acres Away is trying to hold down that spot. And over on the inside, Super Duck. I don't know what happened with Super Duck coming towards the home bend, seemed to lose its balance. Good to see Fighting Idol running on the outside, number 14. Maximum Vortex got involved in that speed battle. Probably better off coming out of it by a couple of lengths. He had nothing left at the end. Bernie Sir Joe takes out race 3 today.
What a great little racehorse he has been. Well, he's not little, he's a big lump of a guy. And there was nothing between these two. It was really quite admirable to watch. Neither horse wanted to give in. There was just a nose between
9, 5, 4 and 13.
34.64. Jared Coetzee joins us for a chat. And as I say, a real admirable win, wasn't it?
It was, and Tim Clark gave him a perfect ride too. Great steer. I mean, last run you had to forgive him. He just got too far back with that slowly run race, but such a team effort to get this horse. Yeah, he's had a few little setbacks, and he lives in nice boots, and the team's just done such a great job on him. And yeah, he's finally paid dividends for such a great bunch of owners, being very loyal to us, and they're very happy for them and the team.
He's also really quite deep into his campaign and still performing at his best.
And that's one you've got to thank for Rob. He manages them really well. He's had a few little freshens up here and there, which does a.
What happened? 9, 5, 4. The 2 did not do anything. 4 and 13. That was the largest out and drift. What are they doing? The 10 did not get anywhere. Five, 9, 6 and 1.
Little filly by Dick Field. She's had the 2 trials, been around 11 lengths in the most recent. So I like her on tight, but I need to see her do a bit more race day.
Horse number 5 is Luna Eye for Paul Snowden and Mitch Bell. This 3-year-old filly by Deep Fields was the runner-up first up at Wyong.
Yeah, I loved her run there. She was just a little bit flat-footed at the top of the straight, but loved the way she picked herself up and kept on chasing behind Night Sky. He gave every inclination that the 1250 will only suit, and really like her in the yard. There's plenty of size and substance about her.
The 9 is Tampa Bay for Paul Perry and Luke Ross.
I thought there was a little bit to like about the first up run from this filly by American Pharaoh. It was over the 900, and she really only got motoring late in the piece, peaking 5 lengths behind Hawker Hill. Now, she was strip fitter from that. She's a nice type in the yard, a really nice hind quarter on her, and I like the step up in trip for her.
Chris Lees and Andrew Gibbons combined with the 11, British Gem. She's on debut.
Yeah, she's a 2-year-old taking on these older fillies and mares. Not a bad type in the yard by Watton Bassett. She's had the 2 trials where it's really been hard to get a guide over the short courses, so no doubt she'll be better in time, but looking at it, she's not a bad little type for a 2-year-old filly.
And to round out the yard is the second of the James Cummings runners in Sketch with Grant Buckley to do the ride.
Sneaky good run there on debut. That was behind Pierre de Chocolate at Warwick Farm in a $60,000 super maiden, where she got back and closed off nicely. She comes to the provincials, and I think she's every hope of being a base chance here. Yeah, I like Luna Eye. I thought there was plenty to like about her first up run. That'll bring her along. Both the little niggle is a heavy track, but a lot of horses fall into the same circumstance, and I'm happy to take her on trust. Blue Willow is certainly open to improvement off the first up run, where I thought she was excellent from back in the field here on debut run. She just needs to get away on terms. Cuesta, didn't mind her recent trial leading into this preparation, and Sketch was great from back in the field on debut. 5, 2, 3 and 7.
Let's hear from Paul Snowden. He trains our current favourite, the 5, Luna Eye.
We've just had one run back, and I thought the run was good. She seemed to be left a little flat-footed at the top of the straight, but got going again late.
Yeah, it was a really good effort. First up for over a year off. probably match practice probably got us in the end, but she blew for a while after the race, and obviously, you know, once you have that longer time off, it's hard to get that ultimate fitness back under your belt straight away. So she's improved a hell of a lot from Wild, and obviously the only question mark is the heavy track today, but hopefully we can get through it.
I suppose the slight positive was first up was on the soft 7, so she gets through some kind of soft surface.
Yeah, the breed encouraged me a lot too. They seem to handle it quite well. So, you know, she'll be up on the speed somewhere. Very easy horse to ride, and hopefully, you know, we can go one better today.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's holding up favourite, Lunarite, at $2.80. But as we get to you, Anthony, looks as though good money's coming for the second elect, Blue Willow.
Yeah, indeed, Mel. Blue Willow far more popular than Lunarite. Lunarite's now out to $2.90, and Blue Willow was as much as $4.20. It's now $3.50. I can tell you there is double the amount of money on Blue Willow compared to Lunarite. Then got Quested at $5, British Gems at $7, Sketch $7.50, Haberfield $13, Tampa Bay at $31. But all the money is with Blue Willow. Far more money on it compared to the favourite Lunarite.
You'd think with Blue Willow that hopefully she can settle closer in running today, just naturally in the smaller field. Of course, she had to go a long way back from barrier 10 last start.
Yeah, and Shaw's report read that she could copy a bit of a squeeze up out of the gate, so that probably exacerbated how far she got back in the field with scratchings. That original barrier 8 becomes a little bit better, and you think she'd be all the better for the experience of the debut run.
So these pair are getting closer in the market to Lunarite now out to $3, and as I say, that Blue Willow continues to firm into $3.50. Q Lester there at $5 and British Gem at $7. Where do you think our favourite Lunarite settles? She's got good natural gate speed.
Yeah, well, that was her biggest asset there first up. I'm just taking that into account. The fact that the rail is out 9, our first couple of winners had come from right up on top of the speed. So I was banking on the fact that she put herself there and get a bit of a start on Blue Willow, who did get back first up, but is open to improvement and open to settling a little closer.
All right, they're loading away well. Lunarite will start our favourite, a drifting favourite at $3. Here's Phil Roberts.
Blue Willow has gone up, and we'll leave British Gem to come forward. Haberfield and change of rider here, Louise Day replacing Harold Bullock. And the other one out of line is number 5. Lunar Light. Called it Lunar Light in Wyong last start, so happy to go with him. But happy to stand corrected. Now British Gem coming up. Haberfield about to come forward. And Lunar Light will be the last one. So Lunar Light goes in, we've got 8 to run, third event, the fillies and mares made. Set to go. Away. And Air Kiss and Tampa Bay, the two best to begin. Lunar Light is coming over from a wide gate. It's going to contest the lead. Blue Willow a little bit deep early. Custer pushes through in the centre and Sketch back on the inside. Then British Gem. Haberfield goes back to the rear. Past 1,000. Tampa Bay takes up a clear lead. A length and a quarter over Lunar Light, who's settled nicely in second spot. Air Kiss back in third on the inside. A length and a half to Custer, followed next by Sketch back on the inside of Blue Willow. 2.5 lengths away then came at British Gem, and a couple away Haberfield back at the rear, about 10-11 lengths off the leader, who is Tampa Bay, coming down the side, heading inside the 700 metres, led by a length over Lunar Light. Air Kiss travelling on the inside in third, followed by Custer, Sketch, Blue Willow about to peel out 3 wide. And then came British Gem and Haberfield back at the rear. Around the bend, Tampa Bay on top. It's clicked up. Going after it strongly on the outside now is Lunar Light, and Lunar Light strode to the lead at the 300 metres and dashed away. Lunar Light got 3 lengths in front. Custer goes to second. A Sketch runs on. Blue Willow starting to make ground down the outside, but Lunar Light is clear as they run inside the 100. Oh, it's coming right away. Lunar Light, a big win. Lunar Light wins comfortably over Blue Willow. Haberfield got up for third ahead of Sketch, followed by Custer, Air Kiss.
Well, back then came British Gem and tailed out Tampa Bay.
She defied the betting drift. Luna Eyed for Paul Snowden and Mitchell Bell took control of the race up outside the leader, and she showed a sharp turn of foot at the top of the straight. Blue Willow has run another honest race into second position. Harbourfield was wind up in third, and Sketch was doing her best work late from back in the field. 5, 2, 4 and 12, but that was impressive.
It certainly was. Really nice win there. Second up into the preparation. Well prepared by the Paul Snowden stable. I know he'll be tickle pink with that effort, and she's off on her winning way now.
Luna Wright takes out race number 3 here at Newcastle. We're off to a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
There's a battle ahead, many battles all lost, but you never see the end of the road, my love, I'm afraid. Don't you?
This is race number 5. The Blake's Marine benchmark 78 over 1,800 metres. And the favourite is Jamboree at $3.30 in front of Quantum Cat at $4. Black Run at 5. Aristonus at 8. Mounting out for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Bettor, number 1, Ben Osmond and Peter Snow.
Yeah, interesting horse. He showed some hope of life there with a much better run last start behind Flying Bandit, who won the World Cup yesterday. So soft seems to suit him, looking at some old form overseas. And although I need to see him do it again, he's got a lovely sharp-looking coat on him there for him.
Yeah, he has. He looks really, really well in the enclosure, which is expected. He's obviously third up, so he's reaching his peak condition. Couldn't knock him at all. He looks really well.
Here's the favourite, Jamboree, Zach Waddick on for John O'Shea and Tom Charlton.
Yeah, looks a lovely setup for him. Second up here, he covered. He stuck on well the other day, so he does have gate speed in what looks to be a slow race. He's got that adaptability to prove very hard to beat.
He's always a rangy type of horse. He doesn't carry any extra condition. He's big and heavy, but looks well. He's nice and sharp still. Yeah, so big tick.
Phillipsburg, number 3, Winona Costin on for James Ponsonby.
Well, he's put 2 strong wins together at Queensland. He's on the soft and over the past couple of weeks, and this little query just back in distance here, but he's in.
PC, what is the season there right now? Is it going to be rainy season?
He doesn't really jump out at you as far
May, June?
Looks nice and healthy. I couldn't really find a negative for him.
In Australia?
He's one of those horses. He doesn't jump out with flash.
Is this the rainy season?
Trewilla on for Chris Waller.
Look, he was chopped out when building momentum there first up, and then he wasn't knocked about there at Warwick Farm first
Really
up.
winter
And that form
rains.
comes out of this race, so he's the one out of that race I want to jump on board. Unknown on heavy tracks, but I think he's very likeable. He is with those strange markings on him where he's a chestnut with the white spots.
Yeah, he has got strange markings on him, Ronnie. He doesn't look like a sort of a thoroughbred. He looks like an Apache horse or something, but he looks well enough as far as coat-wise goes. He walks out very freely. He's got a good action on him as he parades. So, yeah, no knock at all.
Someone looks like they've thrown a paintbrush at him. Here is the Black Run, number 5, Braith Knock for Annabelle and Rob Archibald.
Yeah, well, there was encouraging signs for this French galloper making his Australian debut in that same race, that Pop and Champagne race, when he was specced in the market, so you could only see improvement off that.
I really like him. He looks a little bit wound up today. He's been sort of on edge as he's paraded so far in the yard. It'll be interesting to see when Braith gets up on him, whether he relaxes down a little bit more. But as far as looks-wise goes, they've got him bang on. I couldn't fault him at all.
Okay, here's Faye's Angel, Maddie Owen on for Karen Owen.
Well, she has surprised in the past, and she's got a chance of surprising again. They've gone to the stewards further forward. We needed to see that move. She gets in here very light, and although she can be a little hot and cold, those tactics could be a most masterstroke.
Talk about tough horses, Roddy. I think she's an extremely tough man. She's had a lot of racing, but she still looks really, really well. She's she doesn't really jump out at you as far as looks-wise goes, but yeah, just tough.
Okay. Aristonus, number 10, Chad Schofield for Annabelle and Rob.
Another one out of that race, Warwick Farm, where he was first up, worked home well. Look, there's no recent wins for him, and this race is not strong. So if things unfold for him, he can be strong late.
He's sort of a little bit lacklustre in his parade so far. He's just gone about his business, hasn't really turned a hair at all. Looks well enough.
12, Pioneer Lass, Zach Lloyd and Matt Smith.
She likes it soft, just needs another win for her confidence, although she's down in the weights today, and that could help her.
She looks really well. There's not a lot of her. She's a narrow type of horse. She doesn't carry any extra condition. She's another one. She's got a really good style as she parades. As far as her action-wise goes, she's nice.
Who ordered the fish, number 13, Rachel King on for Kevin Kemp down from Toowoomba.
Yeah, look, he loves it heavy. Four of his wins have been 2 on soft, 2 on heavy. So that's the reason he's here. They went up $34 Wednesday. He's a $12 chance now, which suggests that he's well fancied to run well.
Obviously deep into the prep, first time I've ever laid eyes on the horse. He's a narrow type of horse, doesn't carry a lot of condition. Appearance-wise, okay. Yeah, no real negative.
Dunedin, Molly Berg for Mitch and Desiree Kearney.
Yeah, just hard to make the case for him. Has done a lot this preparation.
Couldn't really have him on looks. He didn't jump out at me as he paraded. He's a little bit on edge. Yeah, so not today.
Okay, they're going to the gates. Kevin Kemp's down from Toowoomba with Who Ordered the Fish. What are you doing here?
Well, we're here to win the Rockies. What do you think we're here for?
Where did you find it?
One of the owners from High Caliber Racing, Dale, he found it last week and said, "Do you want to go for a drive?" I said, "Why not?"
Okay, and you're here for a wet track, obviously.
Oh.
You thought it might have been a bit wet?
Yeah, he said he said, "You'll get a wet track." That's what he loves. But the class is a bit, we'll know after, eh?
Yeah. But you like him?
Oh, yeah. He's been a really good horse to us. And, well, this is naturally his highest class of racing, but yeah, ton of fun.
Good luck.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to see you. Thanks to see you down here. Here's James Ponsonby. Speaking from one Queensland to a bloke who's just returned. You had a great week up there with Phillipsburg.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. He was absolutely terrific. He had a lot of luck with the weights, and when we came home, the handicapper said, "Welcome home," and he's another 7 kgs.
And what do you think about today?
He's well, he's bright. Just he needs the right trip, and if he has it and they go fast, then he'll run on. If they don't, well, we'll be picking up some sort of a check.
Summed up. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's James Ponsonby. And here's Corey Brown. Who did you settle on?
Number 5 for me, Black Run. I thought he paraded really, really well. Only his second start here in Australia, but he was a little bit wound up when he first entered the yard, but then he relaxed down as brakes not got up on board. Should sit outside lead and get every chance, yes. Number 5 for me, Black Run.
I am 4, 2, 5 and 10. Just dangerous going with all the form out of one Wednesday race at Warwick Farm, and that's what I've done here. And I thought Quantum Cap had the more upside coming out of that lead up. He stayed solid enough in the market, which is encouraging for me. And I'll lean his way to beat Jamboree, who's ticking off every box as far as being in the right spot to win this race with no pressure. There's a couple that have changed their tactics. Faye's Angel and Pioneer Lass to be more forward, but how much further forward, I don't know. Of the others, Black Run fits in because of the unknown of how much improvement that he has coming out of that first Aussie run overseas. He did win second up there, and Aristonus, he just won pace. He'll battle on well late again. But I'm gambling on Nash. We're going to get it right on Quantum Cat. 4, 2, 5 and 10. Anthony?
Yeah, not much between Jamboree and Quantum Cat in terms of the market. So Jamboree 360, that's pretty comparable to what we opened earlier on in the week. I think Comida holds about 30% of all the investment, about 1.5 times more money on it compared to Quantum Cat. who's at 390, despite there only being 30 cents between them. Black Run's at 550. Aristonus just had a little trim up today, 8 into 7. And a couple of roughies. Phillipsburg, we mentioned this during the preview, as much as $26 earlier on in the week. He's now 12, Phillip. And Faze Angels was as much as $51, and it's now $18. And those two horses are the worst result from a tab point of view. So Jamboree, solid. At longer odds, Phillipsburg and Faze Angels back to beat the favourite.
Okay, I just saw the attendant there with that towel trying to wipe down Quantum Cat. None of that white paint had come off. So it's real. It's real. Over behind the gates here for this 1,800 metre race. They've got a long run down the back straight. They can run 2,000 metres with a straight run down the back, one with a little bit of a bend in it, but virtually straight. Look at that. They go out of the gates, down a dip, and they rise onto the course proper. And that goes back another couple of 100 metres for 2,000 metre starts. Great shot of our back straight here at Hawkesbury. The Cup will be run over a mile later on. The Guineas 1,400. The Crown for the fillies and mares over the 1,300. There is Quantum Cat with Nash. He won the previous on Able Willie, getting up first up today for the Waller Camp. What price Jamboree now, Anthony?
350. Yeah, 350. So, as I said, hovered around that price of much of betting. It's very comparable with where we were on Wednesday, even subject to sort of 25 cents worth of reduction. Still the most popular runner. That good continued support for Phillipsburg. Still coming in. He's at $12.
We're starting to move in yet here for race number 5 of the day. 350 Jamboree, 390 Quantum Cat. O'Shea and Charlton with more chances to come here today. They've got Get a Fix and Candlewick going round in the next, the Guineas. A big jump up for Candlewick and the promising Get a Fix. That'll be in the Guineas race number 6. Quaddy will start race number 7. Okay, now they're coming up. Here's Luke Marlowe.
I think we're set. Yep, there they go. Off and racing now at Hawkesbury and jumping well near the inside. Dunedin pushes forward. Favourite Jamboree began beautifully. And he's rolling up to take the lead from Dunedin. Aristonus nice and handy as they settle down. Then Pioneer last Quantum Cat, who ordered to fish. Bettor getting back. So too at that stage of the race on the outside was Black Run around Phillipsburg and Faze Angel 3 lengths away last of all. Jamboree down the back section of the course, runs to the 1,300 metres, and as he loves to do, he leads. Jamboree by 1 length, slows them down, going to second, Pioneer Lass, allowed to slide past the lodges. Goes up and sits second now, Dunedin third the fence, followed by Aristonus. Next on the outside was Black Run, caught a little wide, Quantum Cat switches off on the rails. Then Who Ordered to Fish, followed by Bettor, then Phillipsburg and Faze Angels 3 lengths away last. Jamboree turns off the back straight and runs past the tab signage at the 650. It's 1 length in front of Pioneer Lass. Third the inside, Dunedin. Aristonus next as the leader just starts to creep along here. Jamboree trying to get them chasing. Black Run, Quantum Cat saved up for 1 run at them. Then came Who Ordered to Fish. They're round the turn. And Jamboree's got Pioneer Lass beaten. Dunedin the inside. Aristonus hard ridden.
PC on 10, come on.
Behind them, Quantum Cat. Now he's conserved ground and he's coming through the field. Further back was Black Run. Jamboree led in the straight. Aristonus, Quantum Cat trying to get after him. Jamboree's just in front. Quantum Cat's run to second. Aristonus peaking on his head at the outside. Jamboree fighting. 75 to go. Quantum Cat trying to get past, but Jamboree won't let him past. Jamboree's too good. Well rated in front and has beaten Quantum Cat. Gap away third, Black Run, followed in by Who Ordered to Fish. Next home, Pioneer Lass, Aristonus, Faze Angels, Phillipsburg, Bettor and Dunedin.
Well rated in front by Zach Waddick. And a big cheer goes up from the crowd here with the favourite winning But look at this, the ominous side of Nasrilla chasing you. And what's this last lunge? One big last lunge wasn't enough. And it's Jamboree beating Quantum Cat.
Yeah, good solid.
Right, this is the fourth one here. 5, 9, 6 and 1. 5, 9, 6 and 1. 5 is the favorite, then 9, 6 and 1. If we look through the pressure, 1 and 5, they're the top two pressures. The difference is about 3 kilos here. So 5 and 1 probably. Then it'll fall back, but fall back where? Here. I like the 10 because it is the larger drift. 9 is the favorite, 10 is a check. One thing that is common is this particular management that they're doing. This is timing. They've been on time. Here, this is the favorite. Here, it was, you were with 10. That did not work. But here, that was that. So that is that. And 1, 5, 1, probably 10. This is 12 is 7 kilos. I don't know. This is 3.5. 9 is the second favorite. 5, 9. But the same distribution is on 10 with a larger drift. 5, 1, 10. This is less pressure but a good jockey. This is high pressure. And then it is 9. The best horse here is probably 12. Best one is probably 12. But those things are not working.
Bell and Rob Archibald with Craig Williams.
He's only had one go beyond 1600. It was here and he ran third, and he's third up today.
I can't see any Melbourne Cup form
Pretty smart, this guy.
in
He's won
2.
6 of 14.
Number 6 is Flirtamon. Chris Waller again with Carl Wilson-Taylor.
Plenty of positives with her. Consistency, she's been good.
That Japanese
Eye-catching.
horse that came
A
second.
little unlucky last start against Demon Darb. I'm sure she would have really tested him late had she had a clearer passage up the straight. And she likes it here, so there's plenty in her favour.
Here's Red Top from the Tony and Matty Sears stable, CJ Graham.
He usually races well here. What's he had? 15 goes, 6 times in the top 2. And he was okay last start, this course and distance behind Kibosh.
Caprice de Jure is the 8, Stephen Lee, Robbie Dolan.
Tend to think he likes wet ground. Tracks firming up a little bit. It's a good 4. Wait for him for wet.
Demon Darb, Rob Heathcote, Bailey Wheeler.
Going up again in class, but he's climbing the ranks beautifully, having won of his last 2. More competition today, though.
Another one for Chris Waller, it's Yeti Moves, Rod Stewart.
I thought he was really good first up and he was back for a good prep, but he hasn't gone to that next level. I think he's struggling a bit at the moment.
Perudo, Tom Dougal, and Jones.
He's not a big, robust horse, so getting down to the handicaps 53, I think he's good. He's probably got to go back to get in, and he doesn't mind it here at Eagle Farm. I mean, the track condition suits.
The big fellow, the right way, number 12, Greg Wright and Emily Lang.
There he goes around every couple of weeks. He puts himself up on the pace and has no weight to carry today. He won't know himself, the big guy.
No, he certainly won't. And there's money for the right way as well. 11's into 8.50. However, Maxi favourite is still Victory Win and very solid at that at 3.30.
Yeah, he has been very well backed here. And he's got a good chance. I'm with number 6, Fleur de Mon. Now, she's not fancied, although she's just trimmed up half a point. She's 6.50 out to 8.50 back into 8. I just felt she gets a nice soft run. This is a bit hard, benchmark 94, but she's never raced better. So 6 each way to beat 5, Victory Win. 9, Demon Darby, then number 2, Warp Speed. Rising Pacific and Winburn. He's around $10. He's just got this is the first time past 1666, and he's got 60 kilos. But he does love Eagle Farm.
He does. The concern is 60 kilos. I am sticking with him. I do think he's the best horse in the race, but he will need a dream ride, a dream run throughout. He'll need that lovely, kind drag into this race where he's not having to spend too much. And I don't know, if they stack it up front here, it will be impossible for these horses to come from behind and win, I think. But he did look terrific. He's had 42 days between runs. He's been back to the trials and he looks great. So here is David.
Thanks, Bertie. They're set to go. Starter at the ladder. Switches on the red light. Ready to break the racing. Warp Speed off the inside, made his typical good start. Caprice de Dieu began well, acted the right way, clearing that pair early. Victory Win fourth away, and Political Debate rolling forward soon after the
That
start.
is the best horse, 12.
Trying to find a spot,
But
currently he's 3
it's
deep.
not working.
Then Red Top, Fleur de Mon to touch, worst midfield on the rail. Then Rising Pacific, Getty moves, Banzois, and Caruto settles down last. That's the first call. They've gone through the first 400 metres. The plan was to ride Political Debate more forward, and they've executed that perfectly, straight to the front. The right way takes the trail and sits in second. 2-way third, Caprice de Dieu. 3 away, Victory Win, the favourite fourth. Outside of Warp Speed, fifth on the fence. 2.5 away then came Red Top, Demon Darby. He's in for a tough trip. He's in centre field, but he's exposed 3 wide. Meanwhile, Fleur de Mon just chucks on the rail. Then Rising Pacific, Getty moves, Banzois and Ringo. 10 lengths, first to last, down the side. Passing Racecourse Village, just over 800 left to ride. Political Debate led the right way. Rather than sitting behind it, now comes to the outside to be on the outside of Political Debate and put some pressure on. Caprice de Dieu still in third, and Willow, he's given Victory with a perfect run in transit, poised in fourth and ready to go. Demon Darb always wide, Rising Pacific on the way forward, travelling into the picture. Then Warp Speed, Red Top, Fleur de Mon with work to do. Getty moves, Man, Carino. They were the last trio. Fully homeward bound now on the right way. Went away from Political Debate. It was the first beat ever. Victory Winners trying hard. So is Demon Darby. Rising Pacific is still running on. Manzoid's down the outside. Despite the steady of 60, Rising Pacific reached a narrow lead. Now starts.
Come on, no, that's a bad idea.
Rising Pacific Manzoid's the right way prominent.
That one
It's
won.
not far away with Warp Speed and Victory Win, not seeing out the distance well enough. Then came Caruto, followed by Red Top, Demon Dart, punctured after a wide run admittedly. Then Political Debate, followed by Caprice de Dieu, and Fleur de Mon has failed to complete the track. Rising Pacific, having a freshen up. He was too strong for them, 60 kg and all.
1, 3, 10, and 5.
Successful with Fleazy at the second, and now coming up trumps with Rising Pacific. We haven't seen him since the 22nd of March.
All right, David. Manzois gets second, so 1 beats 3, and just waiting for third and fourth. So he's carried the weight all right. Number
Slay.
Great performance there by Rising Pacific to hold on.
What did you have?
Manzois running
1.
to get that second spot. Protest the Hawkesbury to agree just a moment.
PC, the sleigh won't work. Boom, boom.
Just waiting. I do think that
The sleigh is timing out. I need to fine tune that. The sleigh is timing out. Joseph Ellis. It doesn't work after some time.
Once again, we've got Rising Pacific, one from the outside, ridden by Andrew Mallion, and he gets on with these horses that need to come off the bit. He has been known to get a bit keen once upon a time in his races, this guy, but he's going great guns at the moment, and he chalks up another victory. Now, I'm just getting third and fourth through. It's 1, 3, 12 and 10. Here's Greg.
1, 3, 12, and 10.
He's second against first. Duff made mention.
Beautiful, beautiful. But I mean,
about to go into the stewards room, but just show the people at home the head on once again there. There is Jamboree in the yellow cap and yellow sleeves, and in the baldy face, that's Quantum Cat of National Winner and Ronnie. Here's where Jamboree comes out,
meets him, bit of intimidation there. National has to be a very good talker. Yeah.
there was only a slight brush, and then they stay away from each other for the remainder. The last little bit, Nash makes that lunge, but the race was over. Can we go into the room just for a moment, or are they watching for the footage before they make comment?
fabulous. 1, 3, 12, and 10. This is what happened. So I don't know. This is becoming difficult. So the 5 was the favorite. 1 was the linear. 1 was the linear. PC, thank you so much for doing that, PC. Thank you so much for doing that. So 1 was the linear. Then 3 was with all the advantages in the world in one of the best hands. 12 we spoke. 12 is the best horse. There's no doubt it's in the best hand. And the 10 was the check, which was the largest drift. There's something not right. I don't know. Paid 12. Yeah, I mean, PC, that I don't know what to say, PC. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't like the odds, but they're coming in. Anyway, there's no point talking about it. We'll go to the next 5. 10, 11, 2, and 6. Then 11, 2, and 6.
Sneaky little place chance. She likes to get her toe in the ground. She said 7 goes on a heavy track for 2 wins and 3 placings. She was Been around 3.5 lengths last start here behind Tennille on the heavy track, so it was probably a bit below her best, but I think she's a better mare when she can be ridden more aggressively. I hope they do that here today.
Banyan Tree is the 11 for Tracy Bartley and Serge Lisney.
Yeah, turn form around this preparation. He's been doing a good job at country grade. Was outclassed by Dream Deal last start, but although I do prefer him in the country, a few scratchings bring him into the race here today.
That's how our runners look in the yard. It is late mail time.
Going 4, 8, 2 and 3 up on the way of November Falls here this afternoon, thinking she only has to run up to what she done here on the last start on the heavy track to be very hard to beat. Rock Barton Angel gets back to the home track, should be doing her best work late. General Soho, I think the track so far playing on speed plays in his favour. He'll put himself in the right spot, and Binku should appreciate the rate effective going 4, 8, 2 and 3.
Let's hear from Nathan Perry, representing the Paul Perry Sabre with the 2 in General Soho.
Well, he's had a couple of goes off over the 1800 lately. He's yet to finish off. What do you make of him on it?
Oh, look, the other day wasn't our intention to lead. He drew wide and we were sort of hoping to just get the run of the race, but Mitch just had no luck and had to roll to the front, which he sort of never done before, but I thought he stuck on pretty well.
Soft track stats good, heavy. He's yet to finish on in the first 3, and he's 3 goes on it.
Oh, look, I think this track will be different, right? Heavy track here at Newcastle plays pretty good, so no, I think he'll be all right with that.
Race 5 back with Glance. That was a really good run from back in the field here last time.
Yeah, last couple has been good, ridden quiet. So we'll do the same today, and soon to be working with her and hope she can finish off.
Nosy Parker had a tendency to get himself a long way back. He's in race 7, but the smaller field may give him a chance to hold some kind of position.
Yeah, oh look, he's just got to ride him the way he is. Aaron knows him well. He rides the track well. And the horse goes good here at home. Really loves the track here, and soft track will also help. So yeah, hopefully he can overcome that.
Good luck with the team.
Thank you.
They're loading up well. What can you tell us what's happening with the market, Anthony?
November Falls 210. That's about as short as she has been throughout betting. She's been quite popular with Rock Barton Angel best back to beat her into 370, as short as that horse has been. General Soho very soft, and if you're keen to play a roughie, Flying Step, he loves a wet track as much as 17. He's now $10, but the 2 favourites have been quite popular in betting.
Yeah, I can certainly see why she's been popular in November Falls, although she hasn't won a race in a little while. She's been a model of consistency this preparation, and as we know, these staying races, they generally...
No, I'm not preoccupied. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly is going on, PC. I mean, generally, up to 1400 meter, 1500, 2000 meter, the linears should win, irrespective of the fact what's going on at the ground. But for the last few days, that's not the case. That's not the case. It has totally toppled it off. I don't know what's going on.
And also comes up.
So the last 6 months, we have raced, and we've raced rigorously. The linears you cannot beat unless it is getting tailed or there is some other circumstances. But for the last maybe about 2 weeks, things are playing very different.
Deep Flying Step the inside. By General Soho.
That's what, PC. I'm a little confused. I mean, from the first race till the 4th one, I did not like the odds. I've never liked the odds. That's the first thing. I've gone with physics every time. But here, the odds are weird, and they're getting in. The odds are out of the roof. The favorite is something that has no chance of getting in, but they're getting in, and they're within the odds. So I'm trying to figure out where the hell I am going wrong.
Changes to the order as they make their way down the side of the track towards the 800 metres. Avian Fury in control.
3/4 now, November Falls. Flying Step to the inside. Banyan Tree in 4th spot, 1 off. Around General Soho, then Rock Barton Angel, and Binku pushing up on its insiders back at the rear. So the field starts to pack up somewhat as they run inside the 600, heading to the 5. Adrian Fury in front, November Falls, the favourite in close attendance. They get away now, 2.5 in front.
It's just because the 5 was the favorite, I took the 5 and the 1.
General Soho stays nearer the inner. Avian Fury is the leader, 350 metres out, led by more than a length.
I don't know about, I've never done arbitration, PC. I've never done arbitration. That's the thing. I look for the weights, the handicapping, the maths, but for the last maybe about a week, things have gone upside down.
He answers the heavy.
Like, I'll show you this one. Like in this one, this is the 5th one, all right. 10, 11, 2, and 6. 10 is the favorite, okay. 10 is the favorite. It's a 1400 meter. So ideally, 2 of the BBs needs to be there within the top 4. 2 of the BBs, 1, 2, 3. There are 3 BBs. 2 of them should be there in the top 4. 10 is the favorite. If we look through the pressure line, then 11 is the linear, which is a 392. How do you beat a 392? How do you beat a 392? But that 11 is not the favorite. The 10 is the favorite. And surprisingly, you know, so far the favorites have been getting in. Here, it got knocked out. Here it got knocked out. It was a 1800 meter. Here it got knocked out because why would that get in? What is the reason? It has to be the pressure line, then the advantage. But here, tell me something. How do you beat a 392 over a 1400 meter? You can't beat that. Then we come to advantage. If that 10 is the favorite, then we have another BB, which is this one, with league races given advantage, and it is here. All right. Then there is this one, 4 and 5. 4 and 5. So they're the 2 largest outer drifts. It's a 1400 meter. So even if I discount that, let's say 7 and 10, they're there. All right, let's keep them aside. Then 11 with the highest pressure. All right, the second highest pressure is on 3, which is with a weight appreciation. The second highest pressure is on 3, which is with a weight appreciation. It's a neutral. 3 cannot win, but neutrals do get in. So in this case, the 10 doesn't have a chance to win. The 10 doesn't have a chance to win with that pressure line over a 1400 meter. It is not possible. The 11 is going to nail it and nail it. I mean, that's how it should happen. But on the ground reading, now let's see what's happening at the ground reading. So you double that, it's 24. This is 25, so that's +1. So they're doing something here, which I still have no clue what they are doing and how they're doing this. This is a common thing which is happening, and that 7 is, I mean, 2 of the BBs needs to be there on the top. 2 of the BBs, top 4. All right. If we see that, that's a moron. let's say they will not do this, they will not do this, that's gone. Now this is gone, so 10 will be there. All right, this is like management issues, so they can't get in. This is okay, 10 will get in, but how will 10 beat this? And which is the one which is going to be in between? Is it the neutral or the drift? Is it 5? Is it 3 or 4? Honestly speaking, 3 has more pressure, but it's a neutral. It's a neutral. So it cannot win, but that 3 is a check. It cannot win. This is 1.5, 38, 29. This is the top talk. So 40, 43, 30. Here it is 87, 48. Then probably 10. 10 is the third. You tell me, what do you think, PC? I mean, I am absolutely, when things don't go the way that I am used to with, or I don't know how to explain this, but a 1400 meter, a 2000 meter, 1200 meter, these are known alleys. We've been there, done that. We have done 10,000, 15,000 races in last 1 year. We have done thousands of 1200 meter races, thousands of 1400 meter races. I understand. I know that, PC. I know that this is a, Randwick doesn't go wrong. Flemington doesn't go wrong. It is only here on these tracks, these morons, they do what? I don't understand. Randwick, maybe the first couple of races, it takes time to get the right idea of the track. Flemington is the same thing. I skipped the first one everywhere. But then more or less we are in the picture. We know what's going on. But yesterday was a nightmare. I did not get a single one. The day before, I did not get a single one. And we are racing with, I understand those were like 300 meter tracks. Yesterday we had about 420. No, it's not like that, PC. So I have segregated I keep the Randwick and the Flemington separately. Here is how it is kept. So I have kept it all separately. This is Randwick Cup days. This is Randwick Kensington, Flemington, all in separate forms. All in separate forms. The metros are all in separate forms with all collective data, like the weather, the track, the rails out or in. Doomben we have raced. This is Eagle Farm. We have God knows what's going on. I mean, you tell me how the 11, how do you think that the 10 can beat that 11? A 392, you beat a 392 on a 1400 meter. And if that happens, then God knows what's going on.
Competitive race.
What about your other two later today? Straight Acer and Captain Amelia.
Straight Ace is drawn poorly on a track. Probably isn't his most liking, but we're trying to build towards a scum cut with him. So this might be a run to get there. He's still sort of improving in his fitness. Captain Amelia, she's going really well. She's ready to win. Whether the barrier and the run she'll get will enable that to happen, I guess we'll see how the track plays throughout the day. But she's certainly going well enough if she gets into a position she can win. Thank you.
There's Tom Chapman. That's Candlewick on screen there out of the mare called Pinocchio, the mother of Classic Legend, the Everest winner. Now, Corey, who did you settle on here? We're 90 seconds out.
Yeah, I'm with her. I think she's
13. 13 is the grey. What is the distance?
Yeah, I just love the way she parades. She got a great demeanour.
You look that all.
Soft draw with Zach Boyd, and yeah, I think she'll look the winner for a long way.
No, she does win.
What is it? 1400, 1500?
4, 9, 14, 13. Lots of options here. I'm going to take a risk with
You got it, Quincy. You got it.
I think Medium World's going to.
But it's a heavy ground. Hawkesbury is a heavy ground. That's
If I want to throw another couple,
that's one pain.
4, 9, 14, and 13.
I don't think you're on your own, Duff. It's had a bit of the trim up too, Just Party. 6 into 550 now, equal favourite with Candlewick. Damage was done early
The
on.
greys are like the Rolls Royce.
Back to 550.
They need the best of the grounds and the
There is
conditions.
far more money on Candlewick, about 25% more bets. Media World's at 9, French Rulers at 11, Modella at 11, Zaiton. The big drifter has been Snitson over. Someone checked if it's got all its legs. It was $8.50 when we got to the track this morning and did our preview. It's $17 now. One from 23 against the others. So competitive.
Two might win, but we'll stick with 17.
See, that's a big blow for Snitzenova, a horse that's won a Spring Stakes and a Sandown Guineas. Now here's number 14 about to come up. Modelo, who went round to the gates early. Trained by Lee and Cherie Curtis. Fillied by Castelvecchio. Jockey's about to get up on board. There's Snitzenova, still warm, but Corey said that's what she's like. But she is very, very warm. She's sweating all over, Snitzenova. Very competitive race, Ronnie. 16 runners.
Yeah, there's lots of angles here, and obviously some nice horses.
Dow's, welcome back, Dow's.
It's an intriguing race. So, yeah, what's going to happen here, I don't know. It's a beauty.
How about the stake walking in and getting hot too? Okay, 16 across the line here for the Guineas. Best winner of this race, of course, is the great Chautauqua. He won a Guineas en route to winning many more big races. Here's Luke Marlowe.
Line good, and they're racing. Candlewick was one of the first out of the gate. She left beautifully. French Ruler showing a bit of speed, goes up there with Alabama State away fast. Media World Fearless looking to just drop in behind them. Followed by Zaitung, Get a Fix, going around the outside the 300. Also in that bunch, Snitzenova, Alabama Fox, Just Party's back on the rails. He's being closely followed then by Pisces. They were trailed by Modella, Wee Gatspeed. And 3 lengths away, Love Power. Media World spending the front in the Guineas, led by a length and a half on Fearless. Alabama State Candlewick gets a great run on the rails just behind them, followed by the 300. Over racing French Ruler, followed by on the fence there was Zaitung, then came Get a Fix, Just Party about midfield as they start to track up towards the home turn. Media World the front runner, but there's a cavalry coming. Fearless got the second. Working forward, Alabama State, a French ruler. The 300's never been on the track, and Candlewick's about to slip through just behind them with Just Party. Candlewick slicing up on the inside here, goes after Media World. 250 metres to go. Into the clear, running home, Zai Tung. It's Media World, Candlewick, late Just Party bullocking out. He's going to surge at them, Media World kicking. Just Party's going to have a pop at him. He's driving. Photo, Media World and Just Party have hit a great photo finish. As for third, Zai Tung, Pisces are there. Then Modella Candlewick had a chance. Behind those horses, Alabama State, Get a Fix, Wee, Fearless, French Ruler, Alabama Fox, Gatsby's further back. At the head of the others was the 300 and Fearless with Snitson over just ahead of those.
It's an impossible angle here to work it out. Let's have a look as they draw close to the line. Nash is going to come with another late surge like he did in the previous, but this time he gets awfully close. Media World, Just Party late. Media World, Just Party a big lunge. And is it enough? No, it's not. Media World's got it. Number 9, Media World.
9.
4, Just Party, and 5, Zay Tall.
Yeah, just that lovely on
9.
racing style, getting it.
Right, so this one, I don't believe that. That's just me. So 11 is the linear with the pressure. 1400 meter, it's the BB. 10 will come in, but there is something in between. Now, that 3 is a neutral with a 2 kilo. That's that 2 kilo. The jockey is not one of the greatest jockey. So we fall on 4 and 5. 4 is the largest outer drift. But 5 is in beautiful hands with the best jockey. This is the best jockey here, all right, in this race. It's a dedicated jockey. 5. It's a dedicated jockey. This guy will not let it go. So 11 with the pressure, that's the linear. It's very difficult to beat a linear on a 1400 meter. If that happens, then I'll probably step out of all the races. Then that's 390, 5 and 10. I'm going to go straight line. 11, 5 and 10.
Which we last weekend. Let's kick off then with Mississippi Prince Maxi, who's massively down in grade from the Brisbane Handicap last start. Brent Gray and Emily Lang.
Yeah, did a bit of work, didn't he? I thought originally he could possibly be the leader here, but there is a COT to ride the horse further back from the wide draw. So
wow,
that changes a few speed maps, but you know. It's a suitable race for him, actually, to run well, and he struck form 2 ago when winning here, and then last start, things didn't work out.
Number 3 is Substantial from the Tony Gollan stable, yet to win second up, but does have Timmy Clark aboard.
Yeah, significant gear change. Tongue tie off, they've got the tongue control going on for the first time. But he's had one run back on a soft. I don't think he likes wet at all. I forget that. And go on his good previous form on firmer tracks. He's much better than last time.
Okay, number 4 is Secret Plan, a horse I almost had on top, Max, here, $20. Cody Collis rides for Tony Madisier.
Yeah, he's been a pretty handy horse for quite some time now. And this is the right race for him to run well in for sure. He's had 2 runs back from the spell. Both have been progressing nicely, so I think he's ready to peak here.
Can Black Max bounce back? Tony Gollan, Ryan Maloney.
Oh, I don't know, he did 0. What was that, a fortnight ago? Second up, look at his best, and he might be able to just get into a lovely forward rhythm here and run a lot better, but he's got to go a lot better than last start.
Cadetship generally likes a little bit more give in the track. Chris Waller, Craig Williams.
Yes, that's a good point. The winkers are off, and Craig Williams going on from a good draw, so a couple of little positives there.
Remember what Felix Scat did first up last preparation, Tony Gollan, Mark Duplessis.
That was 11-6 over the 1600, and his last run before the break was a third in the Derby here, so not sure
10
what
looks
we're going
hard
to
to
get
beat.
today, but he has obviously gone well on the fresh side of the past.
I think this one could be a leader, Max. Flashing Steel, Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Andrew Mallion.
Yeah, I think this is a significant gear change too. Earmuffs in the race off to here, and look, he's very fit, and he might just get a nice soft time up on pace as well.
Number 9 is Noah and Adele from the Les Kelly stable with Martin Harley.
Always had a bit of time for this mare. Now, she spent a bit of time in Victoria, but she's back now, and though 14th last start behind Exotic Miss, she should have finished much, much closer. He had the handbrake on because there was nowhere to go. So she's back in pretty good order.
Here's Tabs, the 10, Mark Curry, Noel Pello.
He's only got to back up and feel as good as he did last week. If he does, he wins.
Ooh, have a look at Anna McCoy, Maxie, Sean Dwyer, Robbie Nolan.
Liking the fact that they've dropped him back to 1,400 metres today. This was the seed of his last victory. It was this track and distance when he was fresh. First up, stormed down the outside to get up. So we're looking for a repeat of that.
Number 14, Red Zeus for ex-Liberty CJ Graham.
Hasn't won for a long, long time. Hasn't had a lot of luck. So he could bob up. He should get a soft time with it from that inside game.
And they are loading quickly here, Maxie. I am with Anna McCoy for the arm.
Yes, the favourite here, Tabs, is the only horse they're back by the looks of it. Nothing's been seriously back to beat him, so I'm winning 10, 11, 4 and 3.
Oh, here's that.
Set race 5 at Eagle Farm. There's the light. They're racing. Tabs was one of the first to go, the favourite. Substantial began well. Red Zeus and Connection were up handing and Blackbacks and Secret Plan. They're travelling forward as well, so they'll sort themselves out. Flashing Steel landing midfield. A few lengths away, Felix the Scab, then Anna McCoy, no and a deal. And the plan was to ride Mississippi Prince back in the field. They've done that all right. It's 3 lengths away last. Into the first men, 900 left to run, and Secret Plan takes control. Leads Blackbacks by a length, and Tabs third the box seat. Flashing Steel fourth. He can't get it. He's 3 wide. He's exposed there. Substantial travelling up to a fairly handy fifth. One off the rail. 2 lengths away, Connection outside of Red Zeus. Now, Mississippi Prince making a mid-race move 3 wide. Anna McCoy coming away from the rail, putting Felix the Scout a bit deeper and towards the tail, no one to deal, but they're bunched. Only 4 lengths top end to tail at the point of the turn. 450 left to run. The leader on straightening was Secret Plan from Blackbacks. Now Tabs coming between the pair. He's got plenty to offer the favourite. Then came Connection, Flashing Steel dropping off, and Anna McCoy's trying to get a runner, but soon after Tabs shot to a clear lead.
Face, man, this jock is a moron of the highest order.
Red Zeus runs on Gateway, looking good for the Quinella, but Tabs back-to-back wins, bolted in. Red Zeus second. Third, I'd say Secret Plan, just from Substantial.
10.
And Anna McCoy, Felix the Scab, no and a deal. At the head of the others was Connection, Mississippi Prince, Flashing Steel and Blackbacks last over the line.
Well, just rinse and repeat from 7 days ago. Exactly the same, where he did a bit of work today, was up there. On paper, it didn't look to be much tempo going on, but they went pretty quickly. Eventually, Secret Plan took it up, and then after about 400 metres, backed it off, and then Callow had it under control, with Tabs the heavily back favourite. Right behind the leaders, swinging all the way. The gap appeared. He wasn't sure inside, outside. He eventually made the decision, and then he's put a margin on them in the home straight. Red Zeus running on again to get that second spot. They're holding down second, and Secret Plan back in third. He sort of controlled things from the front, and then we had Substantial. Anna McCoy had a checkered passage up the running, and then he was sort of put off his game, couldn't regather thereafter. No one to deal wide out with the white cap. Mike Pay to follow later in the carnival over further, but look, I think they can probably raise the bar a little bit with this horse Tabs. You know, it's been a demolition job, Bernie. I know in
10, 14, 4.
but he might be up to something a little bit better going forward.
Well, he could well be, Maxie. Mark not here, so Ben's having a chat today. So firstly, congratulations on the back-to-back 7-day apart win.
You know, it was a bit of a concern. Obviously, he went so well last week. We're a bit cautious about bringing him back in 7 days' time. But at the nomination stage, the race looked pretty winnable. And then when he drew so well, and he'd obviously done well through the week, we thought we'd bring him down.
So he's winning
10,
these
14,
races
4 and
so
3.
convincingly. You must have sort of some thoughts of better races.
So what happened? 10 won. Then came 14. Then came 4 with the largest outer drift. And then finally 3 with the neutral. The rest of the physics is playing. The rest of the physics is playing. The 14 66, 72, 66. The 11, the jock, man, he was trying to find a way which unfortunately he did not have. The entire length he was sleeping. Is something that they're doing. I don't get it. I don't get it. You have a linear 390, you are sleeping the entire length of 1400 meters. But it also doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Because 10 is the favorite. Why would that happen? Deliberately making 10 win doesn't make sense. And 11 losing like that also doesn't make sense. There is something else that we have no clue. At least I don't have any clue. I mean, 10 is the favorite. If 10 wins, they'll have to pay out. So making it deliberately win definitely does not make any sense. And a linear losing like that also doesn't make sense. So what is the gap? Where is the gap? What am I missing?
At Scone, beaten a length and a half. Belinda's going to find out a little bit more about this gelding by Pierrata.
Well, big run first up at Scone. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it was a great run. He really hit the line really strong. So we'll enjoy the slight step up and trip today.
Find yourself on a very heavy track here this afternoon. Does that place any worries?
It shouldn't really. He does appreciate getting a soft track. So it's
PC, congratulations on the 10.
A long way back first up. Was that by design or is that just him?
That was by design, being his first up run and just trying to hit the line strong, as most of Annabelle and Rob's runners do. But obviously, planning not to get too far back today, given that runners aren't really making up much ground.
Good luck with it.
Thank you very much.
All right, as far as our market goes, ahead of race number 5 here at Newcastle, we've heard from Megan O'Leary there with Pierrata. He's $3.50, our current favourite. Irish Jews on the second line at $4.20. And the Beast, who I think you're pretty keen on, Belinda, is at $4.80. How'd you order them?
Yeah, tricky little race. I went the way of the Beast simply off what he's shown in his last preparation. He's had a couple of trials both of them have been really sharp, and he's a nice big strong guy in the yard, well bred. He's a son.
Okay, PC will do that.
Best foot forward. It's a good show.
2167.
Right up on top of the speed also. So I went his way over backward glance. It was quite an encouraging run last start. That was at Newcastle on the heavyweight surface. Was doing her best work through the line. So she set it to 1500. That looks positive. Pieronimo, I can see why the money has come for him. He went up, stuck around from back in the field without a whole lot of luck first up. And Star Prediction's been looking for this kind of trip. So 1, 7, 10 and 3.
Might get a market update from Anthony Milton.
Yeah, Pieronimo into $3.50 now. That's about as short as this horse has been through our betting. An Irish jig coming with its supporters as well. $4.60 earlier today, now $3.70 to win almost a full point. They're the most popular runners. The Beast we laid early, but it's been soft, and we're happy to let you on now. It's currently at $5. Star Prediction at $6. Backward Glance at $7. Millie Balloon $8.50, and Yes Glen heads the others. It's a $17 chance. So Pieronimo and Irish Jig's been the biggest firmer late.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, Pieronimo, this gelding by Pierata, start number 7 this afternoon. He was obviously very good at Newcastle, first up at 1400, steps up slightly in trip. That's the 1500 metres here today, and I guess it's important to note that placing was on soft ground first up.
Yeah, it was on a soft ride there at Stone. So he's a beautiful type. He's probably the standout from the mounting yard, and taking that and a whole lot of room top of the straight, but really love the way we closed off late. Just going to be how the shape up from getting into here, but I've gone the way of the Beast. I think he comes through some nice strong form races last preparation. Probably his best runs were fresh last prep.
Yeah, I agree. He's coming out of some very good races. He'll obviously get out over a little bit further.
Today I expected that we'll get the coffee,
As far as the quaddie goes,
but
this race does kick off the first
didn't
week
get the
of
coffee.
the quaddie. How many runners have you included?
I put the 3 in. I did put the Beast in, also with Backward Glance, the home track galloper, and I did include the favourite, Pieronimo. So hopefully I have all bases covered here. The little spanner in the works, though, would have to be Irish Jig, who there was good money for this morning. He's a 1 run back where he was up on top of the speed. And
I thought I'll get it. I don't. No Victorian feed.
But looking at him, I don't think you're getting much more forward in the yard here this afternoon.
He actually started a favourite that day at Canberra, obviously after trialling well Irish Jig. He was beaten around 7 lengths. He would need to improve a fair bit to be winning here, you would think, but good market support continues to come for him into 360 on the second line. Like we said, Pieronimo's also been well supported at $3.10, our favourite, and the Beast, you'd have to say, he's been very soft there at $6 for him.
I can find a market with the good, so
doesn't matter. You still tipped a winner. Okay, let's go to Phil Roberts to race 5 here at Newcastle.
About to be led forward. Pieronimo goes in, starter heads out front, got 3 left to load. The Beast about to come forward. Aaron Bullock riding for Kieran Marr. Aaron going for race to race double. After piloting General Soho to a strong win in the previous. Now Matt Lance goes up. And Billy Balloon will beat the last. This is race 5 for Newcastle. 1,500 metres. It's a super maiden. We're set. Tempest moving in with 1 near the centre. They're away. A bad line out in the end. Irish Jig, the first one to break the line. Star Prediction will push through. Hold it off the inside. Then Yes, Glen and Marabello here. Ronimo now slots him back on the.
So am I, PC. I can't tell you how. You know, I'm sure you are addicted to this. I am addicted to this. You know, until and unless I'm able to solve. Until and unless it gets solved, I can't get a proper sleep. Until and unless it gets solved.
quarters over Irish Jig, a similar margin back to Star Prediction, and the Beast a half length away in fourth. Then came Geronimo, who's getting a nice run and looking to work off the inside now. And then came Barabello's under pressure, then Backward Glance, and Millie Balloon coming to the outside. Around the bend they swing, and it is Yes Glen in front, but it's having the proverbial kitchen sink thrown at it. Irish Jig loomed up on the outside and quickly went straight past it. The Beast and now Millie Daloon coming down the centre of the track. Geronimo looking for a split behind those, but Millie Daloon strode to the lead. 200 metres out past the centre of the track. Geronimo goes to second. The Beast battles away, but Millie Daloon is racing away with it, and Millie.
I'll explain this, PC. I have the form. So.
Just ahead of Marabello, and then came Star Prediction, Irish Jig, and Yes Glen.
Number 8, Millie Daloon for Matt Smith and Kitty.
Not exactly in the shape of the race net, but
back in the field, she made a circling run, got to the left part of the middle of the track, and she's pulled away for a convincing win. That's start number 6, win number 1 on the board. Our favourite Geronimo was held up for a few strides, approaching the top of the straight, but has worked home nicely there into second position. The Beast has batted on well, and Backward Glance has run on from the back, but she done a really good job today, Millie Daloon.
She certainly did. She was been around 4 lengths first up at narrow, doing her best work through the line. She gave every impression she was looking for further and really rarely step into the 1,500 metres here this afternoon. She's won with a leg in the air.
All right.
8, 10, 1 and 7 are the numbers across the line, and that's we're off and running in the first leg of the quaddie. We're up to a short break.
This here, 6, 7, 2 is the favorite. 2 is a colt. All right, it's a mixed sex. That's a colt. It's in very good hands. This is the one. These 3 horses are within the rails. 2, 6, and 8. 8 happens to be a neutral. 2 and 6. 6 is with management, but they're also defaulters. The largest defaulters. So they cannot win. They cannot win. That's for sure. The question is 2 or 7. The question is 2 or 7. Now, this one is the only drift. This one, the number 1 is the only drift. We'll talk about that. But if we look at the BBs, then that's 2 BBs, 157, 157. This is a 285 linear. In good hands, this is probably the best hand. 2 is probably the best hand. But the question is, this is a colt, and this horse has never been ridden by this jockey. A colt without a friendly jockey is, in my opinion, is a problem. 6 is just got 1 race. 6 has got 1 race. The pressure is like that. All right. Here is the other one, which is number 5 from gate number 8. This is also a colt, but this one, the jockey has ridden this horse, right? So this is a friendly jockey on 5. This is gate number 8. There are loads of neutrals in this one, so they cannot win, but they can get in. And the largest drift is this one. This is the largest outer, but this is the largest inner. And they are kind of in a better position, better hands. That's 81-18, right? 81-18. That's 183. That's the largest outer. So 10 is a check. Now, generally on situations like this, the 2 doesn't win. When you do not have a friendly jockey, the colt will not respond. The colt needs, either it has to be a superb colt, or that doesn't happen. It's a 285. This is a 288. They're kind of close, very close. The only difference is this one is within the rails and this one is not. But honestly, 7 is a better horse. There's no doubt. 7 is a better horse. 41.72. This is 37.187. This is a way better horse. Things that might happen. I mean, this is my take. I don't see the 2 anywhere. 7 will get through. 7 will get through. Then we need something like this. The maturity on the program. Seven. 2 races all on 1,000 meters. All right, 2 races all on 1,000 meters. That has 1 race, but this is just 1. 181, 172. Then comes 9. 4. Then comes 2. But that doesn't work. So 7 is good. I like 7. 2 probably is out. So if we do our own stuff, then I mean, how things should work is we'll take a look at the rails. The 1 will get a support from the rail, but it cannot win. So 7 and 1. There is 1 in between. So that is either this colt or the 10 with the drift. 82, 83. Obviously this colt is better. So 7, 5, 1 should be the scene if the 2 doesn't kick in. I don't know what else will happen, but I mean, I'm losing each and every race, so there's not much. And what about those in 9? The best jockey is on 6. That is 7, 6. This is also a friendly jockey. This colt has a friendly jockey. Dedicated jockey, in fact. Now, that happens. So 7, Killy. 2's out. 6 with the management. So 7. 6 out. 6 is out. That's just 1, maybe 4th. So 7 and 1. What is in between? 7 and 1. What is in between? Is that the 5 or the 10? We'll take a look. It's sound.
As much as $11 earlier on in the week, subject to
the blast, PC.
It's now $4, and clearly the second most popular runner. If you were fortunate to step up that $11, even considering the deductions, you're on a ticket worth $8 and
well, those guys are kind enough.
Now, City of Lights all for
those guys are kind enough. I'm using their media.
$5.50. Coco Jambu just went.
But it's like a fair use. I'm just using it.
Roots at 19, Dark Glitter 31.
Those guys are kind.
$4. So Lady Laguna now back into $3.10, but written in code.
They only do the atomic explosions.
Canterbury Stakes.
They only do atomic explosions.
11 months ago, Sox Nation won the Oaks in Queensland. And 12 months on this day, Coco Jambu had her first start here in Australia and won this race, the Hawkesbury Crown. She hasn't won since. Peter Snowden telling us straight after that race he got the shock of his life when she walked off the got off the plane.
Well, when we had a look at her, we understand why, because there's nothing of her. She was a little whippet, but obviously she's got a good little heart.
So they're behind the gates. There's Lady Laguna in the OTI colours, about to move up with Jason Collett with 60 kilos on her back. So is the other Group 1 winner in this field, Sox Nation. And Roots, a Group 2 winner, will carry 59. It's been a year since Thalassophile won the Silk Stocking, her last win.
11
This is the feature filly to mared race out here at Hawkesbury. 12 runners to do battle. Anthony, any change?
Lady Laguna just went 320 to 290 in one move, so late push for the favourite again.
Into 290 now. Lady Laguna. 290 for Jason Collett, Annabelle and Rob Archibald. And 390 for written in code. Archibald at the top of the market with their two runners, Lady Laguna and written in code. Ronnie?
Yeah, well, I think they're very well fancied, both of them. One's already been to the level and one's potentially heading to a level. So I'm going with a tried and true performer. I know it's been a while since the last win, but just all those stats with just those leaders are getting a fair go today, which we didn't expect. But
Arman, 210, 12.
Still don't think they should try and do something stupid. All Schiller's got to, Pollock's got to do is, and he's a master at it, just judge the speed. If he's left in front, he's left in front. As long as she's in a rhythm and just quicken up and just feel floor off the fence, and she's going to take some running down. So if he starts strangling and thinking, oh, she's got to have cover, that could backfire.
So they're about to move up. We're on start time, or we're almost on start time. We're about 30 seconds away, but here's the first of them coming up. Any advance on the 290, Anthony?
What do we got? It was 290 a few moments ago. Same price, Greg.
290 and written in codes 420. There's written in code walking up now in the gall colours. Let's get up to Luke Marlowe. First leg of the quaddie, race 7, the Pioneer Services Hawkesbury Crown.
Peter goes up. And we're getting pretty close here. Last year's winner, Coco Jambu's about to move up. She's looking to be the first horse since Aerobatics in 2014 to win this race back-to-back, Coco Jambu. Dark Glitter goes up and we're ready to run for the Hawkesbury Crown. Red light is turned on. Stand by. Tashi moving about a bit. They're ready. Not the all clear from behind, but they just weren't quite right. And the starters come down. I think one's had a dive at the gates here. Starter's come away from his post. He's checking on something. Maybe it's a manual start. That could be what's happening here. Red line's still on. Looks like we've got a manual start here for the Hawkesbury Crown. Now, that might have failed as well.
7, 10.
Not too sure what's going on here. There's a shot that helps us a bit. I think there could be an issue with the starting mechanism. Still the red light's on. We might get them this time. Yep, they're away now in the Hawkesbury Crown, and Coco Jambu has bombed the start. Last year's winner, a clear last. Lady Laguna timed it nicely, and she's in front early stages from Tashi. Next then, as they settle down, was City of Lights, Roots and a Hater written in code. Getting a long way back in the field was Dark Glitter at the 1,000. Outside of Topanga, then Sox Nation. Coco Jambu, the Lassophile. Lady Laguna, she hasn't won in 14 months, but she's in front by a length and a half. Tashi middle stages. 2 lengths away, third was City of Lights inside of Anahita. Roots is fifth, the rail coming down the side, then Written in Code in clear galloping room. Behind them, Topanga, Dark Glitter, Coco Jambu. Then Sox Nation, and last was the Lassophile. Lady Laguna making every poster winner coming around the turn. Tashi gives her the stare. City of Lights pushing out, Roots saving ground. Then Anahita and Written in Code is about to be let rip down the middle. It's Tashi, Lady Laguna, 50 metres to run. Lady Laguna fighting on the inside from Tashi. City of Lights, Written in Code can't get there at the moment. City of Lights now moving up, runs up to Tashi, 50 to go. They race tight. City of Lights, Tashi. City of Lights, I think Bobden won it from Tashi. Good duel down the straight. Lady Laguna's close up behind. Then Written in Code fourth, followed by Dark Glitter. Next over with Anahita, the Lassophile. Sox Nation, Coco Jambu didn't do a bad job after blowing the start. Could probably just hold your tickets if you backed her. And then came Sox Nation toward the end with Topanga and Roots.
Okay, now we let's have a look at this finish. Let's have a look at this finish with City of Lights and Tashi. You got Tashi, City of Lights. They certainly rolled in towards the
Well,
rail.
10.
See the head on in a moment. City of Lights is going to get it over Tashi comfortably, but we want to see the head on to see what City of Lights did. Now, let's get to the nitty-gritty of the finish, but first of all, City of Lights, she's a half to Wicks, and she's won a Group 3 in the Hawkesbury Crown. If she...
Congratulations, Dow's Aruman.
She comes in quite a bit. Maybe like the previous one, the protest in the previous, where there was just a bit of a...
I think the worst one was the first one, and that was Tashi coming out to her. And then they both rolled back in together. So they're very similar. I'd still like to be on a ticket on the winner.
And just on Coco Jambu, can we see the head on? Have you got the head on there, Robbie? Just to see. Coco Jambu missed it quite badly. There's Joe Pride. He wanted to have a look at the head on, I can guarantee it.
He looks a little nervous.
And there's John Camilleri, who bred Winks and sold her, kept this one. Outside barrier 10. No, she just stood there. She was trying to almost sit down. So I think you've, she'll be declared a starter, Coco Jambu, and I think, Ronnie, you'll be right with City of Lights.
I think so. It's a high-pressure race, so they might have a crack, but I don't like the chances too much there. So it's pretty similar, maybe a little bit more merit than the last one, but yeah, I just thought this initial move was from Tashi coming out to meet her. Then they both rolled back in together.
Yeah, that's exactly how I viewed it as well, Duff. Tashi's definitely come out and made slight contact, but then they both wandered back in probably 3 or 4 horses towards the fence, but there was no real heavy contact after the first shifts from Tashi.
Hold all tickets because you might hear more. Second jockey's going to have a look at the video, and we'll wait and see what stewards do with Coco Jambu. So hold all tickets.
To Eagle Farm, it is time for a little stakes racing now. This is race number 6, the Delrello Stakes, over 1,000 metres. This time for the 2-year-olds, and your $3.10 favourite is Top to Be Sure, returning from a spell. All right, Cool Archie, the first to look at, Maxie. Back and trip a little here today for Chris and Corey Munce and Martin Harley.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. Would rather it stay the same for him. But he's got a lot of talent, this horse, and he tries very hard, so he'll probably be beaten for speed. But I'm expecting Kualachi to find the line very strongly. Well, I know it was only a maiden that he won, but he had a lap on the opposition last start.
Okay, here is your favourite, Talk to Be Sure, number 2 from the Matt Dunn stable, and Andrew Mellion aboard.
He comes into barrier 5. A couple of speedsters are drawn inside him, so he should be able to tuck in with some nice cover, hopefully relax, and then we'll see what he's made of today, because but only his 2 starts during the summer, he's over-raced a little bit. He's probably costly, probably costing both of those races. So a nice, relaxed, chilled-out horse today. We'll see him hardest to beat.
Number 3 is the Bear. He is also resuming for Sharon Livingston and Justin Stan.
He's a nice horse, this fellow. He won at his first start, then 5th in the McLaughlin.
That's the
behind
only
my Dream
gilding
during
in
the
this
summer.
race.
So he's back here. It's a tough task for him, but he deserves a crack at it.
Unit Inspirata is number 5. Cody Collis rides for Team Sears.
Don't mind this horse. He trialled quite well at the Gold Coast, and he was much better in that race at Ipswich. I know it was a moderate maiden, but he absolutely blitzed them, looking visually very good.
Number 6 is the Mosu from the Leon Birchley stable, Craig Williams.
He had the advantage of barrier 1 at the Gold Coast when winning one of the debuts down there, running down Darn Hot Lady late. But the barrier's the problem here. I think barrier number 7 over the 1,000 metres. Look, we haven't seen her publicly in a trial, but she's remained solid in the market.
Darn Hot Lady is the 7, Toby Edna, Steve McLean and Carl Wilson-Taylor.
Well, at the first start in that debut at the coast, she was run down late by Mosu, and then one first up on the Sunshine Coast Polly. It was a comfortable win. Kyle was looking left, looking right. It was a blitz, and she will take some running down here.
Number 8 is Gobi Desert, Chris Lee's Damien Thornton.
Filly by Too Darn Hot. She won the Max Lees. It's usually a good race. That was back on the 16th of November, beating a couple of handy ones, and then went around in the nursery from a wide gate at Randwick. So watching, would rather her have drawn more favourably, though, than that awkward gate.
Get Ready Lass will be the 9, Chris Anderson, Robbie Dolan.
Probably drop back in trip is good. She blitzed the opposition in a maiden at the Gold Coast and then was run down by a pretty handy one in Dragon Rouge, who's come out of that to win the Callaway Gal. So the form's good.
James Healy trains Milestone with Dick Brooker.
Speedy Filly by Whittington. Winkers are going on first time. I think she'll be up there for a fair while.
Tony Gollan trains Midnight Spirit with Andrew Jones.
Yeah, what's the market doing? Giving a bit of a nibble at a big price. Should be able to get a nice run just in behind them. The effort in the Nugget behind Quietly Arrogant was okay. That's the race that the favourite comes out of, Talk to Be Sure.
2-year-olds are loading for the first of our features. The Del Rello for the 2-year-olds. And Talk to Be Sure is our $3 favourite, Maxie, or $2.90 on tab. And I am with you.
Yes, Cool Archie, good support. Get Ready Lass, good support. But he's been very solid, Talk to Be Sure. I like him.
Let's go.
Through the first half, and he relaxes nicely on Marion. If he does, I think he'll win. 2 to beat 1, 7 and 5.
Let's get to Anthony Manton.
To Be Sure, probably the best backed all day here, Bernie. $2.90 now. That's the shortest price that horse has been through our betting. Now, Cool Archie opened favourite earlier on in the week, got out to as much as $5, back to $4 and now $4.20 at the death. So there has been late support for Cool Archie. Get Ready Lass at $5 and Amosu $5.50. So Talk to Be Sure, best backed all day, but Cool Archie did have its supporters once it got to a backable price.
Liston Dalrello, they're set. Stand by for a break at the 1,000 metres. Starter having a careful look at them. It's the lever. They're racing now. Darn Hot Lady began
One's
from
good.
barrier 2 straight to the early lead. Milestone well away. Get Ready Lass third in
The
the stride.
dedicated
And
jockey.
fourth
Where
was
is that
Archie,
new
followed by
seven?
Urana. A few lengths away then came the Bear, followed by Midnight Spirit. Talk to Me Shores in the second half of the field and covering ground. Gobi Desert behind those with Amosu. Run off its feet 3 weeks away last. Up to the turn, 500 left.
Please don't let it go, Seven. You're good. You're a linear. Don't be a shame in the name of linears, bro.
Archie is trying to bust into the clear and Talk to Me Shores.
Run!
Centre of the track. They've got 250 left to run. Cool Archie went up on the outside of Milestone. Then Darn Hot Lady, followed by Wider on the track. Talk to Me Sure still putting in, but it's Cool Archie in front. Talk to Me Sure at the last shot. The leader is still Cool Archie, holding on, gripping on.
One.
Talk to Me Sure had its chance. Midnight Spirit, I'd say, snatched third. Then the Bear, followed by Milestone and Moxie, made up a lot of ground.
One. PC got it.
Uterus Piranha.
PC went with the dedicated jockey.
Talk to Be Sure. I think Cool Archie should have out the horses in the home strength, but it didn't matter. He was holding Talk to Be Sure, and then a gap away to
PC on fire.
It looks like that's possibly
12.
Midnight Spirit ahead of Get Ready Lass. Now the 6. And Mosu, what happened to her? I just noticed her back, way back, coming towards the home bend and very wide. Well, Cool Archie, he's come back. an even better horse by the looks of it. Trained by Chris and Corey Muntz here at Eagle Farm, ridden by Martin Harley. The head-on will tell the story. I reckon he shifted out about 5 horses. You can see the heels of Harley going. Persuader in the right hand, just flailing. And he's been able to get up and score. The runner-up was very good there. He was obliged to race 3 deep. Talk to be sure. He let down nicely. He'll really come on from that. And a Masu, we'll have to get some sort of report to see what happened through the first half there. But Bernie, he's a lovely horse, this fellow. He's by Cool as a Beal, Cool Archie. He's a cool customer. He's just running away there. Actually shifted out about 8 horses.
He did. He did. He was a bit wild late, but I think it was his experience that helped him a long way in this race. Let's have a chat to his winning trainer, Chris Muntz. You'd be stoked to be winning a stakes race with this fellow.
Yeah, it's good. It's great for Max too. You know, he's got this horse on his own and he wanted to have one with me, so it's good that this colt's been able to win a stakes race for him. And look, he was a bit fresh today. I was a bit surprised he raced that close. I didn't expect him to be there, but I could see in parade ring he was a bit above himself, so he's only going to improve again.
Yep.
He got, I'll tell you what, he's a tough little bugger. He got buffeted at the start and then on the corner and still kicked on strong, so it's a credit to him.
Maybe lucky he was on the fresh side. We saw him sort of luckless out the back or midfield in a couple of 1,200-metre races last preparation.
Yeah, look, I think he's getting a bit more mentally wiser. Yeah.
1, 3, and 16.
Now, you know, the last 100 metres obviously helped him coming from a 1,200-metre first-up win to this.
What trip are you going to think he's going to get out to this preparation? Which races are you targeting?
Oh, look, he's always going to go on that side sort of JJ path. So he'll go to the Boom But Slipper, the Spirit of Boom there in 2 weeks' time, and then into the size and JJ. So they're the race that we targeted for.
And is he sort of cool and calm at home, like his name suggests?
He's the quietest horse. You could put a child on him and he wouldn't turn a hair. But I was actually a bit surprised when I see him in the parade ring bouncing the way he was.
Well, that's a good sign for 1,000 anyway. Well done.
That's great.
All right, there he is, Chris Muntz, superstar jockey, and he's equally as good at training. Number 1, Cool Archie, beats the favourite. 2, Talk to be sure. Just a little bit of inexperience still with this favourite. His time will come. 12 and 9, 57.88, home at 34.15. That's it for the Delrello. Some great Group 2 racing to come here in Brisbane, but for now, we're off to Newcastle.
Back here at Newcastle for race number 6. This is a benchmark 64 handicap over 1,500 metres. This race has been heavily impacted by scratchings. We are left with a field of 7 runners to do battle, and the first horse we are starting with is the 3 Tapper Kid from Nursara and Gavranich stable. Aaron Bullock in the saddle. He's resuming off a 9-week freshen.
Yeah, 9-week freshen, no trial to speak of, but he was an excellent freshen. He's yet to finish out of the placings first up. 4 goes for a win and 3 placings. It's a big weight to carry first up on a heavy track, but he's done an excellent job in previous preparations. The most recent win coming in the Class 3 highway over further at Randwick.
We move on to the 4, Penner, for Jason Beamer and Ben Looker. He's had 2 solid runs back, and he's coming back in grade today.
He's coming back from Midway Company, where he's been well defeated on both occasions, but the big positive today is the heavy track. He'll absolutely relish conditions. He's had 4 goes on a heavy for 3 wins and a second. Admittedly, they've all come at country grade, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do here today.
We move on to horse number 6, Brutal Bowler, for Chris Lees and Jeff Penzer. He is our current favourite. He's been placed 2 from 3 this preparation.
Yeah, geez, he looks well. He looks really well here in the yard. He's very healthy in the coat for a horse this time of year. He's a horse that can do a few things wrong. We saw that 2 back on the Kenzo. He went back in trial, and I thought he was pretty good. You can offer him a couple of excuses last start here because they weren't making ground, and he just spotted the leader a little bit too far at the top of the straight. The gate's much better with the scratchings. He'll get his chance. He's yet to be tried on the heavy, but he has good soft track stats.
Horse number 13 is Shoal Deep for David Atkins and JVO. She's nice and fit.
She is nice and fit, and she's ultra consistent too. She hasn't been all that far away of late. I loved her run last start here off the back of a 5-week freshen in behind 55 Chevy. She's been well supported from long prices in her past couple. She gets to the home track. She's a winner on the heavy. And the thing I like about her is she gets a nice little weight pull on the main chances.
Horse number 14 is Sombrero for Matt Smith and Louise Day, with the change of tactics being notified to be ridden further forward.
Yeah, well, that's probably been the main thing against him. First and second up, he's been getting a long way out of his ground with big weights. He drops a kilo on last start today. If he can hold a spot from the barrier, that'll help him. He's a winner on the heavy in the past.
What the charge is the 15 for Mitch Beer and Grant Buckley.
Yeah, he's had one run back where he sat third and he really dropped out over the concluding stages. He'll be fitted for that run, and he's a much better horse when he can get his toe in the ground, with a winner and a couple of placings from 4 goes on the surface, and he's also a winner second up into the preparation. So I'm expecting to see improvement. He parades in tip-top order.
And the 17 is Better Explained for Tony Hall and Shay Wilkes.
The 5 times winner from 29 goes. He was well beaten last start in midweek grade, last start at Canterbury, where he started at big odds, but he gets in nicely with a claim here this afternoon. He's the winner on soft and heavy ground, and it's just a digger in the placing with the claim.
That's how I was in the
He's on fire today.
Tony Hall's made his way down the highway with Better Explained, who's been proven on wet ground.
Yeah. What do you made of his first and second up run?
Very ordinary, Belinda. There's 3 of him, and you've got to just work out which one you're going to get on the day. Look, he seems well enough, happy enough. Shade's been riding him work. We'll try and be midfield and get to the centre of the track and see how we go.
He's obviously more multi-dimensional. He's a winner from 1200 all the way up to 1750. We saw him place in town over 1900 last prep. What's his probably best trip?
About a 1700 or an 18, 17 to 18. But look, there's no races coming up, so he's got to go around. And he likes here. He's run a couple of placings here, so we'll just leave it to Shay and see how she goes.
We saw first and second version of him turn up, first and second up. Let's hope we can see the third one today.
Exactly. It'll be great if it does.
Yeah, this looks like a fairly open race, Belinda, and I think you went looking for a touch of value here.
I did originally, but with the scratching, that trimmed right up. I landed on shoulder at 13, and not with a whole lot of confidence, but just like the fact that she likes a heavy track. She's a winner on it, and she races well at home. She's been racing consistently of late, and she also gets a nice little weight pull, which I thought could be a big advantage over the concluding stages on the heavy track. So I swung her way over Brutal Bowler, who's deserved of another win. Tap a Kick. He's always a horse that holds a lot of conditions, so hard to get a real guide off him. He's 9 weeks between runs without a fresher. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bolt in here, and the 4 Penner. Absolutely love the heavy track. 13, 6, 3 and 4. As we cross to you, Anthony, for a market update, it doesn't look like there's a great deal happening here.
No, spot on, Mel. Very little change in this market from when we went up earlier on in the week. So Brutal Bowler, 215 now. That's about as short as he has been throughout betting, and holds about 45% of all money. Tapper Kicks now $3.50, $3 earlier. So it's just a little soft late. And Shoal Deep got out to as much as 420, just back to 380. But yeah, a race of not a lot of change. Tapper Kick just a little soft late, and Brutal Bowler's pretty firm.
I can probably see why Tapper Kick's drifted slightly in the market. He's a horse I quite like. He's got good ability, but when you look at him physically, he's such a rolling factor, isn't he? And I think stepping out first up in this grade just might be a little bit of a pimp with 61 kilos.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen them take the claim, because the big weight was a real draw against him here this afternoon, but he is a horse with his own fair share of ability.
Where do you envisage your selection, Shoal Deep, settling in the running today?
Yeah, we're much smaller field now, so I don't think she'll be too far away from the action.
Okay, loading up well here for race number 6 at Newcastle. Here's Phil Roberts.
It's barrier staff getting in behind Brutal Bowler. And it's gone in there. Red light, have to go, and they're away. Was last out Brutal Bowler. First to begin was ordered to charge in the inside. Takes up the early running. Tapper Kick's not going to be that far away, neither Shoal Deep, and Better Explained is up there early as well. And Hennard's working over from the wide gate. Brutal Bowler up there being last away. It's rushing forward out wide on the track and is going to be prominent. Dropping to the tail is Sombrero. So order to charge is the leader. And after that slow beginning, going quickly, the favourite Brutal Bowler now sits a neck away in second spot. Pace is good here. They're 3-4 lengths in front of Pennard. Shoulder deep the inside. Tapper Kick will be enjoying this nice solid tempo. It's back in fifth spot, travelling well. A couple away then came Better Explain, and a further couple back to Zambrero back at the tail. So coming down the side, Order to Charge on top, led by 3/4. Brutal Bowler in second spot. They'll just niggle that at that point as they head to the 600 metres. They're still about 3 lengths in front of Shoal Deep. Pennard to the outside, and then Tapper Kick. Well back is Better Explain, and the still last is Zambrero. Coming to the bend, Order to Charge the leader. Brutal Bowler on the outside, being revved up to come after it. Beautiful run on the inside for Shoal Deep. Pennard is coming down the outer, as is Zambrero. Further back, Better Explain. Tapper Kick left flat-footed, but Shoal Deep goes for home. 200 metres out, Shoal Deep dashed right away. Better Explain got an inside run, goes to second. Zambrero, Brutal Bowler, battling away from Order to Charge, but it is Shoal Deep in front, close to the line. Better Explain can't get there, and Shoal Deep wins over Better Explain. Zambrero, Brutal Bowler, Pennard, Order to Charge. Tapper Kick has finished a long last.
Belinda's Value Bet gets the job done here. Shoal Deep settled leaders back. Give a good kick at the top of the straight and has done enough to defeat Better Explain, who saved all the ground back towards the inside. Zambrero was making ground from the back, and Brutal Bowler, who worked off the awkward draw, has finished off in fourth.
Yeah, beautiful ride there by JBO. She was a little wanting to have a look at things over the concluding stages. She was left out in front a long way from home, but she loves the conditions, she loves the home track, and she got a nice pull in the weights here today.
13, 17, 14 and 6 are the numbers in race number 6 here at Newcastle.
Okay, this is the 7th one. If we look through the odds, it's 2, 1, 3, and 16. It's again a mixed sex. 2, 1 is the linear going through the top. That's that. It's the best VB. I don't know why that should lose, but that will probably lose. It's got a dedicated jockey. It's a 1600 meter. That's the linear. But here, if we go with what's happening here at this ground, that 16 is the one with the depreciation. 16 is the one with the depreciation. Here, the result was 1, 2, and 12. 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 12. So all with that, it did not get here. So that was the problem. Here it is the same thing, 16, but it's a 1600 meter. This one was 1000 meter. So I honestly don't know why the one should lose, but that will probably lose. It's got a dedicated jockey. It is the linear. It is with the management. It is the champ. The highest pressure is on this one, 14. Which is there. That's the highest handicapped. 14 is a check. That's gate number 5. One is gate number 11. Will it get through? Or this will go? 2 is the favorite. 16 is the depreciation. That's gate number 13. Here's gate number 12. Oh, what is going under this? That one won without any pressure here on 1,000 meter. $75. That's hands down the best horse one.
First lap, and he wasn't really noticeably sweating, but it's just standard for him. If he didn't get a little bit hot in the yard, you'd be a little bit worried. So he's just starting to drip a few beads now. So yeah, back to normal.
Matt Chalet is Ash Morgan and Sarah Ryan, the Provincial Midway Championship winner.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of equicraft on his legs today, but he was terrific in all 3 runs this preparation. A great story after his issues, and although more depth in this race, he's got plenty of determination.
Got a real springy step today as well. He's paraded super since being in the yard. Yeah, I couldn't find a negative for him. He looks well.
Honey Girl, number 13, is Andrew Atkins and Kieran Marr.
Might run better than the massive odds suggest. She's got a crossover noseband on. She's come back much better with excuses in the emancipation last start. And this stable can produce an upset. Given her an odds the other day, and she did run better.
She's just starting to get a little bit wound up, just starting to get a little bit warm. She's sweating, not noticeably, but she's just starting to trickle now, yes. She's getting a little bit unhappy.
Chris Leeds has got Tarby Time here, looking for another big dance qualification. Went 4th in the big dance last year, Tabby Time. Now, first up at Randwick behind Sandpaper, looked to return really well.
Yeah, he was good, Greg. He had to make a long, sustained run and just levelled out a touch late to pick up the lead. But trained on nice. Bit of a tricky gate. Probably going to chance our arm a touch to try and look for a position mid to forward to midfield. If he can get in, he'll run very well. If he's posted well being second up, he just might be found wanting late. But we'll now have favour early.
One up to 2,000 at the end of last prep. What do you reckon his best distance is?
Yeah, I think he's a solid miler, but he showed, he's versatile enough to run the 2,000 metres, and I wouldn't be afraid to take him there again.
Okay. Bubba's Bay in the next is first up.
Yeah, really runs bad, trialled up nicely. She improves off a run, but she'll be still competitive. She doesn't know how to run a bad race.
You've left peer pressure in the last.
Yeah, she'll handle the ground. She'll be improved by the run, but she'll get through it well, put herself up on speed and make her own luck. Good luck. Cheers.
Here's Corey.
Yeah, I'm with number 9, Tabby Time. I really like this horse. I stated last time out there at Randwick, he's really grown up in himself. He used to be very, very awkward. He'd race awkward, do silly little things, but he seems to have ironed those little chinks in his armour out. He's just racing like a real professional now. So if he gets a little bit of luck from that gate, I think he'll run super.
Stablemates Mighty Ulysses and My Oberon. But 4, 5, 3 and 1.
Punchline, very popular. First horse we made when markets first went up earlier on in the week, and remains the favourite at 225. So he's been very well supported. He holds about 40% of all money, which is comparable with where he is in the market at 225. Machelate bottomed out at around 420. It's been a very hard horse to lay. 480, if you like it, wait to the death because you'll get better by the looks of it, the way this market's trending. Tabby Time always has its supporters. As much as 8 earlier on the week, it's now 650 and the second most popular runner. Osipenko's 9, Mighty Ulysses at 11, My Oberon 12. And we always seem to lay floating, particularly on a wet track, $21 about floating if you are keen to play one outside the favourite. But Punch Lane just went 225 to 220, so that's about as short as he's been through our betting.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. The Hawkesbury Cup gets you into the big dance in November on Melbourne Cup Day, $3 million. Tardy Time as he gallops to the gate. He ran 4th last year behind Gringotts. Gringotts, of course, went on to win a Group 1 George Ryder out of that big dance. And Sarah Ryan, who won a big dance, as the provincial midway championship winner, Matt Gelado, lining up here in the Hawkesbury Cup. Won the $1 million race. He won the provincial midway championship qualifier at Newcastle in the $1 million final. And, well, her aim, Ronnie, it'd be all systems go to try and get this horse into a big dance because that's his sort of grade. That's a race he could win.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. He'd be a lovely candidate because he's down in the ratings still. And, yeah, he's an improving horse. She knows how to win it. She can get a nice, likely little candidate here, especially when you shapes up in a race like this.
Archibald Stable have 2 entrants in My Oberon and
9 Hawks.
Punch Lane. He ran 4th in a benchmark 100 behind Sandpaper and then came out a week later and blew them away, Corey. Nashwilla, we watched that head on to the start where he stayed right out off the track and then he went to the front, he just kept improving his position.
Nash can pull a rabbit out of a hat sometimes, as we know. If it's not the outside fence, it's the inside fence. But terrific rider, very, very good tactical rider. So, yeah, I wasn't surprised when I seen him slingshot off the outside fence there last time out.
You can't do that this time if you've drawn too close. Anthony, what's the latest betting?
Yeah, still 220 for Punch Lane, and obviously he's pretty firm there. Machelate got the 480. I thought he might get a bit longer than that, but he got the 480. The punters were happy to take that back into 440 and take the time. This one's settling out the way great. So Punch Lane still 220.
Okay. So what is well, Nash? He drew 15 of 15 last week. Today he's drawn 2.
Put a surprise, but wouldn't surprise me if Nash stayed right out there until he got well into the back straight. Like I tried to explain the other day, that sort of tactic, when you sit right out in the middle of the track and you are on the leader, if he does lead today.
Even holding your outside horses.
Yes, holds the outside horses wider because they're frightened of something getting up underneath the Nash and then being posted 3 wide. So you'll always come back and let him go. So it just allows, that move allows for the leader to get a soft lead.
Ride friend today, though, Marriott too. He'll just dictate terms. There's no pressure here. And
Best of luck, PC. 9.
4 off the fence on straightening. He knows what lanes are probably an advantage. It's probably 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's where he's going to be.
So you're saying the unpredictable Nashwilla today is predictable?
Yes.
Anthony?
Punch Lane just out to 230, and they must have waited till Machelate went off to the start. He must have paraded well because he's $4.80 to $4 in about 3 minutes.
Machelate, correct. Into $4. Okay, looks like they might be all in. Here's the call of the Hawkesbury Gold Cup.
They're off and racing now in the Cup, and standing there was Honey Girl and missing it, and the favourite was the first out. That's Punch Lane. He left beautifully and has the early lead. From on the outside, Machelate and Tarby Time's prominent. No real speed early. Punch Lane gets there how he likes. Just behind them was Mighty Ulysses as they settle down. Kicking up the inside was Osipenko inside of the Grey Galloper floating. Next was Honey Girl picking up on the inside. Followed further back then as they settle down by My Oberon, a leg run and 3 lengths away last. Straight Acer heading off the back straight, 950 metres to go. Punch Lane, the pilot, he leads by 3/4 of a length on Tavi Time. Third defence was Mighty Ulysses. Then came Machelate, Osipenko floating 3 wide, doing it tough. Honey Girl railing through. They were being followed further back then by My Oberon, Allegron, and last of all was Straight Acer coming up towards the home turn. They've got 500 metres to go. Punch Lane, the leader. He's a half length in front. Tavi Time is keeping tabs on him, and he looms within ahead as they spin around the turn. Machelate's right on their backs. Then Mighty Ulysses, followed by Osipenko coming off the bridle. Then My Oberon. Down the running they come. Punch Lane, the leader. He's just in front of Tavi Time, Machelate. Osipenko's run up behind them looking for a run. And Straight Acer wider out. It's Punch Lane 150 out. Machelate a length away from Tavi Time. But Punch Lane still in front. 50 metres to go. He's going to go all the way. Punch Lane 2 good wins at a length. Osipenko. Up for third was My Oberon coming out of the pack. Then Machelate fourth. He had his chance. So too did Tavi Time. Then Straight Acer followed in by. Back behind them was Mighty Ulysses. Then came at the head of the others Honey Girl. And it's been one of the last over.
He's just loving this, Punch Lane. What's on next week?
Yeah.
What's on next week? The Coast. Oh, no, he can't run in that. He's a 5-year-old. Punch Lane, Nasrawilla leads all the way again, but a different style of leading all the way today. And a length and a quarter win over Osipenko, and My Oberon's going to be third.
Yeah, well judged right by Nash. He's just been thereabouts all day, hasn't he? Could easily been 4 winners, but I think this one's a beauty, the Hawkesbury Cup, and he's in rare form. He is in rare form. Controlled speed today, runs the mile out on the wet track. He's come up well, Osipenko. There's a race for him. Whether it's a little Group 3 in Brisbane or the Scone Cup, I don't know. But he's going really, really well. And My Oberon was great, making up good ground there as well, but he loves the conditions. But great job by the stable with this horse. Big result, 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think it's all about the training performance, Ronnie. Like you said, Nash is riding extremely well. A little bit more lucky rides the 4 winners here today, but the training performance from Freeman, father and son, it's a big effort to back a horse up like that on heavy tracks, 3 weeks running, and to win like he did. Super effort.
And it wasn't an afterthought, because Anthony Freeman told me straight after he won last Saturday, and we might back him up next week again.
Yep.
And it's paid off.
It has paid off, and that riding instruction, like he said, that's why you put Nash on. You just don't know what you're going to get. So, terrific ride there.
Although we probably knew what we were going to get today.
Predicted that one.
Here's Nasher coming back after winning the Richmond Club Hawkesbury Gold Cup.
Eagle Farm for our feature race on the card, the Group 2 Queensland Guineas, sponsored by Sky Racing. It is over the mile for the 3-year-olds. A top weight favourite, Maxie.
Horse was never comfortable with Shea College.
Gate Waterhouse, Adrian Watt stable, and Timmy Clark.
Well, gee, there's been good money for him. He ran forward at Randwick in the carbine over this distance. He led by 3 lengths and he was gone shortly after turning. So they stepped him up to the back of plate, 2,000 metres, and Tim Clark took total control of the race. It was only sort of a dash from about the 500-600, and he was too good. They might employ similar tactics here to lead, maybe not like 2 or 3 lengths, but run at a nice tempo, and he could be hard to cash, very fit.
Here is the 2 Wonder Boy, Jerome Hunter and Jamie Mott.
Like this horse, he's tough. He was good at Rosehill, and the far lap went second. And then he went back to Victoria and won at Bendigo in the Guineas. Very genuine, hard to beat.
The local horse is the 3 Boomtown Boss, Tony Gollan and Emily Lang.
By Spirit of Movie, stepping up to 1,600 metres third up, but he's been really strong here. 2 runs back over the 12 and the 14. Both handled beautifully.
Yeah, when I backed it, I guess I had a clarity on that horse, PC.
But he's obviously a nice horse.
Depth of character.
If I backed it, I backed it with...
Today, Noel Kello rides for Annabelle and Rob Archibald.
Definitely. He just positions wherever Kello wants to, and he'll...
Yeah, it is. So last week... I don't know which race you're talking about. I don't have that.
Sharp enough to win over the mile, but he'll be running on with a bit of.
I think You're right, PC.
He's dropping back from the 18th.
Last week, I think I had a better clarity. I'll get a clarity on this on Monday. You know, I've got some stuff going on. I'll get a little bit of understanding of what's going on Monday once I have a little time to work with this.
He's been with Stephen Marsh for.
We need to look at this stuff. So it's not only the metro and the rural tracks that we need to divide. We also have to divide the season. We also have to divide the season.
Cautious that he's been up a while.
Absolutely, you're spot on. You're spot on.
He was quite good there in the
You're spot on.
Not beaten all that far behind Boomtown Boss.
Interjection is the 9, John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Craig Williams.
Very good in the South Pacific at Randwick on April 12. Pretty sure the visors went off and the blinkers went on. And
You're spot on, PC.
With a lot of conviction. No early speed, given the
I mean,
10 lengths.
it's really very kind of you to actually advise.
Benefactors from the Bevan Lambing stable, Martin Harley.
Importantly,
That helps, PC. That helps.
Now, he went to Randwick and Rose Hill, and he was just not quite up to it in those Group 1s, but he's tough, he's fit, and I think he'll go better here.
Orientes from the Jeff Dunn stable.
You know, I'm going to put 2 bets here. One, I will put as coffee. Coffee is the win bet here. And I'm going to put another bet, which is on 16.
He's by Saxon Warrior. He's bred to get out over a trip, but
Both of them are win bets.
today, how he measures up here.
And Churchill
But if they're not getting tailed in the
Nathan
16.
Doyle and Cody Jennings.
There could be a little bit of an X factor with her. She'll confirm that today. She won her first 3, very impressive at Randwick before a spell. And first up in the James Carr, she was very tight for room, and once clear, found the line strongly.
Shangri-La Spring is the $3.90 favourite here, Maxi.
The problem with the one, I understand it's a linear, but it is coming from gate number 11. The last 1600 meter, the gate number 11 came in second, so there is no problem.
To beat 4, 1 and 2. Heavy support the Shangri-La Spring.
This one, number 2,
has been the best
and the first one was a 1600 meter that came from gate number 11.
Imperialist came out clumsily, last out. Super Alloy first to go. Oriente the Roughies got speed, and Shangri-La Spring came out well. Pushing forward steadily, and Wonder Boy is right up there as well. Interjection about 5th away. Then Depth of Character, followed by Bo Dazzler. He's nice and handy fresh. Followed by Churchill's Choice, drifting back Tardelli. Then Warrior for Peace, Boomtown Boss, our benefactor, and Imperialist is last of all. That's the first call with just over 1,000 left to run. And Tim Clark takes Shangri-La Spring to the lead as they reach that first bend. Heavily back to the race. It's down to control. Racing second, Wonder Boy. So the big guns of the market, 1-2, as they approach the halfway mark. Super Alloy with a decent run in third. A length and a half away, fourth, Oriente, and Depth of Character.
That 4 should be in top 3. It's the largest drift.
Injection. Bo Dazzler the rail, then Tardelli. Boomtown Boss, Langers now latching onto the back of Churchill's Choice, trying to get it right into the race. Well back approaching the turn, Warrior for Peace, then our benefactor, and last of all, Imperialist. Straightening for home, Shangri-La Spring, turned into the straight, set its sights on the judgment. Wonder Boy is tackling strongly on the outside, followed then by Depth of Character, coming up menacingly 3 wide. Wider with Churchill's Choice, Shangri-La Spring still in front. Wonder Boy can't get it, but Depth of Character might have to pair, and Churchill's Choice is still running on. 100 left to run though. Depth of Character, surged to the lead. It looked all over.
He's on.
Depth of Character bolted in. Easily. Beat Churchill's Choice.
4.
Bo Dazzler, eye catcher.
Easy.
Spring peak, mate. Our benefactor running on. Then Wonder Boy, Boomtown Boss, Tardelli.
That is probably 10.
The last one, mate.
Well, he deserved that Group 2 victory. Depth of Character. This horse is tough. He just minds his own business. Callow put him into a beautiful position there, and he's just gapped them. The filly was terrific, Churchill's Choice. Once you analyse...
4:15, 5-1.
Race 4. Dazzler, excellent going forward. And then Shangri-La Spring. There they are, 4:16, 5-1.
4:16.
Racing Queensland Guineas. So Noel Callow, he just, he's got his second wind. in life as a jockey. They want him. They want to book him. All the big stables. He had a big day last Saturday and he's carried on today. This horse was very strong throughout there. You could see Callow swinging off him all the way, yet his feet on the dashboard. And when he let him loose, he went whooshka at the top of the straight. He presents him 3 out at this point. The 2 leaders there, Shangri-La Spring and Wonder Boy under pressure. Now Callow says go, Persuader in the right hand. He puts a bit of a margin on them. And then we see the filly wide out on the track, really starting to wind up Churchill's Choice. I thought she was very good under the circumstances. Boomtown Boss, he had a bit of a wide trip there. That's him right of screen. So there's a bit to take on board there at the Beaten Brigade, but he deserved his day.
PC, that is a Gold Cup for you.
Yeah, depth of character, a great win and a great ride.
That one is amazing job, PC.
I love it. It's got a lovely ring to it, doesn't it? But
that is the largest in a drift. It should get in the top 3. I did not expect it to win. It should get to the top 3, but I did not expect it to win. But it looks like it knows the job. It has been here. It has been here. It has done that job. This I understand. This probably the one was from a very wide gate. Took a little time and it lost the gas. That I understand. This is okay. This is also okay. One of them boom 8. Five, 7, 14, and 4.
Enjoy life, so been doing the hard yards and second ride I ever had for Annabelle, and the first one was a pick up one day to maintenance Sunshine Coast, and absolutely give it a shy ride, so I didn't think I'd have another ride, and I was lucky that the old J-Mac got my daddy on time, and Puck took another ride, and I was the last one to stand out of the 8, got the cash, so I don't think I have a derby ride, but I'm going to try my best to have a derby ride.
it's obviously travelling pretty keenly. Do you think it'd be better to stick around this or even come back to the Fred Best or step up to the Derby trip?
I'll leave that down. She's been there, done that before. But I've obviously never sat on this horse, and I watched him in Sydney when Schofield rode him, and I watched him when Maloney won on here the other day. And he just had a tendency when the pace came out for his head to go up. It didn't go up today. Yeah, he was a little strong in the run, probably because he's better than him. But his head didn't come up. When, as you know, the jockey, when the head starts coming up, the petrol tank goes south. So I knew I had a lot there. I just had to count to 10 and 15 and then let him rip it away. He went.
Excellent job. Well done, Noel Kello. Here's Newcastle.
Back in Newcastle for race number 7. This is a provincial benchmark 68 handicap over 1,250 metres. Horse number 1 is Nosy Parker for Paul Perry and Aaron Bullock. He possesses plenty of fitness and he races well here.
Yeah, he does. He's coming back from City Grade. He went around in a benchmark 72 last start, where, as he typically does, he got a long way out of his ground and had too much to do. But back to the provincial, we have that long run here at Newcastle. I'm expecting him to run a big race on the soft track.
Son of Deck is the 2 for Jay Hopkins and Shay Wilkes for claim 3 kilos. He's first up off 1 trial where he was beaten around 3 lengths. He probably wants a fraction further, you'd think. Possibly. He was absolutely flying this time last year, winning a highway at Scone and running very well thereafter. He's a nice enough type. Looking at him, he is a horse that doesn't take much to come to hand. So although I do think he's going to be better suited over further, I wouldn't be surprised to see him give some cheek here. Contributing factor is the 3 for David Atkins and Ben Looker. So he's barely raced over the last prep or so. He had 6 weeks before his win at Muswellbrook, and he had another 5 weeks before the last start effort at Muswellbrook on the SOP 5 surface. The positive is David Atkins' horses are generally very consistent at home, and he is a winner on the heavy. He looks terrific in the yard. He is always a horse that holds a lot of condition. We move down to the 6, Edmund for Kim Moore and Keegan Latham. He's first up today. He is first up. He's a beautiful type. Looking at him, he may strip a little fitter from the run, but he has a beautiful, healthy coat on him. He has a nice first up record. He's at 8 goes first up for 2 wins and 3 placings. I had him as a definite place chance here today, first up. Let's have a look at the favourite. This is 9, first person for Chris Leeds and Andrew Gibbons. This mare's had 2 solid runs back and did have excuses last start. Yeah, she had excuses. I thought she was excellent. Had to settle off the speed first up and get the job done ahead of Oakfield Badger. First up on the heavy track at Wyong. And then last start, they gave her a squeeze. She was a bit keen outside the leaders from the awkward draw, and she just didn't finish off as effectively, but you couldn't really blame her for that either. She looks excellent in the coat here. You can see the sun hitting her coat and the dapples shining through. She's a beautiful mare, and this looks very winnable for her on the heavy track. We move on to horse number 11, Queen Bess for Kylie Gavanlog and Mitch Stableford. Yeah, 12 goes for 2 wins. There's a winner on the synthetic track, and the other win actually came on a soft 7 surface. I thought last start was okay behind Struff, where she settled in behind the speed, beating a touch over 2 lengths. So I have a few above her here today, and just Mitch doesn't play much of that 3 kilo clean here with her down on the minimum. Our runners looked in the yard. It is late mail time. 1, 3 and 6. I'm keen on first person. She loves a heavy track. We're back at home, and providing she switches off early, I think she looks very hard to beat. Nosy Parker should appreciate getting back to the home track. Contributing factor presented well, and the 6 Edmund looks terrific first up into the preparation. 9, 1, 3 and 6. But really keen on first person here this afternoon. And a short time ago, Melinda caught up with Andrew Gibbons. Gibbo, you haven't been aboard this mare race day, but I'm sure you know quite a bit about her.
Yeah, seen plenty of her, and I have ridden her trials early days. She's a tricky horse. She can get quite keen. So the 1250 is probably the query. And I would have loved to have seen her in a race with a bit of speed where we could have buried her away, but we don't get that. So we'll just have to sort of make do what we got. And I'll just be a little bit open-minded early. I'll come out conservative on her, but that still might land her in front. She has a good gate speed, but I won't be out looking to take the lead at all costs sort of thing. I'll just come out, just have her where I can get to relax, whether it's relaxed in front or if something goes like Edmund and I can get a trail, that'd be better. But the main thing with this horse is that we get to relax.
Yeah, she's obviously a very effective mare. If she does get the good speed up in front, she was great to win first up.
Yeah, hurdles of ability and more than her form suggests, but it's meet and manners that have brought her unstuck quite a few times. So that's the key today, just getting her to do it right so we can get the best out of her.
It's got to give you confidence that she handles wet going.
Yeah, this track normally dries out during a day, but it hasn't today. It stayed sticky, so that plays into her hands. So if we can get that early part right, it should be very hard to beat. Good luck. Thank you.
New favourite, Nosy Parker, currently $3.40. First person was favourite through much of the afternoon, just out to $3.80 now, and in terms of the whole, still the most popular runner, but Nosy Parker's been the firmer late. Edmund at 5, contributing factor 550, Son of a Deck 550, and Queen Bess $13 chance. Late support for Nosy Parker, who's now your favourite in front of first person. Just about all set. A couple more to move in. Let's get the feel for race 7 Newcastle.
50 between those 5. And they're all loaded away. Red light, race 7 Newcastle. And they're away. Queen Bess first person, Edmund all away well. The first 3 early. Son of Deck is now pushing up out deeper on the track. On contributing factor, and Nosy Parker goes back to the tail. First person pushed through as they head to the 1,000 metres. First person took up a clear lead. Best part of 2 lengths in front of Edmund. Son of Deck is third on the outside of Queen Bess. And contributing factor, who's one off and
Coming to the outside is Nosy Parker, so it's 3 wide as they head down the side of the track towards the 700. First person with a clear lead. It's 2.5 lengths in front now over Edmund in second. Son of Deck's been a little bit wide throughout. Queen Best back on the inside, followed by Contributing Factor and Nosy Parker wide at the tail. 6 of them come up to the home bend, 500 metres out. First person's been in front from the outset. First person leads around the home bend, led by a length and a half. Second is Edmund. Son of Deck works to the outside. Nosy Parker is coming right down the outside of the track. It is first person in front. Nosy Parker down the centre is giving chase strongly. Then Son of Deck. First person at the 200. Nosy Parker moved up in the centre. Son of Deck not going away. It's first person. Nosy Parker the outside. Nosy Parker wants to run about. First person kicks back. First person. First person over Nosy Parker. Son of Deck ran third. Fourth in was Edmund. A long gap Contributing Factor. Similarly large gap to Queen Bess.
Belinda's Best Bet gets the job done. First person for Andrew Gibbons and Chris Lees. The question mark is, could she run out a strong 1,250 metres? And that she did here today. She was beautifully rated out in front. She's been able to defeat Nosy Parker.
9 PC.
Final stage. She had to make a long sustained run. Nice return from Son of Death into third position. Likewise with Edmund, he's wound up in fourth position. 9, 1, 2 and 6 are the numbers across the line here in race number 7. That gives Chris Lee stable a winning double along with Andrew Gibbons. And we're going to see if we can quickly catch up with
Okay, this was
representative. I think we've got Kieran Forbes here on track representing the Chris Lee stable.
this was Hawkesbury or Newcastle.
Over to horses, but hopefully he'll make his way over in just a moment, Belinda. But nice to see this mare tick the 1,250 metre box.
She did. She was allowed to find the front. She probably just left there by default, to be honest. But it was good to see her switch off in the mid stages.
Oh, okay. This was Newcastle.
I think Nosy Parker had a cold at the top of the straight, and he probably just wanted to duck in and threw it away a little bit late.
Right, this is the 8th one. That 5 is the favorite. The linear is 364 here up on 4. That's 4. With the kind of losing. If we have to compare this horse, $76. 16 is the best horse, hands down. So 16 is a check. 16 is the best. But they're from all wide gates. All wide gates. 55.90. 63.55.085. The linears are not winning here, so there's no point pointing out that this is a 1200 meter. I don't know why the 4 should lose, but it will lose. The other one which is good is this one, the number 6. Number 6 is a complete green line. It's one of the best horses, and 100% advantage on this horse with one of the best jockeys. That's 6. That's 6 from gate number 3. This is gate number 5. What is in between? $11 from gate number 4. This is how I played so far. That's the largest outer drift. I generally played 4. I mean the linear, then the outer drift, then the one with the advantage, which is here 6. but 5 is the favorite. That is 11. So 16 is the best horse from gate number 12. This is gate number 11. This is gate number 12. 4 is the linear from gate number 5. This is in gate number 4. Rightly placed. There is nothing that I can argue with in this. What is going on? 4. Then that's the outer drift. That's 11, gate number 4. They're tailing. So that's that, and then 1 with the advantage. So that could be added 6 from gate number 3. With the jockey.
Our final feature race of the day is the second last race, race 9, the Hawkesbury 4X Gold Rush, over 1,100 metres. Listed level, 10 to go round. And dismounting out for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1 is Dragonstone, Adam Hieronymus, and one of 3 runners for Joe Pride.
Yeah, and he's got his blinkers back on today, the old boy. He's a tough, competitive horse. He handles all conditions. Wish he would have drawn a little bit better, but back to 1,100 suits. And they're going to have a crack at riding him closer today, which is interesting.
He looks like he's in peak condition here today, Ronnie. Not that he hasn't in his previous runs, but he just looks like he's really tied up. And he's hitting peak performance. He walks out really freely. Yeah, his attitude's terrific.
Tamerlane, number 2, Natural Rilla, and James Cummings.
He's had his couple of trials off a spell, winning his latest. He resuming at 1,100 suggests possibly he might need a run, although he can pull a run.
Hi, sir. Welcome back.
He looks like he's good to go. He's been nice and bright since walking in the yard. Naturally, he'll take improvement out of the run, but he does look very well here today.
Bubba's Bay, number 4, Josh Parr and Chris Leeds.
I love the trials. She's been looked very sharp winning 2 trials. She's got an inner draw to race in a perfect spot on the day, and she knows how to win. So I think she's a terrific little hope.
Yep, couldn't fault her appearance. Looks really, really well. Another one looks extremely healthy as far as coat-wise goes. Yeah, demeanour's really good.
Number 6, Nemeth, Ash Morgan, Mitch Beer.
You can't rule the old boy out. He's a grand old horse for connections, and he's usually, for first up in this race last year. He ran a ripper race, so no reason he won't do it again.
And he likes the wet running. I'm just having a look at his feet. They're like dinner plates. So he's going to get over the ground really, really well. Old timer, still looks really well.
Okay, now we move on to Stero, number 7, Jason Collett and Matt Smith.
169 days off 2 trials. He likes it soft. He does have fresh form, but didn't come up last preparation. So market probably your best guide.
It looks slightly soft to me here in the enclosure today. He might take a run or two to come to hand. Looks healthy enough, but definitely will benefit from today's run.
5 star, Chad Schofield and Peter Snowden.
He was well fancied first up, but he was okay. He's proven on the soft, and with the racing style going forward and a race he could lead if he wanted to, that could be a big advantage for him.
Yeah, couldn't find a negative for him. He looks super in the yard.
Number 10 is King, second runner for Godolphin, white cap, Rachel King.
Yeah, handles it soft, but not so much heavy. So has this track dried out enough for it? I'm not sure, but the lightweight helps.
She is absolutely glowing in the yard here today. She looks outstanding. Hasn't turned a hair since been in the yard. Her demeanour's perfect. Yeah, that's a big tip for mine.
We'll get in flight number 12, Jay Ford and Joe Pride.
Yeah, can grow a leg on the softer tracks, this mare, and loves this distance. She fits into this race nicely. Needs luck with cover.
She's feeling well. She's given her a little bit of a hard time since entering the enclosure. She's above herself and looks great.
Shalui, number 14, Karen McAvoy and Richard Wilfried.
I don't think there was too many excuses for her at Randwick last time, so back in distance might be the key for him. The map looks kind, kept lay of the day. I thought, I half agree thinking he's got in too short.
Another one that I couldn't really find a negative for as well.
Testator Simon
Brilliant,
Jones,
busy.
third runner here, number 15, Reece Jones.
Yeah, he's off a long break. He may lack a little bit of match practice, so a start-off race for him. That's his usual thing. Usually he's worse than that in the yard. He usually charges around.
Yeah, he did give his strapper a bit of a hard time the first lap and a half, but he seems to have relaxed down slightly. But yeah, he's still very busy, but that's natural, like you said, Ronnie.
All right, and now, Corey, you can confirm that he's got a little bit worse, but he hasn't. He hasn't changed. Testator Silence. Going to talk to Joe Pride about it. Let's start with him, Testator Silence. That's just him.
He's a rogue, isn't he? Yeah. He's actually a lot better at home nowadays, and he'd been really good up until a few minutes ago. So I wouldn't, if you want to have something on him, I wouldn't let you turn that off. He's carrying with those antics his whole life. But what I will say, he's come back really well, being very happy with his trial, very happy with his work, and I can only see him running.
Blinkers applied to Dragonstone.
Yeah, being honest, right through the carnival, he's very much dependent on getting a decent run, and that barrier's a tricky one. So the plan is to press forward. If you get up there in the first few, I'm sure run a mighty race.
About in fly, that gets her preferred condition.
Yeah, she's a big difference between this mare on wet to the dry. So very happy with her. She's a very good chance of getting her first stakes win or placing today, and I think she's in great shape.
Cool Jakey in the last going well.
Yeah, Cool Jakey's going really well. He'll make his own luck up on speed, and that seems to be a pattern for the day.
Celadus well. Last start showed he'd come back well.
Been very happy with him, so you think also on a wet track, he'll press forward and with the stablemate and sort of tuck him behind there somewhere, he'll run well.
Okay, good chance to win the last two.
Yes, it'll be good. We'll do our best.
He's already got a winner today. Winning the Hawkesbury Crown with Winx's little sister. All right, Corey, who do you like?
Number 2, Tamerlane for mine. He's a big man mountain. He will handle this first up. He just looks a lot more forward than what he has in previous preparations, so I expect him to run well. Number 2, Tamerlane.
I am 12, 1, 4 and 9. I'm hoping for a bit of luck here with in flight. Just need to slide across and get it on post position. Well, back to follow here, and I think she'll relish this soft going. Dragonstone, if he does get across here, he will run well, because 1100 is a sweet spot for him. Bubba's Vale, sprint ball fresh here from an inner draw on speed doing no work, and Firestar is the other one I do want to include. 12, 1, 4 and 9. Anthony, what are they doing with this favourite now?
290 tab fixed on, so if you do want to back Salui, we made him the tab lay of the day. He's only got muscle book form next to his name, his preparation, and he went up the wrong price. We do concede that, but we're happy to risk him 290, and you might get better closer to start time. I do note that he's still a decent price on the totes as well. Firestar $5.50, Dragonstone $5.50. The most popular runner. There's more money on in-flight compared to Salui. In-flight $6.50. We went up as much as $8, $7.50 when we did our preview earlier today, now $6.50, and the most popular runner overall. Kins at $10, Bubba's Bay's at 11, Astero 21, Testator Lens 21, and we did lay in the Menth early on. He's just back out to $26, but obviously he's got good wet track form, and he's a bad result from a tap point of view. But In Flight's the most popular, and we're keen to lay Salui. So if you like it, come back it with the tap.
Originally, Anthony, they were setting the Menth for the town plate, weren't they, at Wagga? But what, he drew 20 or something?
Yeah, he drew wide out there, and it was pretty dry at Wagga. Yeah. So wet track here, they decided to come in.
And this is what changed their mind. He's on another campaign. Now trained at Kembla Grange. Where Mitch Beer has settled in beautifully. And they're over behind the gates here for the 1,100 metre Gold Rush, Ronnie, which is one turn. They've just got one turn to negotiate out.
PC, don't worry, you're on fire today. You'll get it. God's with you. The horse gods are with you today, PC.
I think that's pretty well vital here today. So the horse I'm tipping is drawn, well, it's drawn a barrier. It's going to come from about barrier 9 or 10, so it's not easy for In Flight. So I'm just hoping for it'll need a very, very good J Ford ride, but he's experienced. He's a man for the job. Dragonstone's going to have a crack at going forward by a star.
So do I, PC. That's probably the most important thing.
Big speed for 1,100. I've seen faster races.
Praise.
This is one of the, we were talking about this earlier off air. This is one of the rare racetracks where the sun sets, where we face the west.
Yeah, from race caller's point of view.
And so it's everyone's looking into the sun for the last couple of races. So if you can see your screen there, Anthony, just give us another update.
I can. So we're $3 Salui, Fire Star 480, and In Flight $6. So that's as short as In Flight has been through our betting. It's still the most popular runner. We're trying to lay Salui, but we're $3. We're sort of we're 2 rolls over the official NOP, but still more money on In Flight.
In Flight, the wet tracker, Ronnie, who Joe thinks will run very, very well. There's a big difference between the dry track In Flight and the wet track In Flight.
I think there is. And I was very intrigued with Joe saying, talking about Testator. Yes. Silence there. I just think this is another barrier trial for him to get the match practice up. And he's expecting a booming finish from him. So that intrigued my ears saying, well, if you like the horse, he could run into a place. But it's going to be hard for him from that outside draw.
He's always been a talented horse, Testator Silence, from the days when he was trained down at Braidwood and made the country championships with Luke Clark, and now he's been with Joe quite a while now.
Well, I think Joe stayed with him first. Oh, right, yes. He's heading to the bush. I thought they were going to go.
He's over behind the gates. And he loved Braidwood. He loved Braidwood.
Why wouldn't you? They make nice pies down there, haven't they?
The best. You take it. I think I brought some home, Ronnie, after Testator Silence won the heat down there at Nowra.
I think I've got half a pie.
I did take them on.
You went Nowra to Braidwood back to Sydney. That's a back truck.
No, the pies were delivered to us.
Oh, right.
I
thought you drove to Braidwood to get them.
No, the pies came from Braidwood, but they were delivered to Nowra. Not silly. Anthony, update?
No change. So Salui's still $3. In Flight just $6.50. In fact, Salui just went back into $2.90. So we laid it and it came into $2.90 right at the death.
Here's Nemeth moving up. Brand Galloper, 8 years of age, lining up a start 36. He's won 11 of them. Kin's gone in, and here's Testator Silence, so let's get up to Luke.
Right. Set for the Gold Rush, race number 9, red light turned on. Salui favourite, they're off and racing now. And Salui jumped away okay. Dragonstone out wide, showing speed. Also up there was Nemeth, and the inside Bubba's Bay burrowing forward. In Flight, Kim the next pair. So Louis is getting the head up and over, racing badly. Middle stage is the favourite. Tamerlane beyond midfield. Then Estero, Testator, Salent and Firestar all the way back to last. Approaching the home turn, the Ment found the lead. He's one in front of Dragonstone, up nice and close. Bubba's Bay is just behind those. Then in flight, travelling 3 wide was Kin. So Louis between runners, then Tamerlane, Testator, Salent, Firestar, the Ment in the straight. He's a length and
Get it on.
Dragonstone trying to lump the weight. In flight wide around Bubba's
Get it on, baby.
back behind those, but still Mamenta. He's just in front of Dragonstone, knuckling down. In flight wide around Kin's back to the inside. Big finish coming up. Dragonstone in front. Kin and in flight trying to get him. I think the Dragon. He might have nosed them. He might have nosed them here in a close one to the Gold Rush. Dragonstone in the middle, maybe. Out wide in flight, and Kin came up the inside. Just behind them, when they pull up, was Nament. He was good, wasn't he, the old boy? Great run by the Warrior. Just behind them was Estero, followed by Testator, Salent, Bubba's Bay, Sir Louis, and Firestar might have finished a bit closer than that, but I think Dragonstone. It's a...
Yeah, Dragonstone will get it. Joe Pride will Quinilla the Gold Rush, so it's a featured double to Joe Pride here today. He's won the Gold Rush, a listed race with Dragonstone, and he also won the Hawkesbury Crown earlier today with Winx's little sister, City of Lights. There's the photo, Dragonstone in flight and Kin.
Yeah, he just read the speed beautifully. He was told to go forward. He did go forward. A couple of very negative rides there for an 1100 metre race. It looked a bit... they weren't good when they'll go back and watch the replay. They'll be critical of themselves, really. In flight, found the right spot on Dragonstone's back, peeled too wide, I don't know. And Kin's back on the inside with steering. Just really on the inside there, late. But he's a great old
Without a doubt, Ronnie, and to carry that weight, and like you said, he said, to give him that chance to hit the line like he did. Terrific training performance and a great effort by a horse carrying that weight.
13.74, 63.74, half head short here. 112, 10.6. We've got one to go.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for another stakes race, actually a group race. This is the Victory Stakes at Group 2 level of 1,200 metres. And obviously for the open sprinters. So favourite here, it's pretty open. Maxi, what have we got? Far Too Easy at 550. Chris Waller's score for 3-year-olds right in the market. Coleman. Let's have a look at them from the top, starting with Rothfire. He's at $16 here, Maxi. Mark Duplessis rides for Rob Heathcote.
Yeah, he won this race 2 years ago, and we haven't seen him since December. He was fourth to Transatlantic in the buffering. He's had 2 jump outs over the past month, and he's won them comfortably, straight to the lead. Caddo rode him in the recent one and actually eased him right down at the end, so he's pretty forward first up.
It's a decent price. Golden Mile is number 2 from the James Cummings stable with Ange Jones.
He gets blinkers again. He ran to Antino in this race 12 months ago. He's 2 runs back at Randwick and Caulfield. I've just marked them as past runs.
Pole Crusher is the 3, a good second in the Hallmark last start. Joey Pride, Andrew Mallion.
His first 2 runs were just okay, but then he got blinkers back on after those 2 unplaced runs, and he was much better. He let Ostraka lead in the Hallmark, and then he joined him at the top of the straight, battled on really well. Marzu, the winner, had last shot, so he's a tough nut to crack, this fellow. He either leads or lets one go.
Brad Widdop track with Jedabeel here with Robbie Dolan.
He with a great chance. He's going to love this, the fast tempo. From the alley, he can't help but get covered up and just have one crack at them in the straight. All 3 runs have been terrific this time in.
David McComb trains Far Too Easy with Craig Williams.
Did we get enough rain? How many mils did we get? What do you reckon? There was heavy rain for about 10 minutes.
Half a mil?
Not enough. Look, he's a terrific horse, but I do prefer him at this level on a track with plenty of give in the ground.
Right, Freedom Rally is the first of the Golan runners, Ryan Maloney.
He's in good nick. He's looks as if he's done really well, this fellow. How he's got to be to run well. He loves Eagle Farm. He'll let the speed go, and he'll hit the line hard.
Here's Hidden Wealth, Tony Gollan's in play.
He's flying, this fellow. He's come up with gate 14. You know, for speed horses, it's probably not the end of the world.
Arman 11.
Jump outs by the length of the straight. He's really going well, and he's been set for this.
Tony again with Cannonball, Noel Kellogg.
Yeah, is he up to this level at this stage in life? Second up last preparation, he won the Falbalon. I listed Ray Speeding Orton. But I just think there might be a few better today.
Waterford, there's from the Chris Wallace stable, Alicia Pollitt.
Yeah, this is a nice return race for him, but we'll probably want further.
Here's Sofrado, $20. Sofrado, $21, yep.
4 should win.
He likes Eagle Farm, bit of a flop first up.
4 should win, that's the linear.
Great at Durban last start, carrying the grandstand.
But so far they've been doing everything nonsense. I don't get it.
Run on as well.
King Kappa, Tony Gollan, CJ Gray.
He's been up a little while, King Kappa, and he's been racing in career best form. Just a slight question at this level, but he'll be up there for a long way.
K-Line, Chris and Corey Muntz, Justin Huxtable.
Jumping up to Group 2. He was okay first up, just watching him today.
Libertad, Annabelle, Rob Archibald, Jamie Mott.
He was off the scene for a long time. He was satisfactory first up. Just want to see him again.
You just have to see what they talk about 16.
Obviously a very nice horse, this colt. He looks ready for 1,000 first up with a couple of barrier trials. Lots and lots of gear changes, including that nose roll. So this race only turned to weight for race 3 years ago, and there's not much
huge races in Sydney.
Data with 3-year-old colts at this time of the year. It's probably not that.
I am kind of speechless, PC, because I've gone with the linears. They kind of backfired on me.
No,
This one is from gate number 5.
Look, this is as hard as it gets, but I'm sure she's not going to go down without a fight.
Morzillo first up here after a short break. Kelly Schweder, Damien Thornton.
Had a couple of, well, at least one jump out that I saw. Nice, really nice for her, and she'll relish a hot tempo. She'll be hitting the line hard.
All right, the 3-year-old Coleman is the favourite, Maxie, but what an open affair.
Oh, it certainly is. I think the 1,200 for Jitterbeal is ready for it now. That draw gives him a chance to get some cover, relax and have one crack at them, and he's been solid in the market. Number 14, Coleman, he's been prepared to run well first up, just looking at him. Then 6 Freedom Rally to run on at the end of the 1,200. And number 7, Hidden Well, 414, 6 and 7.
I probably didn't expect Coleman to be the favourite here, but it was a good parade, and I have been with him since the form came out.
14. We're talking about 14.
Change. As I say, great parade.
Why 14?
But I'll let that ride. Anthony?
As much as $7 earlier today, now into $5.50, and it is your favourite. Coleman's been so popular since we went up earlier on in the week. There's more money on Coleman compared to Far Too Easy overall. That he's found his place in the market. We're happy to just keep him there, but the punters like to back him. He's obviously got good exposed form, and his first up been trialling well. Jetterbeel's a $6 chance, and Hidden Wealth $6.50, Freedom Rally $6.50.
Colts on the red line. He picks up the button. They're set. Big field, ready to break from the gates. 1,200 metres. Stand by. Racing. Cold Crusher, Freedom Rally, Rothfire, all well away. King Kappa began well. Far Too Easy going forward. He's got good early speed. Bounding the hit wealth on the way forward as well. Followed by Sofrado, then Libertad. Cannonball midfield with Jetterbeal soon after the start. Then Golden Mile. Coleman fourth last of the first call. Then Waterford, Payline and El Mazzillo. Last of the 16-15 off the lead. 700 left to run. The gallant Rothfire lead from Hidden Wealth doing a tough 3 deep. Cold Crusher protects the rail. And Far Too Easy. Willow's put him into a 4th spot. He's ready to go. Then Cobra bounding, Freedom Rally, a close 6th or 7th on the rail. Followed by King Kappa, Sofrado wide. Libertad, then Cannonball, Jetterbeal, Waterford, Coleman to the outside, but a long way off them. Then Golden Mile, Payline, and El Mazzillo right out in the centre of the track. The leader was Rothfire. He's giving something. Hidden Wealth on the outside, giving something as well. Libertad and Huge Odds getting up on the inside. Jetterbeel's running on, and Golden Mile right down the outside. Libertad and any odds lead. Jetterbeel shut the gap. Jetterbeel after Libertad. Headed into the line. Play in at Photo. Jetterbeel and Libertad from Golden Mile, Rothfire, and Waterford running on. Then came Freedom Rally, King Kappa, followed by Payline, bounding.
4,
Far
baby.
Too Easy under that clock. Then came at the head of the others, Coleman, El Mazzillo, Sofrano, Hidden Wealth, Coal Crusher, and last over the line is Far Too Easy, pulling
No.
up quickly and Cannonball midfield.
Libertad on the outside of Jedabeel. One stride before Jedabeel, one stride after Jedabeel. But what about on the line? Libertad, at what price? Oh, this is about $70 or $80. We're waiting for the numbers. The camera zooming in onto number 13 on the outside. 13 gets it. Libertad has beaten Jedabeel, the Bob in right on the line, and Golden Mile out under the arches getting third. And look at Rothfire there. Rothy just fading slightly. He's got fourth, and then running on strongly. Cannonball might get that fifth. As we have a look at them turning into the straight, Rothfire, Coal Crusher towards the inside. Hidden Wealth was doing it tough, then Cannonball. The white face of the bounding Libertad is coming through nearer the inside. Jedabeel right behind him. Jedabeel had to switch back towards the inside, so we're looking towards the inside here. Libertad takes the lead. Jedabeel levelled up, put the nose in front, a stride out, but Bernie right on the line. That's where it counts. This has been a big training performance for Libertad. He'd been off the scene for so long, only one run back.
Yeah.
He went okay, but much better today.
Yeah, much better.
Lewis was on 13 Jedabeel.
Sweep it has been of the group two.
Congratulations, Lewis.
Was Rob in there as well? Well done. Was that what you expected with this guy today?
Well, was he 80 to 1, I think. Look, on his old form, I knew he'd be up to it, but we ran him over 1,000 metres a couple of weeks ago, and he took me by surprise how he was just completely ran off his feet. But
Lewis was on
I went back through
4.
his form, and I thought we'd actually never ran him over that sort of trip, and he'd been off for a year, but picked back through his form. He's won 2 stakes races.
Everybody was on 4, but the 4 lost, and that 13 went through. There's nothing that I can actually point out on this. This is a neutral horse, ridden by the worst jockey, and it won. Ridden by the worst jockey. This jock has never won a race here at this track. This jock has never won a race at this track. Never. Is something going on? Is something going on? 13, 4, 2 and 1. 2 and 1. 80, 24. Why not 17? Two, 3, 5 and 10.
Kilos. I thought the win was really good. First up at the home track over the 1,000 metres. He had genuine excuses second up. I thought he had his chance where he dropped out over the 1,200 metres. The 1,300 has to be the
There should be a process of lynching, PC.
and JVO.
There should be a process of lynching. They should be.
She covered a bit of territory when she won first.
They should be tied to the tree
She done a good job out of Maiden Company and a Phillies man.
and then lynched.
Benchmark 64.
Public
We'll get to
lynching.
see her on a heavy track. I'm sure she'll she'll take a bit of beating on ability. It's just whether she gets through the surface.
Horse number 8 is Lady Savannah for the Hawke stable, and Ben Looker is in the saddle. This filly is first up off one trial.
Yeah, won a trial ahead of well timed, and I really like the way she went about things. She took the drop off the speed and closed off beautifully late with a nice turn of foot. So she is a winner on a soft 7 in the past, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her run a big race here.
9, Glass Sound for Glenn Milligan and Louise Day. She's having her first run for the new stable for the Randwick galloper. She's off a freshen today. Blinkers are coming off and the blinkers are going on.
Yeah, a few little gear changes. Obviously, they're just figuring her out. No trial to speak of, but knowing Glenn, I'm sure he would have given her a few jump outs at home, and looking at her in the yard, she looks well and truly forward enough.
Allegro Miss is the 10 for Cloncurry Casanas and Jeff Penza.
Yep, she's had 2 runs back. I thought she closed off nicely last start down at Canberra. No doubt this is stronger form-wise, but she has placed on the heavy in the past and looks really well here in the yard, covered in duffels.
11, Smashing Dancer, Kim Moore and Grant Buckley.
Another one that parades really well. She's had 2 runs back where they don't read great, but she covered a bit of territory last start behind Mosto Carfo. That's hard to say. She hasn't won in a while, but I think she's open to improvement on the heavy surface here today.
We move on to the 14, Gadelva for David Atkins and Will Stanley.
Pride of Jenny.
She's deep into the preparation now.
That's a fantastic horse.
She's got that typical racing pattern to get a long way out of her ground, and that played against her last
That's a
start.
fantastic horse, Pride of Jenny.
This afternoon.
It's like 7-year-old, I think.
Horse number 15 is Valentino Prince for Paul Perry.
6 or 7-year-old.
Coming off a last start effort where he was beaten around 5.5 behind Clarendon on the soft.
Pride of Jenny.
There's 3 goats on the heavy in the past yet to be placed. Had quite a few above him here today.
And we move on to our favourite, the 16, Miss Space Girl for the Freedman stable. Keegan Latham is in the saddle. This filly's getting the additional
Beautiful
today
out of that.
for the first time, and she's had 3 runs back.
Yeah, and I think 3 runs. She's been on the soft in the past, and she wasn't afforded much room back to the inside last start. That was at Campbell Grange behind Last Command. She's coming through some good form races. I love the winkers going on. I think she gets a chance to put another win on the board today.
Just looked in the yard. It is time for the late mail for the lucky last.
16, 6, 8 and 4. Super keen on Miss Space Girl, 4th up into the preparation. She's been a model of consistency, and this does look her race. The 6 for Ducio ran well out of Maiden Company last start, only has to get through the soft track. Lady Savannah should appreciate conditions, and Shambretta. Blinkers come off. If he settles and runs up the 1300, he'll be in the finish. 16, 6, 8 and 4.
Let's find out a little bit more about our favourite Miss Space Girl. Belinda caught up with Richard Freeman.
Miss Space Girl, she's had 3 runs back. All 3 of them have had merit.
She very rarely runs a bad race. I can't remember the last one. I know she's finished out of the placings, I think, once in her life, and so she's pretty consistent. And she does handle soft going. Whether she handles heavy, we're going to find out. But she does handle it soft, and just to the last start, she was never comfortable out of Kembla. Because I think she was inside horses. I think she prefers to be outside horses. We've stuck a set of winkers on her, and that might focus her a little bit more, and Keegan's aware of that now, so we'll see where we land, but I'd like her to be outside one at least.
Hope she's in the front at the winning post. Good luck.
Oh, that's kind of the theory, isn't it? That's what we're all aiming at. Favourite is Miss Space Girl. Just went 220 to 210 in one roll, and holds about 40% of all money, so quite popular. Lady Savannah on the second line of betting, bottomed out at $3.70, back out to $4. Reduccio's had its supporters, was second favourite for most of betting, just out to $6 now, but clearly the second most popular runner outside of Miss Space Girl. Allegro Miss, it's a $9 chance. We laid it early, as much as $21. Laid it now $9. Shambretta's at $13, Valentino Prince at $21, but Miss Space Girl, $2.20 to $2 in the last couple of minutes is your popular favourite. Final thoughts, Mel, Belinda?
Well, she certainly looks hard to me, doesn't she, Anthony? And I must say, credit to this club. This track has been magnificent.
They've done an excellent job to get through the day. I think they had something like 275 meals for the week, so that's astronomical.
Here's our caller, Phil Roberts, to call the last.
Comes up, Allegro Miss and Shambretta was the only 2 out of line. Shambretta comes in. Allegro Miss to move up to the outside gate. Starter has the button. Red light, set to go in the last. away. And Lady Savannah and Reduccio were both away well. Reduccio is going to take up the running. Miss Space Girl going into second spot, but there's pressure from out wide. Chambretta coming over from that wide gate. And Chambretta runs to the lead into the 1,000-metre turn. Glass out, tracked it over. It goes to second. Reduccio back to third. And in the end, Miss Space Girl is going to get the perfect trail. One out and a fourth. Next then came, as they run down the side of the track by Smashing Dancer, Lady Savannah got shuffled back. It's back with Gadelba, Allegro Miss and Valentino Prince back at the rear. No real pace on here. We've got a fairly compact field. Chambretta led by a half length over Glass Out, Reduccio. And Miss Space Girl is working up 3 wide now. That puts Smashing Dancer out 4 wide coming to the home bend. Lady Savannah Gadelba behind those, followed by Allegro Miss and Valentino Prince around the bend. And it is Chambretta being tackled by Glass Out. Miss Space Girl gets to the centre of the track and starts to stoke up well. Allegro Miss going with it, Smashing Dancer trying to, and Valentino Prince is coming right down the outside, and Reduccio staying right up against the rails. Chambretta being tackled by Allegro Miss, Valentino Prince, Reduccio, Allegro Miss go to the lead out wide close to the line, and Allegro Miss takes out the last over Valentino Prince. I think Chambretta third in a photo over Miss Space Girl, Smashing Dancer, and then came Lady Savannah, Reduccio, Welbeck, Gadelba and Glass Out.
It'll be the number 9, Allegro Miss for Con Carricasanis and Jeff Penza. Late money come for this mare. It's been a little while since she's been in the winner's circle, but third up into the campaign today. She's really let down strongly down the outside. We're paying $9.30. Valentino Prince has battled on nicely for second position. Fourth will go the way of the 4, which was Chambretta, who did all the work out in front. And third and fourth will go the way of the 16, Miss Space Girl, our favourite. Thought she had a chance, Belinda, after settling in the 1-1. Numbers should read 10, 15, 4 and 16.
Yep, Allegro Miss. She's done a good job here this afternoon. And those Canberra form lines that stood up, she made a stack of ground from back in the field last start at Canberra. Comes to the provincials, ridden conservatively, and has shown a really good turn of foot to get the job done there ahead of Valentino Prince, who is a much improved run here off last start. But all honours with our winner. She's done a good job, well prepared by the Concarricasanis yard, and goes around and pays pretty good odds for the last, around that $9 quote.
Alrighty, we're going to catch up with the stable rep from the Con Carricasanis stable. We haven't got Con here on chat today, so we'll catch up with him. I'm not sure if he was the guy doing all the cheering, but we'll get you to stand around here as our camera crew makes his way over. Really good effort today.
Yeah, massive effort. I thought she was a mile last start and she just got a little far back, but we left up to Jeff today, and it was just a matter of whether she handled the track. I knew she liked the heavy track. She's run through it here on a heavy track before, and so as soon as she was handling it, I thought she was a big chance.
She was well supported in the market late. Was the Sabre confident?
There was a little bit of more money. I don't know if it was enough to move the market, but it was a little bit of more money. That was probably explained the big cheering. But no, she's a honey, and early on in her campaign, she was a little bit stressy. But I've said to Con.
Right, so this is the last one here, the 9th one. If you look through the odds, it's 2, 3, 5 and 10. 2 is the favorite. 2 is the linear. We just saw this linear dying. That's the linear. A 1300 meter. I don't know why it should lose, but it'll probably lose because that is exactly what is happening. And that 2 is the favorite. That's the linear. Possibilities. I don't understand what is going on, because there's this race, they kind of went with a few horses with 7 kilograms underweight. So it's a 1300 meters. So generally they say, this is what they say, all right, that the larger the weight is, the better the horses. But in handicapping, the lower the weight is, stronger the horses. So it's always the larger weights are always with advantage. That's an advantage. But a better horse will always have a lower weight. So that's what I have noticed, and that is what Randwick does. That is what Flemington does, and you can check with your race cards. Now, this 13 is 7 kilos underweight. There are two others, 11 and 12, who are 7 kilos underweight. Generally, if we talk about possibilities, then the 2 should win, 3 is the second one, because that's the drift. That is the largest drift. That should happen. That should happen. But here are the horses with advantage and with a drop of weight. This is at negative 23. That's 11, which is not there within the odds. It's got 2 races, league races. It did not get anywhere. It's not even there. But let's stick to the favorites which are there. 5 is from gate number 11, probably a third position. That's the largest outer, but the largest outer is less than the largest inner. So it should be 2 and 3. Should be 2 and 3. But that's not what is happening here. Now the 13 is a major check. Why? Because that is not the linear, but ideally this should have been the linear. This one has got 9 races, all right, with a huge pressure on this horse, which is right, and it's the linear, it should go. But the 13 is relaxed. It's got 4 races. It's almost a replica of the 2. And I don't know how this will work. I'm going to go with 2 and 3. Probably I'll stick to 2. That's the favorite. That's the linear. But the linears are losing. That's the bottom line. This track, from the first one onwards, I don't know what's going on, but that's what it is. The 2 is the linear. To morph.
The last of the day, the Lawn Shed Benchmark 88 over 1,400 metres. And the mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1 is Kettle Hill, Dylan Gibbons and Kieran Marr.
Yeah, he's been well beaten in 2 trials leading into this race and hasn't won under a mile, so it appears a start-off race for him.
Yeah, it looks like he'll take good improvement out of it as well, Ronnie. He's been quite lacklustre. He's very casual in the yard here. He's been clipped up. He's looking okay, but yeah, he'll definitely take improvement.
All right, Joe's trying to win a treble here today with these next 2. Cool Jakey, Adam Hieronymus, Joe Pride.
Well, he's got a lot better chance this morning after scratchings because he's the only go-forward leader in the race now. He makes his own luck, he loves it soft. I know he's got more weight today, but He rises 6 kilos, but he's carried big weights well in the past, and he's just got a. I know he's won at 1400, but and with no pressure, he's got a good chance of doing it again.
He still looks well. Obviously had the good few runs this time around. He's pretty relaxed and casual. I couldn't really find a negative for him.
Excellidus, Natural Willer and Joe Pride.
Captured everyone's attention, charging into their ends late there first up. Not sure this is his track, but he loves it soft, and if they open up for him, this is one Nash will have to produce something out of the ordinary, and he's in the right frame of mind to do it.
He's a beautiful big horse, big leggy type, always holds really, really good condition. He looks well today in the yard.
Okay, here's Rhapsody Chick, number 5, Ash Morgan, Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Yeah, beware of him. He's had an easy trial since a forgivable first up run. The outside draw has put everyone off here, but he's 3 from 3 on heavy tracks, so he'll go better than what his price suggests.
He's probably been the pick of the yard so far for mine. He looks absolutely outstanding as he parades past me right now. Couldn't find a negative for him. Super.
Now here's the Dubbo Galloper, the horse that started favourite in the country championships at Randwick a month ago. Gallant Star, Brett Robb, and Anna Roper jumps on today to take 2 off Gallant Star's back.
Yeah, in hindsight, would have been nice to take the 460 with deductions, mind you, earlier in the week, because that's what price they went up. He's a talented country horse. They ran fast time in the final. I think it's a strong race. It braked last week with a couple running well. So with the claim here, stalking the leader, I'm hoping, and a worthy favourite.
Yeah, he's a beautiful big horse. Still holds good condition. Obviously, probably getting to his peak condition right now. He's absolutely glowing as far as coat-wise goes. He's good.
Okay, Hollywood Hero first up today, Josh Parr and Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, blinkers off after 2 trials first up, so he's not a no fresh performer, but yeah, beware of last race Bjorn.
He'll take benefit out in the run, but he looks like he's been screwed down a little bit for a first up attempt. He looks fairly fit.
Moby Dick, number 10, Chad Schofield for the Price and Kent Yard.
I like the way he ran through the line at his Sydney debut. First try at 1400, but gives every impression he'll run it right out. Hopefully he can race a little closer than what he has been, and that'll give him a better chance.
He's a lean sort of customer. He's not carrying any extra conditions. Paraded well. He's got a big, beautiful, fluent action as he parades past me right now. So, yeah, no negative at all.
Chica Mojito, number 11, Karen McAvoy and Chris Waller.
Yeah, have a good look at her, Corey, because I thought if she looked okay, she might be worth the specs. Her 2 trials are really good. I know she's got a poor winning strike rate, 1 from 17, and on a long run of outs, but I just think she's returned quite nicely, and a race like this suits her.
I've only got one above her at the moment as far as looks-wise goes. She looks extremely well. Another one, she's got a beautiful big action as she walks past me. She steps over herself by a long way. Yeah, she looks really well.
All right, here's 14 Peer Pressure. Ben Osmond riding for Chris Lees.
Did a really good job going through the grades, winning 3 straight last preparation. A couple of easy trials, and usually better with a run under her belt, but quite capable.
Looking a little bit rough as far as coat-wise goes, just starting to get that wintry look about, but no real knock.
And Captain Amelia, number 15, Zach Lloyd for O'Shea and Charlton.
Yeah, another one out of that needs some luck race the other day that had no luck. She cruised home with plenty to offer and might be one of the value runners at odds.
And looks absolutely outstanding. One of the only ones in the enclosure that's dappled up over the hind quarter. Yeah, definitely a big tick for mine.
Brett Robson here with Gallant Star. What did you, just tell me what you thought of his run in the big one, the Company Championships?
I think we're still happy. Probably raced a little bit more forward than what we normally do. Probably told the story in the end. A bit of a shame when we found out a big race like that, but yeah, that's what we put it down to.
So a bit colder today?
Yeah, it's a bit colder on the wet. He's never won on a wet track, but he's run very well, so we're not too concerned there.
So use that big finish, unleash that big finish, which is really his big asset, like we saw in that barn dance that day.
Yeah, that's the plan today. Had a chat with Benner and yeah, just to ride him where he's comfortable. You know, even though we're doing a good game, we're just going to let him be where he's happy, you know, and hopefully see the finish that we've seen in the barn dance.
He had a good month?
Yeah, no, he pulled up very well. There's nothing wrong with the horse. He's trained on very well.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Brett Robb there with Gallant Star. He's very short. He's very short, and you know, there's quite a number of chances in this final race Corey, I thought you took a long time to finally decide who you're going with here.
I did. It was between the 15, the 11 and the 5, but I ended up settling with the 15, Captain Amelia. It's drawn very, very awkward. It's going to take a good ride from young Zach Boyd, but gets in his sort of luck. This horse will run super, I think.
I am 7, 10, 4, 11. I must say, I'm a little concerning wanting to ride him. I wouldn't think it'd be too cold to his favourite. I just had him landing in second spot on the bed here and be the first one to on the scene to chase down Cool Jakey. So that'll be the only concerning thing if they don't read the speed of the race properly and get 3 or 4 pairs back here and being a sprint home coming out wide. I don't know. I think that tactics might have been a bit closer today, but he's good enough. The horses that are going to be finishing here are 10 Moby Dick, 4 Excellatus, and 11 Chickamahito, who has drawn well and might be able to just cut the corner and save ground. I'm wary of those other couple that Corey mentioned there as well. So I'm a little concerned about tactics. 7, 10, 4, 11.
He's out to 220 now, Gallen Star. He bottomed out at 195 earlier today. Now $2.20. Still holds about 30% of all money, but Cool Jakey's been the big firmer in the last half an hour or so. 460, got into 4, just back to 420 now, but clearly the best supporter to beat the favourite. Moby Dick's at 8. That's pretty comparable with where it was earlier today. Excellatus 850, Chickamahito's at 15. Not a lot of movement for anything outside of the top few. Captain Amelia 17, Hollywood Hero 19. Rhapsody Chic's a $26 chance. So Gallen Star 220. That's sort of the best price we've been for the bulk of the day. And Cool Jakey's been the best back to beat him, and perhaps map related, I'd suggest.
Well, there he is. Start with the skull colours, the pink skull. For Paddock, Dave Ringland not here today. Kerry's here with Brett. And that man, Brett Robb, it's his birthday today, which he didn't tell me before I interviewed him. Ray Hickson had to tell me. So happy birthday to Brett Robb, but he won't be celebrating unless he gets a win. No, actually, take that back. He'll celebrate at the drop of a hat.
He'll celebrate without him. We just saw Kerry on up in his grandstand there, so he's here with confidence, and I'm sure he's going to get all of he wins as well.
He's got plenty of runners at Dubbo tomorrow, probably at every race, Brett Robb. So what price now? Gallen Star?
225. That's the best price we've been all day, and Cool Jakey firmed the game. We're 420 to 390, so late money's with Cool Jakey.
Cool Jakey.
So they're really coming for him now.
It might have been after that interview when he knew he was going to get no pressure from Gallen Star. They went hard in that country championship the other day, so I think it's a bit distorting to say that he can't run the speed because he led all the way to Canamble. And this race, they're not going to go as hard as they did in the country championship final, where they run pretty slick time. So, look,
15 to 8.
She's missed a lot of the year with injury, and she'd be fighting for this title if she hadn't been out for injury as well.
Yes. Well, he led by before the Canamble because Jason Collins was riding him like he had 10 lengths on the field, and he did. And then they sit very close in the country championship final, but his best wins have been when he's just been able to unleash this big finish on. The most impressive win of his career was in the barn dance at Royal Randwick on Melbourne Cup Day, and he just put them away so quickly. That was a good 4 that day.
Yeah, so as Brett said, he handles it well, that's no problem. But still, all these races, we know anybody gets in a fast race, he's leading from the back. And look, I'm not so sure they're going to go slow. Cool Jakey's just a free-running horse. So I might be overplaying things there. I just don't think she should be snagging and getting in the second half of the field.
And Corey, you got those horses, Excellatus and Captain Amelia, who were out the back the other day and never really got into it, but could have.
Could have, but they never really got a crack at him, Greg. And it looks probably a little bit the same here today. Obviously drawn out where Zach has. He's got no real other options but to sort of go back and try and blend in. He won't want to try and go too far back. If he could land midfield somewhere but get a little bit of cover, I'm sure she'll run well.
Do you think, now this track's drying out a little bit, that someone should have a crack at right on the fence here now?
I would, Veronica.
It's chopped up this track.
Yeah, as you notice, when they get right on that point of that turn and they get out wide, their wheels spin and they're just not really getting traction until they get to probably about the 200 metre mark. So I wouldn't be surprised if a few runners come hard against the inside fence.
And Nash, on Excelidus. He'll try something. It's set up for Excelidus to try something in this race. He might go forward. Here's Gallant Star coming in, about to move up. Waiting on Rhapsody Chic. What's the latest betting, Anthony?
Cool Jakey off the map. 330 and 250 about Gallant Star. Massive money for Cool Jakey late.
Cool Jakey. Here's the last.
Crossing now. And first into stride was the heavily backed Cool Jakey. Lands in front. Gallant Star's right up there as well. Also prominent on the speed. Will be on settling. Exolatus marching forward. Peer pressure railing. Moby Dick's between horses. 2 lengths Chicken Mojito settling midfield. Then Hollywood Hero followed by Kettle Hill. He's on the inside of Captain Amelia, and Rhapsody Chic is last of all. Cool Jakey sped off the back straight. He leads by 3/4 of a length. They've got 800 metres to go. Gallant Star's right there with him. Favourites 1 and 2 as they run down the side of the track, just behind those on the fence. Peer pressure. Being closely followed by Exolatus. He's covering ground though, 3 wide. Moby Dick between them. Then Chicken Mojito followed by Hollywood Hero. And Kettle Hill heads the others. They run up to the home turn and the favourites are at war here. It's Cool Jakey on the inside of Gallant Star. Absolutely. Just behind them, Moby Dick on the improve. Peer pressure comes off the bridle as they enter the straight, and Chicken Mojito is trying to get between runners early in the lane. Cool Jakey kicking it. Gallant Star's trying to run him down. He's looming. It's Cool Jakey. Gallant Star fighting it out. A length in front of Peer pressure. They're still at it, these two. On the outside, Gallant Star. The inside, Cool Jakey. But Cool Jakey finds enough. And Cool Jakey has won in an absolute war between him and Gallant Star. Great race. Front over third. Chicken Mojito prominent. Also there, Peer pressure. Hollywood Hero, Moby Dick disappointed in the ground. Behind them, Kettle Hill. Wide out as they pull up was Rhapsody Chic. And he's been one of the last over with Exolatus, Captain Amelia.
Great tussle by those 2 gallopers, Cool Jakey and Gallant Star. Cool Jakey's going to win the day. A double in the last 2 for Hieronymus. Joe Pride ends with a treble.
Alrighty, back here live for the last at Eagle Farm, Maxi, a 3-year-old race. And the scratching of Emerald, which left us with Snack Bar.
I don't think that 2 is going to win. They will destroy that 2.
So did I.
They will kill it.
It's not. They have actually backed a couple at big odds. Fingers Hunter.
I'm going to go with 2. There's nothing else.
20 down to 11.
Even that 14 can win.
This is a bit of a strange one. 26 down to 20. And on the rest of them,
but
there's not a lot doing.
The other thing is that 13 is very, very strong. I don't know how that 13 is going to behave, but
you know, a quantum leap on the opposition here. With the greatest respect to the opposition. You know, he was a half a length of Lady Shenandoah, went second up last preparation.
You expect that horse to lose.
There's Willow. He hasn't had a winner today, Craig. No.
It's a 274.
Every possible chance, and I think he looks a standout. Others to consider.
Sorry, that's a good draw. You know, at the weights, given the top weight was scratched, it's just pressed him down so much. He should be in the first 4.
Yeah, I think so. And his form just looks superior. We mentioned Lady Shenandoah when he was second up last prep. Even first up, he finishes third to Autumn Glow in the up-and-coming at Rose Hill. His return run was good. He was just wide, and the 1100 was a bit short of his
13 and 2 Queen PC.
A couple of lengths, you know, in him that day to have him sort of keep him up here for the carnival, because he needs to lift a little bit when he gets into the, you know, the stakes races, Snack Bar. But he's just been a model of consistency
Probably,
since
yeah.
day one. And this looks his race.
That makes sense.
So crazy in love, definitely.
That makes sense.
The Cornelos and trifectas, and certainly a part of, despite the fact he's dropping back considerably distant, he's pretty genuine, this guy.
Yeah, I'm very similar. What are you? 2, 5, 13 and 3. I'm 2, 5, 3 and 8. So Just hard to see this horse
See-
getting beat. James Cummings always brings his horses here in fantastic order. Craig Williams to ride. He's got the form on the board. The 1300 will be a massive plus. Beautiful temperamented horse, nice kind eye, really relaxed. And you know, as you pointed out, his form just looks better.
We've had some good racing today, haven't we?
Annabelle and Rob Archibald.
Have been the stars winning 2 of the 3 features today.
Clean sweep.
Yep, Callow and Tim Clark, they're both ridden doubles. We had a boil over, but certainly on form it wasn't. With Libertad winning the Victory Stakes, but I think a lot of people were thinking one more. He hadn't raced for a year.
Yeah.
Since the Arrowfield when he was third last year behind Johnny Sly. But he managed to get there and just beat the Warrior Jettabeel. It was only a nose margin, a bob of the head.
Watching it live, I thought Jettabeel had won.
I thought so as well. But
As soon as I saw the slow-mo, I was like, oh, it's one of those head up, head down.
he paid $81 on tab Libertad.
Wow.
Well, there'll be a lot riding on this. Putters all over Australia will be on this grey. So come on, Willow. Come on, boy.
Yes, we need him home here in the last. All right, he's done.
I don't think they will let the 2 win.
In all ups for sure. And
I'm with PC 13.
Semi-Coggers all goes in.
Let's go.
Hunter comes up the second favourite.
30.
The other runner of single figures. That leaves Fingers Hunter and Kettlebell to complete the line. Kettlebell goes in. Fingers Hunter, who's been backed at odds, is the last one up. We're just about ready at the 1300 metres. The last on Queensland Guineas Day. There's the light flashing brightly. It's quite dark here at Eagle Farm. They're set. Racing Brisbane. Stack Bar 4th or 5th away and Moragical won the jump. So Crazy in Love nicely away. Stack Bar now burrowing through to be third and Moscow Circus on the seed, but a bit wide in the early stages. Then came a putter, followed by Piranha's Gem, Sammy Concazola, Kettlebell midfield and wide, then Bengal Diamond, followed by Fingers Hunter drifting well back with Ruins of Rome, and Divine Forces last of all. Down the side towards the 800 metres, Moscow Circus pushed on, got the front, Kettlebell second, and Snack Bars right there nice and third, in a nice third position. Miragical fourth around, and So Crazy Love next. I suggest the speed's only fair in the middle part. Then Sammy Conquers All, followed by a putter, Ruins of Rome, Piranha's Gem the Rail.
Arman is on 10. 10 is leading.
Force and Fingers Hunter. They wheel for home. 450 left to run. Moscow Circus leads Snack Bar on the outside, Loom Large. Then came Miragical, followed by Sammy Conquers All. At the head of the others was So Crazy
And
Love.
this is where they're getting into trouble for what?
Bengal Diamond coming right down the outside. This favourite, no good thing as yet. Moscow Circus is kicking. I think Snack Bar's gone. Sammy Conquers All and Piranha's Gem shooting the gap right along the inside. Look at Piranha's Gem right along the inside of Wombalan. Miragical, followed by Sammy Conquers All. A punter running on strong.
God, man.
Moscow Circus weekend. Snack Bar. Yeah.
Six.
We're on nice and early. Yes, Snack Bar, well, look, he didn't have much. First half. We expected him to get a little bit better kick. Considering the opposition there, I mean, they've been coming along quite nicely, these horses, but with his profile, he should have been able to win that. Instead, Parada's Gem, the one first up, sailing home down the outside, but this time CJ Graham bringing her towards the inside there to get up and score. $47.30 and $7.50. So a couple of blowouts here today. Now, there's CJ. She's switching back inside the heels of the Miragical, and she managed.
This is where they're getting stuck.
The right hand, and Parada's
At the 200 meter marker.
to spawn right across the track.
150, 200, that's where they're getting stuck.
Still there, so we're just waiting for the
Either they're getting stuck or they're not, they're pulling it back.
Gets strongly towards the inside. Fingers Hunter appeared to be following the winner, Pirata's Gem, through. So 6 is the winner, then 12 getting second, and then 4 and 5. 6, 12, 4, 5 in the last. So Pirata's Gem.
6, 12, 4 and 5.
St. Corey Bunce, written by CJ Grove. Bernie has won the last race today on.
Mine was the outer drift. That's there. 2 did not win. 13 did not win. 4, 6, very weird. I don't understand. Very, very weird the way things have been here. Very weird. Anyways, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races here today. 10 win Caulfield. Okay, we'll wait for the Caulfield. But I don't think I'm going to be racing tomorrow. Let me just get this thing straightened up. Anyways, there are no good races tomorrow. Everything is either very heavy or soft, or no good tracks tomorrow. So I don't think I'm going to race tomorrow. It's better that I work on what's going on and get a little clarity, because we have taken a lot of heat this week. We've taken a lot of heat this week, even last week also. Apart from the fact that the Randwick played all right. Other than that, everything got messy. So, PC, boom! Alright, I think that is it then. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday. I'm not going to be racing tomorrow. Mondays we don't race. Tuesday, I'm going to be back racing in one of the tracks. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend PC. I can't thank you enough, PC, but thank you so much for all the help and the support that you do, PC. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Adaman, thank you so much for being there. Daos, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Tuna, thank you so much, Tuna, for being there. Azhar, thank you so much for being there. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday. Till then, have a great day. Bye-bye.